Chapter 1, Talented. Stop running away. His mother shouted for the third time. Once again, he disobeyed. Before she could swing the dagger down onto his right shoulder, he dove to the left. Even after he had hit the dirt, he continued rolling frantically, kicking up the dried-out soil. His mother sucked her teeth and decided to cease her attacks, which only made him more anxious. The cloud of dirt that had kicked up from his escape stung his eyes and coated his tongue as he tried to catch his breath. His new white cotton shirt was now a rusty copper color, and his hair was tousled, raining down pebbles and dust onto his nose. He sneezed, and his mother shook her head in disappointment, watching him carefully through her long, frizzled brown hair. Still, it was a good day. He was fortunate that he had received a reprieve at all. Too often, his mother would charge and attack him relentlessly, as soon as his father was out of eyeshot. It was a horrible ritual that paralyzed him with uncertainty every single day. His father would kiss his mother lightly on the cheek, nod his way, and then begin his long trek to the village. Living on the outskirts was never fun, but that was the price one had to pay for privacy and a few acres of land. Still, the journey would have surely been made easier if it wasn't for his fractured leg. A nasty fall from a village roof when he was in his youth. A sage would have been able to heal it. Or a quietus. Or a longoran. A pratlian. But he was none of those things, according to him. Everyone knew that he was just fooling himself. He had the power deep within. The entire world had the same, as long as they had touched one of the stones of power at some point. But once his father set his mind on something, it latched onto him like a parasite. Bastian wasn't sure how to feel about that. His mother was a monster, though. Of that, he was sure. Perhaps not the creatures of his nightmares, but close enough. She certainly made the turs hanging out in the woods nearby seem tame. Per his father's expectations, she played the sweet and adoring housewife when he was at home, cooking him meals with tender and care, massaging his feet, lavishing him with praise, but as soon as he had departed, she transformed, embodying every letter of the word. She donned her sage robe like a judge and executioner, summoning a beam of light from the sky to engulf her. She manifested it before his eyes so quickly that he fell onto his but the first time. Where there was once a large, spotless white apron covering her long and frilly yellow dress, there was now a red robe, with streaks of blue ripping across it like lightning. Her hair would go from long to short, and the tips would become curled, like snakes wrapping around a tree branch. Her eyes lost their merriment, and for the next minute, all she would do was stare at him. Intimidating him. Goading him. He had taken the bait once, because back then he was stupid and naive. He thought that the woman who laughed and sang throughout the day was actually her. He believed that although her appearance had changed, her personality had not, for a sage was said to be pure of heart and mind. Now he questioned that doctrine every morning. The first time she had struck him across the cheek, it felt like his head was going to roll off its post. He went sprawling into the dead patches of grass, clutching his face hard and trying to fight back the hiccups. It hadn't hurt physically, but a wound to his heart had been made. He couldn't control the tears. Instead of wiping them away, he let them flow, turning toward his mother, and showing her the damage that had been done. She met his gaze with a regular dagger, plunging it hard through his left shoulder. He screamed in shock as his mind flooded with questions. What was going on? Wasn't he her child? Didn't she love him anymore? You are going to heal that wound before your father comes home, she said, pulling out the dagger swiftly. I know you can do it. Why did you do that? Bastian cried out. Shut up. She roared in his face, the dagger in her right hand edging closer to his chin. You're lying. I saw you outside in the woods. You can manifest an eidolon. He didn't know what to say. He thought it was his little secret. A glorious secret that he would reveal one day when the time was right. Maybe it would be defending a girl's honor, or saving someone from a burning house. The best daydream was the one where the kingdom of Alay was attacked, and all the sages had left for an away mission. The villagers would be terrified and they would cry out for someone to save him. And then he would appear, standing before the intruders with an eidolon so powerful and massive, they would cower and run. Apparently, he had to beat his mom first. I can, he admitted. But I didn't want to tell you, and especially not Papa. He would hate me for it. You've seen me transform, she said as she stood up straight, the dagger no longer in striking distance. I've sensed you watching. I did see it once, but I didn't think anything of it. You just transformed your clothes. Does your father know about me? Did you say anything to him about it? Even if it was unintentional? No, Bastian replied truthfully. I knew he would hate you, just like he would hate me. It's because he's stubborn. I guess. Bastian's eyes widened in alarm. He had tried to shrug his shoulders, but his left side had gone numb. Without hesitation, he began concentrating on closing the wound. If he wanted to, he could become a sage. He could become anything he wanted. I don't know why he doesn't want to, Bastian replied. It doesn't matter, she sighed. You can do what he can't. Therefore, you're going to be the man of the house from now on. So get up, and release your eidolon. No, Bastian said, his eyes became wet again. You're my mother. She slapped him across the cheek, but this time, there was no retort, whether physically or mentally. He accepted it. She slapped him again, and though it stung his heart even more, he braced himself for a follow-up. He couldn't reveal his eidolon. Not now. She wouldn't understand. It was only by a miracle that his father had come home early that day. His leg had been bothering him and he had barely made it a mile before he headed back. His mother's robe fell off of her as if it was made of the dirt beneath her feet. One moment it was there, and in the next, it was her yellow dress and apron all over again. Her signature smile spread across her face as she waved at Bastian to hurry up his healing process. His father came over, kissed his wife on the cheek, and then turned to face his son, sitting in the dirt. All that was left was a dried-out bloodstain no bigger than the palm of his hand, and a rip in his shirt. What happened there? His father asked. He was cutting, his mother sighed, showing his father the dagger. His father's eyes went wide with horror. He turned to his son with a crestfallen gaze. Son, there's a difference between those with eidolons and those without. The sages, they can play around with swords, but that's only because they are an extension of their souls. This dagger isn't. You could seriously hurt yourself. I'm sorry, Papa. It won't happen again, he had said. But it did happen again. From that day on, his mother would train him, so that he could protect the family if intruders ever arrived. It made sense to him at first, but after a while, he wasn't so sure if those were her true intentions. It was something about the way she swung her rapier like eidolon, the rage that coursed through her fingers when she gripped the hilt. It wasn't until a few months later that he realized that she had no noble intentions in their sessions. She aimed to wound, to maim, to do everything but kill. And whenever he was wounded, which was often, she would scream at him to heal himself as fast as possible, swinging her eidolon over the top of his head like a pendulum. Like it was all a sick game. But through it all, he persevered. He took his beatings. He became better at dodging, and most of all, he kept his eidolon hidden. This just enraged her even more as the days rolled on, but he didn't care. For her safety, it was for the best. But on this day, the good day, the day of reprieve, he would take no more. He sneezed again, and wiped his hands onto his shirt furiously, like a spider had been crawling amongst his black, fine strands. For the first time ever, his mother waited for him to compose himself, and for some reason, he saw it as a sign. He decided that he could speak to her now. He was a man now. He was 18 years old. How long are you going to keep this game up? She sighed, sheathing her eidolon back into the side of her hip. Just tell me already. Why won't you show me your eidolon? I was wondering when you would ask me, he groaned, rising to his feet. The reason why I won't show it. You could have asked me a long time ago. I'm your mother. No, you're not, he replied with steady eyes. For some reason, she bit her lip. His words had hurt her, and he had to admit a pang shuddered throughout his heart. Deep down, he still cared about how she felt, regardless of what had been done to him. All I had to do was ask? She said, puzzled. That's it, Bastian replied. You were my mother, after all. It's not that simple asking. I know, he said. I understand. How could you possibly understand? She scoffed, more out of disbelief than mockery. You're all I've thought about every day for the years. I had to figure out why you hated me so much, but then I realized the truth. You don't hate me. You hate yourself, and your life, and I was just someone to take it out on. You have all that power, but you can't even do a thing with it. Not without losing the husband and the life you've built up. Her jaw tensed, and she turned her head to look away from him. He hates sages, Bastian continued. But that doesn't mean he hates you. You should just tell him. You don't know that man like I do. He won't understand. If anything, he'll wonder why I lied to him all this time. No. The only thing I can do is still carry out my role in this household. You may have been a housewife in the past, but ever since you released your eidolon, you've changed. You don't want this life. Staying still won't make things better. Is this why you wouldn't show me your eidolon? She asked, turning back to face him. Because of pity? Because knowing that there are two sages in the family would just make it harder for me to live here? It's all your sick way of making me want to leave? No. That's not it, Bastian replied. Then why? Because I don't want to hurt you. She shook her head and scowled at him in disgust. You and your father, both of you think I'm still just the housewife. As if I'm weak. That's not what I meant, he replied, but his mother went after him again. The conversation had turned sour. There was no use pursuing it any longer. After all, it was the good day. The day he would be freed, one way or another. He didn't even see her unsheath her eidolon from her body, but it was in his face just the same. She jabbed at him as if she was fencing, aiming for his face. The thin blade barely missed his cheek, his eye, and then his scalp. There was no doubt that she aimed to hurt him bad this time. She had never aimed for his face with her eidolon before. Frustrated, she swiped at his neck, and he had to fall onto his back to dodge it. Right after his butt hit the dirt, he knew that it was time. He placed the palm of his right hand to his heart, and then he summoned it. A flash of light cracked like a whip across the field, and his mother was blinded in an instant. Staggering backwards, he took hold of the hilt sticking out of his chest and pulled with all his might. The light subsided, and his mother's anger dropped in an instant. All she could do was behold its wonder and power. Bastian's eidolon was unlike many of the others. It didn't take on the representation of another blade. It was alive. The hilt was small, just barely sticking out over his closed fist. It appeared to be made of cherry oak, but the surface of the eidolon itself was like water. It was fluid, and rapidly changing shapes. In one instance, it was a miniature wave of water suspended in midair, then a scythe, then a whip, and lastly, it became a long sword, stretching over 4 feet long in length. His mother didn't know what to make of the spectacle. How is that your eidolon? She asked, but he just stared at it like he was seeing it for the first time. It just is, he said. But it doesn't make sense. Sadly, Bastian sighed. This is the only thing I understand. What you do with your life, that's what doesn't make sense to me. Anyways, I don't care what you do. We can all choose to suffer if we want to. Or we can do something about it. I'm tired of suffering. I don't want to fight you anymore. I just want to live here with you and Papa, and be happy, and visit the village and get a job. Maybe buy a few things. Not much. I just don't want to fight anymore. You don't have much of a choice, she said. If I attack you, you have to defend yourself. Not anymore, he said. Go ahead. Attack me. She hesitated at first, staring at the long sword curiously. He knew what she hoped for, that he would cut her down and rid of her the misery that was her life. But he wouldn't. It was her choice to be in it, and it would be her choice to get out. He wouldn't do the dirty work for her. As long as he could start living his life, it didn't matter what she did. She smirked when she noticed the saddened expression in his eyes, the quivering of his lips and the sweat on his brow. He had no intention of striking back. She lunged forward, aiming straight for the middle of his forehead, but Bastian shifted the sword in his hand, so that the surface of it was in the way. The tip of her eidolon jabbed into the surface of his. And then the tip was gone. There was nothing she could do to stop what was to come. She was already in mid-lunge. All she could do was watch in horror as her rapier eidolon, piece by piece, shattered upon impact into his. As the flesh of her fist hit the surface, with nothing but the hilt still in her hand, she lost consciousness. Bastian made no move to catch her. He just stared at the sword in his hand, unmoving, expressionless, and resilient. He had been afraid to unsheath his eidolon before because his power would have been too great. If he had sparred with her, there was no telling what would have happened, and the last thing he wanted to do was hurt her. He sheathed his eidolon and reached down to pick her up. He didn't want her in the dirt when she awoke. It wasn't fun down there. Chapter 2, The Order of Things. James closed his eyes and yawned, and Catherine immediately punched him hard in the arm. Clearing his throat and sitting up straight, he flashed a cheesy smile at her. Her frown said that she wasn't amused, but he knew better. She could never hide the shine in her eyes. Her eyes had their own silent language. They said that with a little more push, a little more tantalizing, she would crack under the pressure. Before the day was done, he would have her guffaw echoing up and down the halls. He turned away from her so that she could gather her thoughts. After every decision she was very introspective, questioning if the decision she had made was the best option. It visibly took its toll on her, so at the end of every day, James made it his mission to relieve some of the tension, no matter how much Queen Catherine fought it. He cast his gaze before them. Everything was so spacious and gorgeous. The Pradlians had done a fine job with designing the blueprints of the new castle, and the Langorans had chipped in with their massive size and strength to ensure that it was built as quickly as possible. Every queen needed her castle, he supposed. Before, the castle had been a little dark and gloomy, with a labyrinth of narrow halls and excessive rooms. Most of those rooms were now gone. Many of the walls had been knocked down and the candles were extinguished. Tower-high windows and wide open spaces were placed in their stead, letting the sun become the sole light throughout the day. It illuminated everything, from the throne room to the dining hall, the two largest rooms in the entire building. The throne room was the first thing visitors saw as they came through the massive, wide-open entrance. It was a wide and grand hall with pillars made of polished white stone, leading up to where the queen and her husband sat, side by side in throne chairs far too big and wide for their bodies. It was there that the people came to Queen Catherine for the answers to their problems. Nervously, they would enter the throne room, but those fears were slowly put to rest with every step they took toward the queen. The throne room was no longer a place of dark judgments and unseen, superior beings. It was now inviting and warm. Small gardens, flower beds, and fountains had been placed throughout the castle, adding beauty to the already luxurious decor, and Catherine's heartfelt smile was always in attendance. Silk purple and baby blue banners hung down from the tall ceilings, and bronze statues stood vigil in the corners, depictions of the great warriors that had passed away during the Stone Era. If the decor didn't put the villagers at ease, the statues certainly did. It reminded them of the peace that still permeated the air, and not the crippling anxiety that had once ruled their lives. James studied the statues from a distance, as he did from his throne chair every day. Chloe. Chiron. Scarlet. Akan. They had now been out of his life for a month shy of 5 years. And there was not a single day that passed in which he did not think of them. They had shaped him into more than he had ever hoped to become, and he believed that each of them had found peace. "You can bring in the next one," Catherine said authoritatively, opening her eyes. Talia, a short sage with mouse-like features, nodded from the bottom of the 4-foot-high throne platform. The wooden platform, painted in baby blue, was placed in the back of the throne room, with a set of tiny stairs built into the middle of it, so that the queen and her husband could step off easily. Talia motioned for the guards standing by the entrance of the castle to proceed. "You look tired," James said, with a sly grin on his face. Catherine pointed at him without looking his way. "Don't you start." "Start what?" "I didn't do anything yet." "Just leave me alone," she giggled, tucking her lips in. She was trying not to laugh. He figured that was why she kept facing forward. "Why won't you look at me?" he asked, leaning toward her in his chair. "You know why. Last time I looked at you, I was in the middle of giving a serious answer to that poor woman. She thought I was laughing at her, but... well, it was funny. It's not every day you hear that someone's house was just a manifestation. Imagine, paying all that rent and goods and then poof. Your house up and disappears because the sage decided to end the joke. I don't even know how someone was able to do it. They must have had accomplices. You know, change shifts when the tenant was asleep. Are we still looking for the landlord?" "Don't try to change the topic," Catherine chuckled. "It was a joke that lasted a whole 2 months. That's ridiculous. But I notice you didn't say it wasn't funny." "It was probably you," she said, finally facing him. It was all he needed. Eye contact. "It was me," he said, giving her a mischievous smile. Catherine shook her head and snickered, but he wasn't finished with her yet. If he didn't keep it going, she would remember her duties again. "I swindled that poor old lady out of her money. I figured that I could take it and buy a house in the countryside. A perfect place to take a queen hostage." "You would kidnap me?" Catherine said in false shock, placing a hand to her chest. "The plan is already in motion. Now you can come with me quietly and you won't be hurt, but if you try anything. If you try warn anyone, I can't promise that I'll be good." "Oh, so you're a bad boy now?" Catherine said with a gleam in her eye. "Is that it?" "The absolute worst," he winked. "You do know that the stones of power have been destroyed, right? There's nothing to gain from kidnapping me. I hope you don't expect a ransom from the people. They would rather come at you with their eidolons than negotiate with an enemy. It appears you've come a few years too late, good sir. I don't care about the sages. Everyone's a sage nowadays. I can handle them. But can you handle me?" she said, leaning forward in her chair. Her lips were dangerously close to his, but he refused to look at them. He waited for his moment to strike. "What's so dangerous about you?" he said, leaning in even closer. "I bite," she said, a smirk escaping from her steel resolve. "You mess with me, and you'll get hurt." You wouldn't like the taste, James said, parting his lips. Besides, what is a woman like yourself doing biting people? That's not what your mouth or lips are for. You're doing it all wrong. And you would know how to do it right? I'll have you know that I have it down to an art. I don't believe you. I could show you. You have one chance to convince me. If you can do that, I'm yours. James struck just as a cough interrupted the moment. He ended up catching the turning cheek of Catherine's face instead. I apologize, Catherine said to the visitor, as James sulked back into his plush seat. The man standing before them was husky and middle-aged, with a wool poncho hanging over his shoulders. He rubbed his throat as his gaze went back and forth between James and Catherine. I apologize if I am intruding, he said in a raspy voice. The guards told me to enter. No, I'm at fault, Catherine replied. My husband and I don't get much time alone, so we take advantage of it whenever we can. I see, he said, rubbing his hands together and glancing over to the left to avoid eye contact. What is your query? It's the Pratlians, he sighed nervously. I understand that they have free reign in our kingdom, as the Langorans do, but surely they would be more comfortable debating in their own streets and not ours. Are you saying that their speech is offensive? No, it's just that they debate far too much in public. I've recently opened an experimental shop in which I sell meals composed of tur. People are already wary of the product. I don't need a host of Pratlians screaming at each other in front of my building. They're scaring everyone away. Or maybe it's the tur, James muttered under his breath. Catherine did her best not to snicker. Who would want to eat a creature with the body of a lion, the neck of a snake and the face of a bear? I will have my men look into it, Catherine said, as serious as she could. That's it? You'll look into it? The husky man raised his eyebrows. The Queen has spoken, James retorted. You don't get to question. It's okay, James, Catherine said. He can speak freely. What do you suppose I do, sir? Kick them out, he said flatly. You do understand why I won't do that, don't you? But it's our kingdom. Exactly, she said, standing to her feet and beginning to address more than just the man before her. It is our kingdom. This is not just Alay, Langar or Prattle. It is all three. This particular area is just called Alay to avoid confusion. When we go next door to the rebuilt kingdom of Prattle, it is not just Prattle. It is all of ours. We do not create barriers between us. That was the Stone Era, that was how war was born, and that was how the Ether came to be. So now you ask me to get rid of the Pratlians. I will not. I may build a designated debating area to encourage them to move there. I may ask them politely to take their talking elsewhere, but I will not force them. When the people of Alay elected you, he scoffed. We thought you would keep us safe from the other kingdoms, not excuse them. I have said my piece. Guards, please excuse this man from the castle. I'll excuse myself, he snapped, turning around and heading out. James rose from his seat to give chase, but Catherine patted his chest, holding him back. He shouldn't speak to you like that. And imagine if he starts talking bad about you to the people. It doesn't matter, Catherine said, staring off into space. Even if the people decide they want someone else to rule, I can't say that I didn't have a comfortable reign of 5 years. I knew these days would begin to come regardless. They are used to me. Someone new would be more exciting, But you're the best one for the job, James retorted. If the people are discontent, I certainly can't make that claim. Queen Catherine, Talia said, approaching the throne. There are a couple more that want you to hear them out. If you are willing. Send them in, Catherine replied wearily. But just these two. James didn't bother trying to cheer her up this time. All he could think about was the husky man. From what it sounded like, he would be happier in the Stone Era, where there were nothing but Alayans on the streets. But then where would he be? No one would even think about going to his shop because they would be too afraid of the entrees. The kingdom had been on constant alert, everyone was an enemy, and Alayans were on the Tersplate, not the other way around. How had they forgotten the good times so quickly? Your Highness, Seeker bowed, his long priestly robe, bathed in purple, flowed behind him like a bride's veil. I seek your counsel. He lifted his head, covered in long white hair, and smiled with his vibrant blue eyes. You seek it every day, Catherine laughed. What brings you here this afternoon? As you may have heard, I have recently been appointed next in line for Order Master. Congratulations. It's a heavy burden, but the reward is far more than I could have ever dreamed. The people that I could assist and lead to the way of righteousness, it gives me goosebumps. So is that why you're here? To discuss whether you should accept the position? No, I'm sorry, he said, bowing again. My presence in your court is because I currently have a quarrel with the Longoran Order. Ever since the creation of the orders 3 years ago, they have been trying to alter our creed, and our current order master, bless his soul, has been very cordial in accommodating the brutes, his words, not mine. I am here to say that if I take the position of order master, I will not be as kind. However, I also do not want to upset our reverend queen. I seek your wisdom. Personally, I believe wholeheartedly that each order should maintain and uphold their beliefs and the culture of their respective people, but they should not seek to change the ideals of others. The Longoran order should stay in Langur. Am I wrong? James burst out laughing, and Seeker's alarmed eyes fixed upon him. What is so funny, Master Sage, if I may ask? Just that we hear this kind of complaint every day. The orders always at each other's throats. Did you already talk to Master Toril about your intentions? I am here to speak with the Queen, good sir. This is the one point in which I get to have my say, James said, leaning forward in his throne chair. Catherine nodded in approval. The Queen has asked me and Aramis to keep a taut leash on the orders, so that there is still peace among us. A little conflict and opposition is healthy, especially so we don't end up thinking too highly of ourselves, but it's supposed to stay at exactly that, a little conflict. The individual orders were created to promote alternative thought, not pigeonhole the people into one way of thinking. You assume much, Master Sage, he smiled. The Alayen order is just like the other two orders. The only underlying theme is that each of you think that you have the solution to how we should handle the United Kingdoms. The world is far more complicated than you can claim to know. I'm sure you've read of Thorn? Who hasn't? Seeker muttered. That man, that Alayen, nearly destroyed us all, and took our souls in the process. The former king of Alay nearly brought everyone to ruin for his own selfish goals. Now, did anyone question his motives in the beginning? No. Everyone believed that because he was the king, he knew what was best, and we were wrong. The people of Alay placed their faith in the wrong person, and many lives were lost as a result. So you can talk all you like, but what I'm saying is, in order to convince the people that your order speaks the truth, not a truth, but the truth, you are going to have to fight for their trust as well as ours. We were fooled once. Not again. If the Langorans are to stay in Alay, then I will say this. I will not be merciful when it comes to what I have to say. My denouncement of their order will be harsh and sharp. I am sure they will respond in kind. Is that a more desirable solution than a separation? As long as you remember who holds the end of the leash, James said. Seeker smiled and nodded at him, then at Catherine. He left of his own accord. Perhaps we should speak with the order master, James grumbled, but Catherine shook her head. We promised not to thrust ourselves unnecessarily into their affairs. If Seeker is to be the next in line, then it is not just what their order wanted, it is the people's choice as well. It's starting to sound like it's all getting out of hand. The unrest. Meanwhile, we're here in the castle, just waiting for all of it to boil over. Not exactly, she said, turning to James. The Sage Academy opens in 3 days. Once it is well underway, it will help exponentially. How? I thought we were just organizing all the sages that have been born. You know, giving them a place to practice and stuff. It's more than that, she replied, and James raised an eyebrow. I was uncertain about reopening it for a while, so many were already learning to release eidolons on their own, without the direction of the order or myself, but there's too many of us. Yes, organization was a part of it, but I think that it will also remind us of what we should be striving toward. And what's that? Just enjoying our lives together. I don't get it. Why does everything have to be so complicated? Why do we need orders and governments and rulers when the people were able to sustain themselves at one time? Don't you remember what happened when we left Alay to get the stones of power? The people flourished. They survived without their leaders. All they needed was a little push to strive for greater. They did more in a few days than we've accomplished in whole decades. I want that again. No bickering, no discontent. Just being happy and enjoying each other's company again. Unfortunately, it's not that simple, James said, shaking his head. But why isn't it? We can choose to make it simple. I don't know. The final matter of the day, Talia shouted, approaching the platform from the middle of the throne room. Behind her was a group of Langorans and Alayans, 6 in number. Catherine nodded for them to step forward. Talia allowed the young group to step in front of her. They whispered among themselves for a moment, before one of the Langorans decided to step out in front. He approached the thrones. Queen Catherine, Master James, I. Just speak freely, she said, curious as to what he had to say. My friends and I were scouting the lands, just looking for some fun. Something interesting. We kind of got lost, and we ended up in a land covered in snow. But, there used to be 7 of us. Jillian, he covered his trembling mouth and bowed his head. After a moment, he realized that he couldn't speak any longer. He turned and went to the back of their group, hiding behind his friends. Jillian was killed, one of the Alayen girls spoke up, her voice cracking under the declaration. It was a quietus. Chapter 3, say that one more time. What? James sat up to attention. A quietus? Are you sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I've never seen one in real life, but I remember the descriptions from the stories. I don't know what else it could be. It was hideous. James glanced over at Catherine. She had the same grimace he had. You do know, Catherine said slowly, that most of the quietus people were murdered by Thorn and his manifestations. The Stones of Power did give all of us quietus, Longoran, Pratlian and Alayen abilities. Perhaps you just saw someone that moved like a quietus. Someone who had tapped into the power we all have. Not a quietus as we know them to be those that were genetically altered. The thing had black, tar-like skin, the girl said adamantly. It moved, like it was made of dark water. James took a deep breath. What were the odds that Thorn hadn't been thorough when he laid waste to the quietus kingdom? And where would they have hid themselves all this time? He and Aramis had both gone out searching for the quietus people, and his mother in particular. They had always come up empty. Since his mother had already been genetically altered by Thorn when she gave birth to him, he had some of the native quietus abilities that no one else had. The genetics of his altered mother flowed through him, and as a result, he could transform his body so that he appeared as one of them, and his power increased exponentially. He of all people should have been able to find any survivors, and yet, these youth had stumbled upon one so casually as if the quietus had simply been going for a stroll. Tell me more, James said, leaning back in his chair. What happened exactly? Did it say anything? We didn't see it at first. We only heard it. It muttered something about the Langorans and Alayans being together, and then it attacked Jillian. Before we could unsheath our eidolons, it had ripped her apart with the scythes on its forearms. Lonnie here was able to stab it once, and it just ran off. We decided not to chase after it. We knew that we had to come back here, to report what we found. It was so scary. So strange, Catherine muttered, putting her hand to her chin. If it really was a quietus, James thought carefully, then it might not know what happened with Thorn, or the alliance of the kingdoms. Still, I don't even know how it's possible there's one alive, and still hiding in the dark after all these years. Maybe it was badly wounded, Catherine offered. And it took that long to recover? That's impossible, James shook his head. 5 years? A new type of quietus? If so, that means someone has discovered a way to copy some of Thorn's experiments, which is highly unlikely. We torched everything. Aramis and I saw to it ourselves. No one else was with us that day, and we would have noticed. You didn't save any of the information? Nothing. James turned back to the group, eagerly awaiting answers. I don't know what to say. I will check it out personally though. That's a promise. Until then, Catherine said, turning to Talia, make sure you provide them with warmth, food, and care. Also, when they're ready, take down a detailed account of what transpired. I would like to think more on this. Talia bowed and ushered the group to the door below on the right of the platform, where the quarters and guest rooms were held. Catherine and James waited until they were gone before they rose from their throne chairs. James stretched and yawned again, receiving another punch to his arm. Stop it, you're making me tired, Catherine yawned through a laugh. You should get some sleep then. And you're not? I have a job to do, he said solemnly. Unfortunately, I can't take you with me. Yeah, right, she smiled warmly at him. Like you would if I had no responsibilities. I can imagine it now. You would be whining all night about how dangerous it was, and how lost you would be if something ever happened to me. It's more than danger. Sometimes the missions you send me on, I tell you, they keep me up at night. Like the one where I had to investigate the Longoran sewage system because they thought some stray reds were hanging around. Well, we both suffered from that one. The smell, it haunts me. Which is why, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist, I must steal my kisses before I go. Take advantage of you before I go on my missions. You can stop your lies right now, she laughed. You know full well that I let you take advantage of me. You may be the strongest warrior in the known world, but not when it comes to our private quarters. I'll accept that challenge, he said, with a grin. Well then, Sage, Catherine whispered. Let me see what you can do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bastion loved the rooftops of the village. They were easily accessible since all of the houses and shops were small, and the roofs themselves were flat and smooth. Everything was polished and refined, the product of a fire that the Pratlian, Alexander, had caused at the end of the Stone Era. Bastion turned the page of his shiny, dictionary-sized book, The History of the Stone Era. It was a beautiful and very informative tome that was given to every prospective student of the Sage Academy. The moment it was delivered on his doorstep by a courier, he had hid it under his bed, and he only read it when he was sure that both his mother and father were asleep. He assumed that his mother had received a copy as well, but who knew where that was? She might have burned it, leaving no evidence for his father to find. With that thought in mind, he wondered if she would attend the Sage Academy after their last conversation. Would she consider making a change and pursue what she really wanted? It was hard to say. Bastion took a deep breath of the night air, taking in the aromas of dinners being assembled and desserts being baked all across LA. The insects were already warming up their instruments, and there was a soothing stillness in the air that eased his mind. The Sage Academy would open in only a few short days, so he saw no reason to hang around home. He would much rather read his book under the light of his eidolon, while listening to the sounds of the kingdom he would one day protect. He had left a note for his father before he left, scrawled out in the best penmanship he could manage, but he was sure his mother destroyed it once he left. He had told the truth. He had said that he was a sage now, since he had released his eidolon, and most important of all, he hoped that he wouldn't be shunned because of it. He promised to go home and visit on breaks, if they would have him. That was unlikely to happen, but he had done his duty nevertheless. He felt at peace, and it was a strange sensation. One that he was more than happy to learn more about. He turned back to the previous page, realizing he had been reading, but not truly paying attention. Once more he scanned the text. He had already read about lachrymos in the sages of old, those who had been fighting during the siege of 88, when the Quietus had decimated their kingdom. Of course, it was only later that Alay found out their enemies had been controlled, and forced to do it. The Quietus couldn't be blamed entirely. Still, it was a mixed blessing that the Quietus had been destroyed in the end. Even though Alay hadn't seen one in years, he still heard the worries of the people. There were more sages than ever before, but deep down, they were very afraid. Bastion scanned the text, skimming what he had already read a couple times already. He read of the Sentinel Academy, and how it was designed to find sages, not turn its students into soldiers. He read in awe as Princess Catherine, Master James, Master Aramis, and a few others went on the journey for the 5 stones of power, the only instruments that could stop the green ether in the sky. Bastion looked up from his book and stared up at the stars. They were once a hazy, dim glow, but now they shined as if they sought attention. He looked back down at the pages. The princess and her 7 sages fought hard for the stones, but then they met Thorn, king of Zen-Echelon. It was through him they learned the truth, that he was the true enemy, and that the ether above was his doing. They learned that the ether trapped their souls when they died, and his plan was to eventually build an army, to one day fight against the Maker. He claimed to have already subdued the Dark One, but there was no evidence that that was true. Only that he had indeed kept souls in his grasp. Thorn was close to victory, but Master James and Master Aramis then made a discovery: the stones of power did not grant special abilities respectively. The stones were, in fact, all the same. Therefore, Thorn was not as powerful as they once thought. Just crafty. With their newfound knowledge intact, they were able to defeat the king, but not without sustaining heavy losses of their own. Many villagers were killed from each of the kingdoms, the Quietus were entirely annihilated, and even the sages of the today went down from 7 to 2. Bastion sucked his teeth. They were said to be legendary, just like the sages of old, but he didn't see it. Not after close examination. Chloe was undoubtedly the strongest among them, yet she held back too much of her power. He understood the need for restraint more than anyone, but if the situation was really that dire, wouldn't she have let go of her inhibitions, just once? After all, the world was at stake. Instead, she died believing in the word of their enemy. Ridiculous. Scarlet had too much of a vendetta. She was too worried about vengeance than the mission at hand. Another one that didn't prioritize. The same with Dominic. He was the worst of all. To hold back your power was one thing. Turning against the very people you were working with was another. Did he really think Thorn was going to give him his heart's desire? Akan died because he was careless. Chiron, well, no one really knew what happened to him, but Bastion assumed he had died like the others in a fleeting moment. Bastion shook his head as he studied the character profiles of the living and the dead. He understood that Queen Catherine wanted to reveal the faults and characteristics of the warriors as a lesson to future sages. It was a lesson to all incoming sages that they shouldn't become engrossed in personal missions, or let go of their integrity. But all Bastian saw was that their defenses were exposed. An enemy would have the time of his life reading such literature. It's not like all of the sages of today died. Aramis of the Wind was still around, though the people hardly saw him. Since Catherine had taken over as queen, he and his bride Acheline, the former queen, spent their time on secret vacations or bunked up somewhere within the castle walls. He surely would have lost his fighter's edge by now, and he was missing an arm. Catherine was far too trusting. Again, he understood the approach. By exposing herself and the kingdom, they proved that there was nothing to hide, and that unity and peace is what they cherished and desired most. It was hard to fight against such raw passion and love. But that didn't mean everyone would fall for the rhetoric. And then there was Master James, the greatest warrior in all of Valais. This was the great enigma to Bastian. He was a lot younger then, but he vaguely remembered stories of James before he became a sage. Nothing extensive, just a little gossip here and there. Whispers of his laziness and his lack of ambition. How a young man of that caliber became a Valais knight in shining armor was beyond him. He had seen Master James only once in passing. His mother was going shopping in the market and she had decided to take him alone. This was in the early days, before he had released his eidolon. She was squeezing melons and evaluating their ripeness when the sage of all sages passed by. Bastian stared in awe at the hooded and cloaked warrior, strutting through the square, waving curtly to the villagers and nodding in acknowledgement. But then, to Bastian's horror and disgust, James tripped and fell on his face. He just tripped. Their greatest warrior. And not because another sage had been hiding around a corner and had stuck his powerful toe out. It wasn't because he was hit with an arrow, or attacked by a mob of quietus. He simply fell over his own 2 feet. Embarrassed and red-faced, James climbed to his feet, nodded like his neck had lost its girth, and then sprinted away. Even the merchant they purchased from was wiping his eyes on his sleeve as he laughed, commenting on how that was the James he remembered. That couldn't be. It just couldn't. How could a warrior of such finesse and raw strength be so clumsy and goofy? James was a sage though. That's what Bastian kept telling himself. The oaf had released his eidolon, and he had not, so who was he to judge? Perhaps it was an intentional trip, to ward off some hidden assassin. He figured that he would at least give James the benefit of the doubt before he figured it all out himself. But then the day came. At the time, he was unaware that his mother was watching from a distance, but even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He had approached eidolon drawing differently than his peers. They would sit in the meadow outside the castle, or along the outskirts all day, attempting to pull their eidolon out every second. There was no patience. No preparation. He didn't know if it was true, but he had decided to prepare his soul for the hardships to come ahead of time. He would meditate for hours, just trying to build his confidence and his resolve. He refrained from too much junk food, therefore he avoided the new stuff and gorge at all costs. He figured that if the shell was strong, perhaps it would make the soul strong too. It might have all been for nothing, but he also realized that he only had one chance to pull out his eidolon. Only one chance to prepare his soul to take on the rest of the world. He thought of it like a little baby in its mother's womb, squeezed in tight and warm, and provided all the nourishment it could ever need. Once a baby was born, that was it. There was no more preparation. No more sustenance. There was no control on how the baby would grow from the mother's end. It was from that point on, a self-sustaining individual, so to speak. His theory was, if the eidolon was weak from the beginning, it could only get so strong from there on out. Each time it was pulled from that point on, sure, it got used to the outside environment, but that didn't mean it could overcome it. That didn't mean it was worthy to be used as a weapon. Bastian had been in the woods then, taking deep breaths one after the other. When he was ready to unsheath his soul, he placed his hand over his heart. He wasn't sure if that was where the soul resided, but he didn't care. He just wanted to give his eidolon the easiest extraction point possible, and he figured the heart was an important organ. He might as well try there. He closed his eyes and kept the palm of his hand over his heart. And before he could open them again, he felt the hilt. He hadn't even called it yet, and it was already yearning to be free. He wasted no more time. Slowly, he pulled out the blade, watching in awe as its width shrunk and then expanded rapidly, its colors rippling across the blade's surface sporadically. He didn't know what to think of it, but he wasn't afraid. And then, when the last of the eidolon emerged, he was reborn. It was not an ordinary summoning. It couldn't be. Because he had seen his peers summon their eidolons for the first time on many occasions. Usually there would be cries of shock and awe. They would rip the eidolon out of their body, and then they would be jumping up and down in the grass or screaming wildly, swinging their soul back and forth in excitement. They would start telling anyone who was nearby how happy they were, and how they would be a great warrior someday. It was all so superficial. But this, it was like being awake for the first time, and the rest of his life prior had been just a dream. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had. And it wasn't even his heightened senses, or the new power surging through his veins, it was his very being. Instantly, he was a different person. He couldn't explain it, even to himself. But suddenly, he had no taste for child's play. Where once he would have ran to the meadow and joined in a game of tag, he now wondered how the pain he felt from his neighbors could be eased. He learned about the fragility of life instantly, as he felt the tree in front of him gasping its last arduous breaths. No one would notice that it had died until it had long withered and decayed. He felt a change in the air. There was a definitive truth to things. He understood this immediately. He understood that there were answers to everything, if only he had the courage and the desire to seek them out. It was all so clear to him. As sharp and crisp as the wind. While most sages would use their newfound clarity in the past for violence, he understood that the eidolon, and the power of a sage, had to be more than that. Yes, there was truth to the fact that if one sliced off someone's limb, that limb was severed, but that was such a superficial way of looking at things. Who was more powerful and influential to the outcome of matters? The soldier, or the arms dealer? He realized that a sage had the power to change the world. Bastian sheathed his eidolon, for he didn't want his soul to be outside his body for too long. Not on its first outing. But he certainly had plenty to think about. Like the fact that James, the great and powerful, was neither of those two adjectives. He understood that the kingdom was far more fragile than he could ever imagined, and in some ways, it was worse off than ever before. At least in the Stone Era, fear bred paranoia, and paranoia sometimes brought preparation and caution. None of those things existed now. Just blind faith. Still, he was in no condition to make a move. More than ever he understood how weak the balance was in matters. Queen Catherine's way may have seemed foolish, but force did too. He was still young, he decided. He barely even had an opinion on how the kingdom should operate. But with his new sage abilities, he would learn in time. He forced himself to observe rather than act, and this was just one of the reasons he refused to reveal his eidolon to his mother. Because observation brought far more knowledge to his forefront than action. It was only after extensive study of his mother, and why she attacked him so vehemently, that he figured out the best course of action. He didn't want her to know how much power he had, just in case she decided to exploit it. He didn't want to maim or kill her by accident if they were sparring either, yet he had to figure out a way to get her to stop. Standing still, and letting her destroy her own eidolon against his, it not only knocked her unconscious and gave him room to escape, but it also made her believe that she was weak. It was a common belief that if an eidolon broke, the fault was usually attributed to the bearer, that they were weak-willed. By having her break her own eidolon, it forced her focus back upon herself. She would spend the next year or so improving her will and her resolve, instead of concentrating all her efforts on him. She hadn't seen enough of his power to properly evaluate his strength, but it was enough to get her to stop and think twice before she tried to hurt him again. By the time she realized the truth, he would already be well into the Sage Academy or off on away missions. A truth that he had known since the awakening of his eidolon. She wasn't weak. He was just that strong. Chapter 4, Reenactment. Are you sure you need to go alone? Catherine asked him, as he threw the cloak around his shoulders. She was standing by a window, staring up at the stars as James finished getting dressed for the mission in their massive bedchamber. A fire was crackling a few yards away and their bed was neatly pressed and kempt, as much of their belongings were. Sadly, their bedchamber had become more of a waystation than a place of comfort and rest. James stole a glance at his wife as he fastened the clasp on his cloak. As she moved her head in front of the window, searching for a better view of the stars, her curly locks would bounce in place. He didn't know why watching them made him smile, but they always did. He really loved everything about her, down to the very last strand of hair. He hoped he wouldn't be away too long this time. It's not that far to the quietus forest, he grunted, putting on a boot that was smaller than his foot needed. Especially if I run at full sprint. I could get there and be back in time before dinner tomorrow night. I'm not worried about you being alone, she said, turning to face him. It's the fact that there's a killer out there. There's no way I'm going to get murdered, James scoffed, wiping his hands on his shirt. He hadn't washed his cloak in quite some time. It was long overdue. You could be taken by surprise. I'll be okay. I asked Aramis to go with you. Well, then I'm still going alone. There's no way he's going to take time away from Lady Acheline. He's already agreed. I asked very nicely, and you keep on forgetting that he is my father. Still kind of weirded out by that, James chuckled, walking up to his wife. He took her face in the palm of his hands and locked his eyes with hers. I don't want you to worry about anything. It's probably nothing. You hope that it's not, she said. He gave her a quick peck on the lips and then let her go. She took a step backwards and leaned up against the wall by the window. You're restless. I can see it grow within you with each passing day. It's just fighting against what I was, that's all, James replied, casting his eyes to the corner. I don't want to pretend as if I can't fall back into old habits. When I learned about the sages, I suddenly had a goal to work toward. Once I achieved it, there was more to keep me going. I met you. I was accepted by the others. The mission we went on was horrible and scarring, but it was also exhilarating and adventurous. I love the peace that we have, but I would be lying if I said that the old James, that slacker James, doesn't rear his ugly head up once in a while. I don't want to get too relaxed. I could send you on more missions. But then I would be away from you, he replied, walking forward and taking her hands into his. The warmth coming from them made his body go numb. She still overwhelmed him with a simple touch. Visions of holding her tight through the night threatened to break his duty. He shook his head slightly and took a deep breath. Well, she said. The academy will be open soon, and you're the headmaster. So try to get back quickly. They need you. I will, he promised. He bent down and gave her a tender kiss upon the backs of each of her hands, but then she ripped them from his grasp and leapt onto him. Throwing her arms around his neck, she kissed him so hard and so urgently that it scared him. Suddenly, he was beginning to wonder if the mission before him really would be simple, and if he really would be back in Catherine's embrace so soon. He could not drop his guard. It didn't matter if every mission in the last 5 years had gotten easier in succession. It didn't mean that it would always be that way. When their kiss was over, he didn't say another word. He just left, choosing to let their last exchange give him further strength and expediency. With his mind only on her, he would move a lot quicker. Also, he wanted time to mentally prepare for his upcoming role as headmaster. It was a lot of responsibility, and he had no idea what his actions would have on the incoming students. What could he teach them that they hadn't learned already? He couldn't exactly go off of his time in the Sentinel Academy. He couldn't teach them to release their eidolons when they already knew how. That was one of the prerequisites to being accepted into the Sage Academy, after all. He couldn't simulate the infantry exam, for it would be far too easy for just one sage, let alone a team. There were no villains to fight. No conflict to discuss. Nothing to prepare for. Deep down, he was afraid of looking like a joke, and an academy that was supposed to be professional and prestigious would just end up being all about play. He had been thrown in the fire. Any and all of his strength and techniques had been born out of necessity, and they were no longer a secret. Even manifestation, the technique that Chloe had revealed to him, was documented in detail within the history books. So what else did he have to offer besides sparring practice? James stretched once he exited the throne room, listening to the musical number played by the insects on the meadow's edge. He unsheathed his eidolon just a little, the tip extending out from his left palm. He sensed that no one was watching. Wait, there was one. James swung his head behind him, and a slow clap greeted him from the shadows, right from behind one of the throne room pillars. Aramis emerged, a wool cloak over his massive shoulders. His light blue eyes were vibrant, which was a far cry from the steel gaze he donned when they had first met. James immediately felt a sense of comfort, knowing that he would be joining in the expedition. The gray-bearded man had been his first mentor, teacher, and friend. Father-in-law was just another welcome endearment. At least your senses have not grown dull in times of peace. But apparently your stealth has, James chuckled, crossing his arms. I might have to tell you to go back to bed and forget this mission. You'll hold me back. I would welcome the bed and my love with open arms, he said with a warm smile. You and me both. So what are two married men like ourselves doing out in the dead of night? Catherine didn't tell you? She told me plenty. But I want to hear it from you. What are your thoughts, Master Sage? It's likely a misunderstanding. But who knows? Some quietus might have survived. It would be suspicious that they remained hidden for this long though, avoiding detection. I suppose it would depend on their numbers, Aramis replied, reaching his hand out into the air to catch a falling leaf. If there are only a few of them, they would be quite cautious. Regardless, this should go smoothly. Considering what we've learned. And what would that be, James? We've gotten stronger. We know how to transform. A few quietus, even elite, won't cause much harm. I would agree with you, Aramis said mischievously, but I seem to recall a princess and her 7 inexperienced sages, bringing a number of kingdoms to their knees. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bastian hadn't planned on sleeping on the roof, but the next thing he knew, a loud hammering noise woke him from his slumber. He blinked rapidly as the sun's rays pierced his retinas. He turned over and lifted his t-shirt over his head to provide some shade to his face. It felt like it had been baking for quite some time. I wonder, he thought, as he began to concentrate on the quietest traits within them all, the power of healing and regeneration. Sunburn wasn't exactly a wound, but the last thing he wanted was to be peeling on his first day at the academy. He made a mental note to perform his reading elsewhere for the remaining 2 nights. It only took 10 seconds for his face to lose its unnatural warmth, and then just a few seconds more for the discomfort to leave altogether. He wondered how many other sages would have thought of such a practical use of their abilities, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The last thing he wanted was to start thinking he was better than the others. It didn't matter how strong he was. It didn't matter what solutions he could see. If he turned into a pompous, egotistical braggart, no one would listen to him. What was the point of having a solution to a problem if your voice was silent because of a bad reputation? He stood to his feet and listened to the bustle of the village for a moment. The low murmur of the collective. He wouldn't be able to get much reading done there. He thought about taking his chances in the meadow, but other potential sages often went there to train. It wouldn't be tranquil there either. But, at least he would be able to see some techniques being performed. Though he had a great deal of raw and intense energy at his disposal, he certainly didn't have finesse. He put his book under his arm and began sprinting across the rooftops. He could have released a bit of his eidolon and become a lot faster, but there was no guarantee that he would always be able to release it. He wanted to prepare for all scenarios. If Thorn had been able to create an ether that could trap souls, dragons, whole armies, and exploding creatures, then blocking a sage from releasing their soul might not be impossible. Master Dominic, for example, had a technique called lock. That technique made the blade or eidolon of his opponent heavier. How was it possible to make someone else's soul heavier? It was interesting stuff. Bastian started getting tired and he began to pant, but he fought through the ache, willing himself to sprint longer. Once he reached the end of the large square, he jumped off the final roof and into the dirt, startling a great deal of shoppers and Longoran Order members. He said sorry quickly and kept running. Those were some other groups he wasn't sure about. The Orders. While the sages were all about strength and settling matters with force, the Orders changed lives through speech. He admired their tenacity and conviction, but they considered themselves above the people, as if they had tapped into some hidden knowledge that no one else had access to. It was strange to see such self-proclaimed intelligent men falling to such base vices such as wrath, pride, and greed. It was funny. The common folk who were well engrossed in satisfying their appetites fell to deception, trickery and lofty words, while the leaders fell too deep when they dabbled in pleasure and self-gratification. Still, Bastian had to admit, even though he saw the problems, once again, he had no solutions. At least not yet. Bastian hit the meadow's edge like a hero arriving late to the battle. He was running faster than when he started, having caught his second wind. But he also knew that he didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he quickly came to a halt, his toes skidding beyond the surface of the grass and into the soil beneath. Before he could draw any more attention to himself, he plopped down backwards into the grass. Lying on his back, he yawned and put his arms behind his head. It was so peaceful. In fact, there were far less people practicing in the meadow than he thought there would be. Perhaps it was because it was still morning. People were either eating or getting their chores and duties out of the way. Bastian would forego hunger until the tide died down. Then he would go back into the village and eat in peace. He was just about to open his book when a clash of swords reverberated throughout the air, so loud that it snapped his eyes open instinctively. There were 6 kids about 10 yards away from him, and 2 of them had playfully slammed their eidolons against one another's. The 2 Alien boys laughed heartily and slapped each other on the back as they sheathed their blades. Bastian shook his head, but he didn't avert his eyes from the scene. There were 2 Alien boys, 1 Alien girl, and 3 Longoran boys. From the general vibes emanating off the group, he could tell that the girl wasn't having that much fun. He was surprised she was even there in the first place. Most of the sages kept to their own genders when it came to practice. He wasn't sure why. Maybe the boys just wanted to play around more. He strained his ears to focus on what they were saying. "That's what we're going to do, Daisy," one of the Langorans said to the Alien girl. Daisy huffed and crossed her arms. The Longoran leader, at least that is what Bastian assumed based on the authoritative voice, crossed his arms in kind. "The rest of us want to. You're the only one who doesn't." "That would be fine," Daisy retorted. "If we stuck to the plan. You know, where we agreed that everyone gets a turn. I haven't had a turn since chivalry was back in style. I never know what she's saying, the Longoran leader said, turning to the group. Do we have a translator here? She's saying that we should do what she wants to do, Fern, an Alayen boy replied. Fern turned back to Daisy and gave her the fakest smile in existence. We don't want to use our eidolons to smell the flowers, he said, blinking rapidly. You didn't even ask me what I wanted to do, Daisy replied, sticking her face into his, their noses practically touching. Besides, smelling flowers wouldn't work. Your body odor would overpower the sweet scent. She turned to spit into the grass. The boys grimaced at the sight. Did she just say something about Langorans? He asked, pretending like he was hurt. Did she just insult our entire people? Oh, now you hear me. Daisy cried out, throwing up her hands. I've been saying that about you for the past week. Hey now, calm down, one of the Alayen boys stepped between them. No need to get nasty. Truth is nasty, Daisy said, her thick accent permeating the air. Bastion couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He didn't know who she was, but she was fascinating. Everything she did, from her throaty voice to her body language, was heavily accented. Even the way she spit, it wasn't quick or to the point. She had spit the saliva into the grass like it was at the end of a sneeze. It was forceful and demanded attention. You can either play our game or leave. Your choice, Fern said. You're lucky I'm even letting your remarks go. Surprised you even know that word, Daisy muttered. Remarks. Are you staying or going? I'm staying, she declared. But I want to be the leader of my side. Fine, Fern smiled. That will just make the game more fun. Bastion wasn't sure what game they were playing at first, but once he saw the Longoran boys line up in a row, and then the Alayans do the same in their own separate line, he figured it out. It was an increasingly popular pastime through the kingdom, and the adults were desperately trying to figure out where it originated. Rumors persisted that the orders whispered it into a group of kids' ears one day, but of course, they all deny it fervently. The sages versus the Langorans. That was the game. And not just a general game either. No, it was very specific. The sages were one of the seven who went on the quest for the Stones of Power. The popular picks were usually Chloe or Dominic. Chloe for the girls and Dominic for the boys. No one picked Chiron because he wasn't an up-close fighter. Akan was a traitor, it didn't matter how sorry he was in the end. The boys weren't going to pick Scarlet, and for the girls, she was second tier. James and Aramis, they were still alive, so it wasn't as exciting. Not much to imagine. The Langorans represented the city of Langur. The popular choice was hands down the enforcer, followed by the late king, and then just random, imagined Langorans that they made up. Whoever won this reenactment of the ages was a matter of the current player's skill. Though the sages had undoubtedly won in actual history, no one stuck to that fact. The Langorans had more to prove, so often, their determination was enough to give them the extra edge. I choose Scarlet, Daisy called out, to which all of the boys, including Bastion from a distance, sucked their teeth. The two Alayen boys chose Dominic and Aramis respectively. The Langorans were the same as always, enforcer, king, and a random. Fern was obviously the enforcer. You guys ready? Fern called out. Daisy cracked her neck and stretched out her arms as her teammates rolled their eyes. When she didn't answer, Fern just gave a big sigh. Whatever, I'm starting. To Bastion's surprise, Fern didn't just charge like most did. He actually began to grow in size. To the sage's horror, he continued to increase in size, until he was nearly the height of the tree line encompassing the meadow borders. His shoulders and biceps were as big as boulders, and his legs were like tree stumps. His massive frame was hairy and stretched abnormally. He chuckled for all to hear, his voice now coming from deep within his belly, as if it came from the bottom of a well. I'd been practicing, he laughed, as Daisy raised her eyebrows. You idiots, one of the Alayans replied. The village will see him and come to investigate. We won't be able to play anymore. He can actually grow twice that size, one of the Langorans answered. We measured it all out. He's below the tree line, so we're good. We just can't get too reckless. I don't know, Kent, Daisy replied. We might damage something. You scared, Daisy? He shot back at her, with a sly grin on his face. Daisy guffawed and slapped her knees, her wild, dirty blonde hair flopping all over the place. There were more rolling of the eyes. I don't have all day, Fern bellowed, as he began making a fist with his right hand. Let's go. Let's incinerate then. Daisy shouted out, extending out her hands like she was going to ask for a hug. A hilt shimmered into view from the center of both palms, and then the rest slowly appeared. Dual weapons emerged, and he was impressed. They were blood-red hook swords, and they were very versatile in their deadliness. They were like thin regular swords, except they were pole-like in structure. At the end of each blade was a hook, which he realized could be used for both tripping an enemy or grabbing a weapon from an opponent. Although the ends were hooks, it didn't mean they weren't deadly sharp. There was also a sharp point at the end of the hilt, and the hilt itself was in the shape of a crescent guard. The crescent guard was also polished and razor-sharp on the outside, making it not only an important blocking tool, but an extra blade as well. She had chosen great weapons to mold her soul into. The other two boys weren't nearly as imaginative, as both of them branded straight swords, the colors of midnight blue and banana yellow respectively. Round 1. The nameless Longoran shouted, rushing toward Daisy. Daisy waited until the last second to make her move. Just when he was about to punch her in the face, she pivoted behind him, hooked his ankle with one of her swords and yanked upwards, forcing him off his feet. As he fell, she slashed at his exposed back 2 times. He started screaming before his belly even hit the grass. Kent wasn't so quick to follow suit, as he and Daisy danced in front of each other, looking for an opening. The other 2 Alayen boys decided to team up on Fern. It wasn't going so well. Before they separated to flank him, Fern had already sprinted forward and kicked them both with one of his massive, bare feet. The 2 boys went flying in midair, clutching their abdomens like they had eggs in their hand, and they were trying desperately to keep them intact. "Why aren't you coming forward, Kent?" Daisy shouted to her opponent, over the agonizing screams of the other Longoran. "You may have the reach," Kent smiled. "But all I need is to grab you once, and it's all over, but..." "You wish you were that strong," she replied, jabbing toward him with one of her blades. He leapt back to dodge it, and then he made an attempt to grab the surface. Daisy retracted her eidolons before he could get a grip. "Come on!" Kent shouted gleefully, approaching ever so closer to Daisy. "Just let me touch one. See what happens. Your will has to be stronger than that. Stronger than your hide." She chided, finally lunging forward. She grew tired of the game. Kent grabbed her right wrist and began crushing it, deciding to take the eidolon blow from the left. Since it was a hook sword, and not a straight sword, it merely slashed up against his tough skin and muscle, rather than piercing through. Daisy grit her teeth as she felt her wrist breaking, using the pain to slash at Kent all the more. Kent grimaced, but it was obvious that he would win the exchange. Bastion shook his head as he turned his attention from Daisy to the Alayen boys. One of them was being crushed in hand by Fern. The other was busy stabbing at the giant's leg to no avail. "What are they doing?" Bastion sighed to himself. "Try something different. It's obvious that just slashing at them isn't going to work. You're barely breaking the skin." As the 2 Alayen boys were getting destroyed, Daisy finally decided to use her head. She concentrated the best she could on her eidolons as Kent kneed and kicked her in the stomach repeatedly. She altered the hook sword in her left hand, so that the end was straight, and then she went to plunge it through Kent's ribs. But he was waiting for such an attempt. He let go of Daisy's wrist and backed off. The eidolon in Daisy's right hand disappeared as she nursed her wrist, folding it under her left armpit. She glared at Kent and then smiled. Even from a distance, Bastion could tell that she was buying time. She was trying to heal her wound, but Kent wasn't going to allow it. He charged toward her as she fell to her knees, her left hand slamming against the grass. As soon as it did, a glowing, crimson pillar shot out from the ground and into Kent's chin. His neck whiplashed backwards under the sudden assault, and before he could recover, Daisy sent more his way. Pillars shot out all around him, slamming into his flesh from all angles, hitting his back to keep him standing, his stomach to take the wind out of him, his face to increase the vertigo. Bastion couldn't help but grin. Master James had done something similar in the final battle against Thorn. He had summoned many eidolons to his aid at the time. They came up out of the ground, as if they had been lying there the entire time, and they hung in the air around him as if he was blessed with telekinesis. Using such a display, he had intimidated Thorn and cut him down. But such a technique had great limitations, and it wasted a great deal of energy. It worked with Thorn because James had been distracting the king while he summoned, but any enemy who knew how the technique worked could easily get around it. It didn't matter what was summoned, or how many. Each eidolon James had called forth was still part of his soul, just fragmented into several pieces. And each piece was still tethered to James, just with a line of energy so thin and fine that it created the illusion of telekinesis, when in reality, it was more akin to puppetry. This was why sages typically didn't use projectiles in their arsenal. Because it was impossible to take a piece of the soul and sever it completely. Through trial and error, Bastion had also discovered that the further away a manifestation was from the owner, the weaker the strength. This was why eidolons were in sword form. They were almost always in contact with the wielder. So in reality, even though Daisy's assault looked impressive, they lacked stopping power, and she was growing weaker with every pillar that broke out of the surface. On cue, Daisy began breathing hard, just as Kent gained his footing. He punched down the next pillar that shot out in front of him with ease, and then he sprinted forward, ready to barrel into her with his uncanny strength. Bastian took a deep breath. It was over. But Daisy apparently didn't think so. Just as Kent was about to make contact, her brown eyes flashed open, and for a moment she disappeared. Appearing behind Kent like a specter, Bastian watched in awe as Daisy thrust two straight swords through Kent's back and pushed them forward until they exploded out his chest. Daisy was no longer the same. She had transformed. Her sage robe, long and billowing, flowed down her body like water. It was red and black, with streaks striped across the back, as if a painter had flicked his brush onto the garment while it was dipped in yellow. Bastian wondered what the stripes meant. At the same time, he was envious. He had spent so much time honing his eidolon that he had neglected transformation. Now he regretted it. The sudden change in Victor between Daisy and Kent provided more than enough evidence that it was a worthy goal to pursue. Kent's body hit the grass, and his body visibly got smaller on impact. Daisy looked down at him, with both eidolons in hand. She closed her eyes, and they became hook swords once more. She used one to put a hold on his shoulder and flip him over. Kent was breathing heavily as he stared up at her. "That was good," he said in a raspy voice. "I didn't think you could transform that fast." There wasn't even a flash of light. "I've been practicing," she smiled. "You thought you had me, didn't ya, Dot?" "Sure did," he said, then he cleared his throat. "Still might. Fern's still standing. Langoran still might win." "Not if I have anything to say about it," she muttered, casting her eyes to the giant, who had all but murdered the Alien boys. They were both lying in the grass, face down. The giant was kicking them lightly with his big toe, making sure there were no surprises. Daisy was just about to engage him in battle when her robe flickered, like it was the light of a firefly. She glanced down at it, examining it for tears or flaws. There were none, but it didn't matter. It flickered once more, and then it disintegrated, ripping into tiny pieces, and becoming one with the air. Her old village clothes replaced the attire, and Daisy grunted in frustration. So, Bastian thought. She can transform, but only for a very short amount of time. Did she sacrifice strengthening her state just to gain the speed? It was true what Kent had said. There had been no flashes or pillars of light encompassing her like he had read about. It was an interesting concept to consider. "Let's take a break, guys," Fern shouted, his voice pounding the air with his deep voice. "We can start over in a few minutes." "Good," Kent groaned, sitting up. The two holes in his chest were now healed. "I can redeem myself." "Sure you can," Daisy said, giving him a hand to his feet. Fern helped the two Alien boys to their feet slowly, one by one. Neither one was in a condition to continue in only a few measly minutes, but they still smiled weakly, trying to save face in front of the others. The Langoran that Daisy had taken out earlier had apparently been awake for a little while. He stayed on his belly, brushing his hand against the grass blades. "Just thinking. You okay, Ziff?" Kent asked the Langoran. The Langoran turned his head to look at Kent and smiled. "Yep," Ziff replied. "Just gaining my strength for the next round. I'll probably last longer than you this time. Don't count on it." Kent laughed heartily. Bastian's eyes widened in horror when he noticed that his own gaze had suddenly met Kent's. Without hesitation, Kent began walking toward him, a playful expression on his face. Bastian thought about running, but he didn't want to ruin his reputation before it even began. All of them, even Fern and Kent, were certainly contenders to be students at the Sage Academy. Due to the protests of the Langoran order, a few of the rules were changed to accommodate the non-Alayans that wanted to join the school. If a Langoran was capable of excessive growth or increasing their strength to a certain degree, then it was seen as the equivalent of releasing one's eidolon. "Hey, you want to join us?" Kent asked, towering over him. "I'm Kent." Bastian blinked a few times and then looked over at the others. He turned back to the Langoran before him. "The teams are uneven," he decided to say. "It would be unfair." "Not really," Kent laughed. "The sages could use some help." "Hey!" Daisy shouted. "I heard that." "I don't understand the game," Bastian replied. "I mean, I know that you choose someone from the battles of the past, but none of you did any of their moves except Fern. Were you supposed to? You don't have to do any special abilities. Choosing a character just makes it more fun when play fighting. It didn't look like play fighting." Well, there were no true killing blows, Kent replied casually. We can wound someone to a certain degree since we can all heal ourselves. Just nothing serious. No aiming for the head or the neck if you're going to use blades. Don't overstress your opponent's organs. For example, I had to be careful about not hitting Daisy in the chest much. Because I have great strength, I don't want to hit where her heart would be too many times. I might accidentally kill her. We know you're really just trying to feel her up. Fern yelled. Kent shook his head. Come on. Join us. You can be on our team then. A Longoran? You don't have to be a Longoran to play one. But I don't know any moves of a Longoran. Doesn't matter. But if you don't feel comfortable, you can join the sages then. Can you release your Eidolon? Bastion wasn't sure how to answer the question, even though there should have been no reason to hide. They would all know the answer in only a couple days anyways. Would it be better to reveal his abilities then, when he might gain a reputation as a powerful warrior? Or was it better now, to gain early respect, and maybe even a friend or two? Well, Kent asked, not impatiently. I'll go to the Langoran side, he said finally. Kent nodded, as if the statement had revealed all he needed to know. Bastion climbed to his feet, realizing too late that his tome was now exposed. It had been behind him, but now it captured the attention of Kent. Kent eyed the book, and then he gave Bastion an inquisitive look. Still, he made no motion to call the others' attention to it, nor did he pry more into Bastion. He left it alone, and they both walked toward the group. From where the rest of them stood, no one would think the book was anything out of the ordinary. This is, what's your name? Kent asked, turning to him. Bastion, he replied, noticing that Kent and the other two Langorans were a couple feet taller than him. Even Daisy and the Elayans towered over him by a few inches. The group gave out their names as if they were answering an attendance roll call: Daisy, Fern, Ziff, the bald twin-looking boys, Michael and Mason. No one seemed interested in the short boy that had just graced their presence. So what team is he going to be on? Michael asked, with a bored expression on his face. The Langorans, Kent declared proudly, patting Bastion on the back. Daisy raised her eyebrows. He doesn't look like a Longoran to me, she said. You'll find out soon enough, Kent winked as they all lined up again in their respective teams. How many rounds are we doing today? Ziff sighed. Hey, Fern snapped at him. You're the one that said you needed the training. We're out here for you. It's just that she could have really hurt me, he whined, pointing at Daisy. No wonder you didn't make it into the academy, he sighed, shaking his head. Round 2, Daisy said, her hook swords materializing in her hands. Fern blew her a kiss, and then he began transforming back into a giant. Being so close to him now, Bastion realized just how intimidating he was. It was no wonder that the enforcer was revered by their people. Come on, Kent growled, patting Bastion on the back again. His muscles were beginning to increase in size rapidly, his skin stretching so far out that Bastion feared it would snap. Michael and Mason attacked first, but this time, they didn't go after Fern. They headed straight for Bastion. Bastion's eyes widened as he saw a foot flying toward his face. He was shocked by how quickly all of his private training sessions didn't mean a thing. Chapter 5, Intervention. James yawned as he climbed to his feet. The dust that clung to his clothes fell off into a cloud of soot and smoke. He coughed and tried to wave it away fervently. Aramis chuckled nearby as he too joined James in standing. James spit out some of the dirt that had gotten into his mouth. I see you've already had breakfast, Aramis mused, his massive body shaking under his cloak. James chuckled in spite of himself, then he took a gaze up at the sun. It would be afternoon soon. Are you sure we're near the Quietus forest? Aramis asked, as James scanned the area. The forest around them had no distinctive markers, but he had gone searching for the Quietus so often he knew the area just as much as Alay. How could I forget? James said as he stretched his legs out. It was many years ago. Without the meadow as a marker, it makes it harder to get through the wasteland. I've been here enough, James said. Aramis didn't pry any further. He knew that James had spent the equivalent of months searching for his mother, but no trace of her had been found. Thank you for stopping for me, Aramis said. No problem, James said. You know, it wouldn't be such a bad thing for us to spar against one another once in a while. It will keep you in better shape. I'm past that time in my life. I would rather relinquish the duties to you. A lot less stressful. Honestly, I think this is the first time since Thorn that I have been out of Ashelin's company for more than an hour. So you wouldn't consider being the headmaster at the academy? There was a hint of hope in his voice that Aramis picked up on immediately. Why don't you tell me what's really wrong? Then we can get moving. I don't know what to do, James admitted, shrugging his shoulders. He began pacing in front of his mentor, as he stared at the dirt at his feet. I have no clue what to teach, or what to even say to them. They have eidolons, so what's the next step? They already spar in the meadows and the forests. What do I have to offer? You have what they lack, experience. And we should be grateful that they fall short in that area. They can become sages naturally, and at their own pace. No one has to be born out of necessity. I wonder how many more we would have had with us on our quest if the terror of the unknown had not gripped so many. It still doesn't solve my dilemma though, James sighed. What do I do? Just have fun with them? When I think about it, I realize that I know nothing about what makes someone a sage. We're all the same. The stones that gave us our abilities were all the same. There is no difference between the alien and any other people. Every single person in LA, right now, could work toward bringing forth an eidolon if they wanted to. The only thing that holds them back are the orders and the memories of their past. I don't even know why we are referred to as sages anymore. The Langorans and the Pratlians aren't called anything different when they transform or use their abilities. Why are we? You are right, Aramis said, nodding his head slightly. There is no difference in that sense. But a weapon in one's hand does not make them a soldier. A crown does not make a girl a queen, or a boy a king. It is the actions that you take that determine your character. Not your composition. Not your heritage. It is your actions alone. A sage is said to be a profoundly wise person. That is the very definition of the word. That means whomever becomes a sage must have more than just the ability to wield an eidolon, which only indicates a basic understanding of their soul's properties. Then I am not a sage, James said, facing his mentor head-on. Because all I know how to do is wield an eidolon. You've done far more than. Think about it. I have an eidolon. I can transform into a quietus, but that's not because of something I necessarily learned. It's because of my genetics. I can manifest, but so can everyone else if they put in the time. How am I any different than the students I will be teaching in a couple of days? Would you consider me a sage? Aramis asked politely. James examined his mentor quickly, and then he closed his eyes. I would, he replied. But I don't even know what I'm talking about. I didn't become wiser just because I called forth an eidolon. Then tell me, what do you think makes someone a sage? At what point does someone embody the title? Is it something you earn, like becoming the general of an army? Or does it transform you? Isn't Catherine a queen? Doesn't she embody the role? I don't know, James sighed. All I know is that on opening day, I'm going to be saying a lot of stuff that I don't necessarily believe or understand. Then say something that you do believe, Aramis said, placing a hand on his pupil's shoulder. Speak from your heart. Inspire them to strive for higher. Who knows? They may even teach you. Is that what happened? James smiled. Did we teach you something? More than you know, my friend. And that is often how it is. Teachers have been conditioned and taught what to say, but the students themselves are a clean slate. Your job is to guide, not tell. Like coaxing the eidolon from the depths of your being, you are coaxing their potential and talent, asking it to rise from the surface, and transform the very world in which we live. Asterisk. Bastian clutched his face as he went flying into the grass, kicking up a number of insects and a great deal of soil in his wake. As he skidded to a stop, he could hear the cry of Mason from above. Instinctively, he rolled out of the way as a foot stomped down where his leg had been. The kick to his face hadn't hurt, but that didn't mean he was enjoying the sensation. He was just about to start climbing to his feet when Michael came from behind, pushing him forward and onto his belly. The boys began kicking him in the ribs and the legs, each blow given more force than the last. He couldn't deny it. He was enjoying himself. Sure, he was at the receiving end of a beatdown, but at least he was interacting with other kids. It was a little insulting that both Michael and Mason were focusing on him while the other three Langorans were all on Daisy, but at least they didn't just hit him once and then leave. That would have been the worst. To think that one blow could keep him down. He wasn't Ziff. Speaking of. Bastian lifted his head from the grass to check out the area. Sure enough, Ziff was already sprawled out on his back, taking heavy and deep breaths. A foot slammed down on the back of his head. Bastian's face smashed into the soil, and he didn't like that too much. Hadn't Kent said there was to be no aiming at the head? That's right. He had said for there to be no blades aimed there. Still, the fact that he was now tasting grains of dirt and blades of grass irked him. Bastion reached behind him and grabbed an ankle, of whose, he would soon find out. With all the strength he could muster, he yanked on it, sending the boy flying to the ground. It was Michael. Mason ran over to help his friend to his feet. Big mistake. Bastion rolled onto his back and then jumped up to his feet, just as Michael was pulled to his by his partner. He looked to the boys back and forth, when a smile crept upon his face. This was so much fun. Michael ran at him first, but Bastion had already made a move. Before Michael's foot even hit the ground, Bastion was in midair, slamming a flying fist straight into the boy's nose. A loud popping sound caused him to back off. Thankfully, as soon as Michael's foot hit the ground, he started yelling and clutching his nose. It was bleeding, but at least he wasn't dead. Mason took out his eidolon and swung right at Bastion's face. Bastion took a step back to narrowly dodge the bulk of the blade. He could feel the edge just barely nick the middle of his nose. Before Mason could recover from the swing, Bastion reached out and grabbed the blade's surface with both hands, keeping the edge between his palms. With little effort, he squeezed and pulled. A crack appeared down the middle of the sword, and Mason's face went white with horror. He stopped struggling and just stood there, completely still. Bastion didn't proceed any further. His mother might have been able to withstand the shock of having her eidolon broken, but he wasn't so sure about the sage novice. Though it was now common knowledge that you could survive a destroyed eidolon, it was all based upon the will of the victim. If Mason's wasn't very strong, as Bastion suspected, then he would be in real trouble. He let go of the sword, and Mason sheathed it back into his body. With the eidolon safely tucked away, he scowled at Bastion, trying to decide whether to fear him or punch him in the face. Okay, one more round and that's it, he heard Kent groan from behind Mason. Bastion's focus went beyond the alien boy and to the others, coming back from their battle. Based on Fern's normal size, Kent's cuts, and Zip still on his back, he assumed that Daisy had one. Hey, you two aren't finished yet? Daisy asked him and Mason. Mason sneered at him and then turned to his teammate. We are, he said. It's just you and this kid left. I'm probably older than you, Bastion retorted, but Mason ignored him. So I guess it's just you versus me, huh? Daisy said with a warm smile. The final battle. No, you won, Bastion chuckled. He really didn't want to hurt Daisy. The sages are victorious. I got beat up pretty bad. I barely won. Yeah, right, Mason spat, waving a hand toward Michael so everyone could take a look at him. Look what he did to Michael's nose. This kid was just playing with us. I would be shocked if he even has a scratch on him. Bastion winced as the group began looking for one on his body. How'd he do it? Fern asked. Eidolon? Just strength and speed, Mason snapped, still angry over the scuffle. He broke Michael's face and he nearly broke my eidolon with his bare hands. Damn. Fern laughed. I've heard of one eidolon being stronger than another, but bare hands? He slapped Mason on the back playfully, but Mason wasn't in the mood. He shrugged off the gesture and stuck a finger in Bastion's face. What are you? He spat. Bastion wiped the spittle from his cheek. He's probably just a Longoran, Fern replied. Simple explanation. Seriously, Daisy laughed. You don't have to act like he's a disease. So which is it? Michael said with a nasally voice. Everyone waited patiently for the answer, but Bastion wasn't sure what to say. He just stared at each of them, one by one. Whatever he is, he's good enough to join the academy, Kent said, nodding toward the tome sitting in the grass. From where they stood, the sunlight was shining off of the exquisite emerald cover. So we'll find out eventually. No, Mason said. Now. What does it matter? Daisy asked, stepping between him and Bastion. I need to know, was his only reply. He balled up a fist, and Daisy noticed it right away. Okay, she said with a slight smile. Her eyes remained steady on his. He's an alien. Then I want to see his eidolon. I want to see how strong he is. He's a Longoran then. I want him to prove it. I don't understand what the problem is, Bastion spoke up. Mason turned his attention to him. You'll know in a couple days. And since you're so angry about it, that's even less of a reason for me to show you anything. If you get intimidated, the last thing I need is for you to try beating me up when I'm not looking, just to one-up me. No need to hide, he snapped. I'm not intimidated. I can take you head-on. No. You can't, Bastion said with assurance. And it's safer for you not to know what I can do. I don't want to take any chances with hurting you too badly. I like him, Fern decided. Daisy and Kent just laughed, but the rest weren't that amused. You talk big, but it won't stay that way. Wait until we get to the academy. You have no idea what's in store for you. I doubt it, Bastion replied, and Mason made an attempt to hit him. Daisy caught the fist. Mason, you're as pathetic as a grown man with the common cold. Give it a rest. You think you can protect him? Mason scoffed. Are you serious? Just let this go, she pleaded with him. It's getting old. Get out of my way, or you'll become a problem too. Wouldn't be the first time, she said sweetly. Mason took a deep breath and glared at her. From the middle of his palm, the tip of his eidolon began to emerge, but Daisy was fully aware. She unsheathed her eidolon faster than anyone could blink and pressed it against Mason's throat. Back off! She screamed in his face. The tip of his blade slid back in. Why are you defending this kid? He asked, his voice trembling. We've been friends for so long. Number 1, you know that's not true, Daisy whispered. And number 2, I don't care for you very much. You know you're only here because of who your father is. Hey, Daisy, Kent began. Come on. That's going too far. Kent ran a hand through his only red patch of hair, taking up a corner on the back of his head. You didn't have to say that. We all know it's true. She shouted. When are we going to stop walking on ice around this guy? Why do we even have him around? Are any of you really friends with him? I am, Michael muttered from behind. Shut up, Mike. Daisy shouted back. What are you saying? Mason said to her. You're only friends with me because you're afraid of what will happen if you turn me down? Is that all our friendship is? No, it's, her eyes began to water, but then she gained her composure and pressed the blade in further. Don't try to play off my kind heart, you snake. Geez, Kent said, shaking his head. Can someone go get an adult please? Michael groaned as he climbed to his feet. He waved to them, signifying that he was the one to do it. He began walking off as Daisy began sweating. Hey! We don't need an adult to sort this out, she called out to Michael, but he ignored her and kept walking. I'll know what he is by the end of the day, Mason said coolly, leaning slightly forward, letting Daisy's blade pierce through his first couple layers of skin. There are no secrets here. You call it bullying. I call it full disclosure. He hurt Michael bad. With enough strength behind that hit, he could have killed him. So yeah, I think we should know what he is. So we'll know how to best approach him in the future. What does he have to hide? What dignity will be lost? We're all exposed. No, we're not, Daisy said through grit teeth. Not all of us. I wish we all were. Get off me, he whispered to her. Daisy's eyes wavered as he waited. Fern and the others watched silently as she gently took the eidolon away from his neck. He reached out and rubbed it. Daisy let her eidolon disintegrate at will. Thank you, he said. Now, I'm going to get out of here. Same time tomorrow, guys? We have to stand out from the crowd on opening day, you know. They all nodded reluctantly. All except Bastion, who kept a hard stare on the alien. Not you though, Mason said, pointing a finger in Bastion's face. You can stay home. I can go wherever I like, he replied. Mason's face never wavered. Fine, he said. Every warrior needs a training dummy. That we do, Bastion said. He felt horrible the moment he said it, but Mason just nodded and turned to leave. Bastion turned his gaze to the rest of the group. All of them had their heads down or in the skies, thinking about what had just happened, and he couldn't help but feel guilty for demolishing their fun. Even holding back, I failed, he thought bitterly. I still ruin things. Bastion hung his head low, in sync with the others, but then a glint of steel flashed from the corner of his eye. He looked up, and saw that the edge of Mason's eidolon was heading straight for the back of Daisy's turning head. He had no time to think, no time to assess whether it was a scare tactic or not. He released his eidolon, and met Mason's head on. Bastion's clear, ocean blue sword was fashioned like a gladius, the blade of a gladiator. Their swords clashed, and Bastion's was clearly the victor. Mason's jaw dropped as he saw pieces of his soul shatter to the ground before him, falling like the glass of a broken mirror. In vain, he attempted to catch one, but it fell through his fingers. Instead, the motion only propelled him forward even further, as his body, and his consciousness, suddenly gave out. He fell face first into the dirt, and he didn't get back up. No one moved, not even Bastion. They were unsure if the boy before them was dead or not, and if he was, what that would mean. Bastion's eidolon shimmered away as he fell to his knees by Mason's side. He didn't know what to do. With his eyes wet with fear, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed him from behind. Big, strong hands. They forced him down into the grass, and he didn't fight them. He laid there, face to face with what he had done. Mason's eyes were wide open and soulless. Bastian's throat closed up, and he closed his eyes. Whatever punishment came next, he would accept. He would face his consequences. He knew that he was a monster through and through, and he should have stayed where all monsters belonged, in the dark. Chapter 6, Search. Caution or exposure? Aramis asked. James took a deep breath and examined the forest before them. Having walked through the wasteland, they had finally reached their destination. It was strange how the quietus forest thrived in their master's absence. But then again, the trees didn't seem very alive to begin with. Coated in a dark purple, and twisting into odd shapes of all sizes and widths, the trees created an area more akin to a network of nerves and synapses than a forest. The branches intertwined and only grew tighter and more clustered the closer one got to the canopy. Down below was the only place one could walk, but even then, it was cramped and dark. If there were eyes watching the two sages, it would be difficult for Aramis and James to catch them. Exposure, he finally decided upon. He chuckled after he saw Aramis nod in reply. Geez, how do you do it? Just make these life-changing decisions? Are you saying that you don't? If I recall, you have a throne chair right next to Catherine. Eh? She does all the deliberation. I mainly just sit there. The only time I speak is when a member of the order stops by. And even then, Aramis chuckled. It's not too stressful. Not with me being on one of the seats on the inside. How did they feel about that anyways? They weren't happy, Aramis replied, putting his only arm on his hip. He remembered all too well how he had lost his other arm. A quietus, gnawing it off. It's still nice having some eyes and ears in the place. Speaking of, we haven't received a report in a while, but... They haven't called an official meeting in months, Aramis sighed. I believe that a few of the 10 are meeting in secret to discuss the future of the order. Oh, that sounds wonderful. They are quite crafty. That they are, James yawned. You sure you're okay with the exposure route? We can go stealth if you like. No. No. Not at all. We can get everything done quicker this way. You have your eidolon taking notes? Yes, I do, James said proudly. He didn't reveal the palms of his hands, but he knew Aramis trusted him. Aramis nodded and took a step forward, toward the heart of the forest. At least this way we can continue talking, his mentor said. James followed right behind him. Tell me, do you feel that if you were in charge of making life-threatening decisions, you would become a better sage? I already told you, he grunted, leaping over a cluster of thick roots. I'm not even sure if I am a sage at this point, but... Well, would making those kind of decisions help? I have no idea. Not that I'm itching to make them. They are necessary in the heat of battle, but it's still a gut reaction. Nothing wise about it. What are you saying? That it's not the quick decisions that determine how wise you are. For example, you chose exposure. It might seem like the best plan at the time. But for all we know, we could be walking right into a trap. Perhaps the quietus have gotten stronger than you over the years, or they have gotten better at their stealth. What did you base this entire decision on? Just the fact that we can do it quickly, and that you can observe with your eidolon while they are observing us. That is all. It is very risky. So, James trailed off, beginning to sweat. It was a bad call? The future will let us know, Aramis replied with a grin that James couldn't see. Then what makes me wise? You must train yourself to become tuned into the world around you. You must go beyond observing. You must understand why something is the way it is. You will quickly find that there is nothing being performed without reason. Everything we see, hear, feel, touch and smell are results and consequences, decisions made by our ancestors. Decisions that we are still feeling the result of today. You must think long-term, James. Not just the immediate. Of course, this is harder than it seems, because there will be times in which you only have a split second to make that decision. However, if you train yourself, if you steel yourself and learn, it will get easier. Is this what you came up with in your spare time? James chuckled. I would be lying if I said that Auchelin and I didn't spend long nights deep in conversation. Since I don't have to worry about the kingdom as much, I have time to dwell on matters. It has been very soothing. I realized that whether you act or not, a decision is always made. But they don't have to be. You can know, in almost every situation, what the right course of action is. Don't just act on whims. Remember that in the face of opposition, a person's first inkling is to run. That's how people are destroyed. It sounds really hard. Just keep practicing. Understand that what you say and do has long-lasting effects on everyone. You can only become wise through practice, and practice comes through a willingness to strive for more, and at times, sacrifice. You may not think of yourself as a sage now, but that doesn't mean you can't act like one. James considered his mentor's words as they continued walking. Aramis brushed his hand against the bark of one of the trees he passed. It's amazing how quickly they healed and regrew from the damage we caused. Hopefully, they won't be damaged again, James replied. Picking up anything? Nothing. No wildlife. No quietus. Nothing. It's dead here. Interesting, Aramis said, thinking carefully. How far can you read? The entire quietus kingdom, James replied. I'm tapping into my quietus blood to enhance my senses. There's nothing here, unless the survivors are hiding beyond an eidolon's capabilities. Unlikely, but let's keep on checking. Agreed. Asterisk. He barely felt the chains on his wrists. They dug into his skin, and they were so tight that they were leaving welts, but they didn't hurt one bit. They should have hurt. It would have been what he deserved. But instead, he was denied even that. The two adults that had brought him in were both of the Alien order, and they were big and strong, but even they couldn't hold him if he didn't want them to. He was slowly coming under the impression that no one in LA could. And he didn't know what that meant. He didn't want to know what that meant. He was thrown to his knees on the hard throne room floor. He kept his visage on the queen, but one of the adults grabbed him by the neck and forced his head down. He could hear her rising from her throne chair, slow and uncertain. What is this? Catherine demanded, to which one of the adults cleared his throat. Your Highness, this boy has committed murder. Murder? Her voice was appalled, with both shock and disbelief. He could feel her icy gaze upon the back of his neck. There hasn't been a murder in nearly half a decade. Are you sure? There were witnesses, the man continued. Seeker, what happened? He was fighting with eidolons in the Meadowan. So it was an accident. No, Your Grace. It was not. This boy had already broken another's nose and so help was sought after. When we arrived, we personally saw this boy break the eidolon of another. It was Master Toril's son. Master Toril? Bastian's eyes went wide. That's who Mason was? A child of the Order of the Aliens? No wonder he was so brash. Was Mason cared for? He heard Catherine ask. Yes. He is well, considering the trauma. So no murder was committed. There might as well have been. He shouted, to which he then cleared his throat again. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It's just that, there might as well have been. We know all too well what happens to someone when their eidolon is broken. There is the risk of death if the wielder is weak. But, there was no murder. There was so, he insisted. A murder of the boy's character and spirit. He has lost the confidence and tenacity that he once showed. I fear that he may not fight again. He will deny his acceptance to the academy, and seek a life of mediocrity. He will waste his life away when he could have been a great warrior. If the kingdom is attacked, his lack of participation will be the end of. That will be enough, Catherine said, doing her best to stifle a snicker. Bastian took the chance and raised his head. Catherine indeed was fighting back a smile. No murder has been committed. The eidolon was broken, but it hasn't even been a day. If he truly is Master Toril's son, and he is to become this legend as you say, he will be fine. I understand that Master Toril wants the best care for his son, but I hardly think. I came in Master Toril's stead. Wait. Does he not know you're here? He told me not to bother. Seeker, she sighed. Then why are you here? Because this boy must be punished. He spat. No one can attack, let alone kill, the son of our leader and get away with it. This boy obviously has violent tendencies. He should be dealt with. And what is your suggestion? Please don't say DEA. Death. He shouted, his voice echoing off the walls. Death, she sighed. Of course. Listen, Seeker, the order is not above anyone else in this kingdom. They are no higher or lower than the villagers, the sages, this court, or our friends from the other kingdoms. Your position is an office like mine. It is a privilege, not a right. With all due respect, that is easy to say when you're living in a castle. Were you there when we were discussing that very topic? Catherine smiled sweetly. It was only a few weeks after our battle with Thorn. I said that I wanted to leave it torn down. Expand the meadow. Make it a training ground for the people, but guess what? The people wouldn't have it. They said that I needed a place to call my own and a platform in which to rule from. A place that outsiders would travel to and respect. I didn't want it, but they did, and so I listened. So if the people changed their mind? Seeker asked innocently. I would have it torn down, Catherine replied. In a heartbeat. But that is not what's up for discussion. We're here to talk about Bastion, Seeker said with disgust. He lives on the outskirts, with his mother and father. They also want nothing to do with him. Oh, so it's that Bastion, she replied. Seeker raised an eyebrow. Your Grace? Not your concern. Is there anything else that you want to say? Just that the boy should be removed from society. And what do you have to say about it, Bastion? Catherine asked. That it's not how it sounds, he replied. We were playing, and Mason wanted to see my Eidolon. I refused, and a girl named Daisy came to my aid. Mason pretended to leave, but then he went to attack Daisy with his Eidolon. He was aiming right for her head. I had to stop him. I didn't mean for his Eidolon to break. I just wanted to stop her from getting hurt. He's the one that tried to kill her. Is this true? Catherine turned her attention to Seeker. Her face was as stone. Mason claims it is not. You didn't see Mason attempting to hit Daisy with his Eidolon? If you saw Bastion intervene, you should have seen that as well. I didn't see it because that isn't what happened, Seeker replied. The boy is lying. Well, she said, putting her hand to her chin. This is a dilemma. Two different accounts. But you know, I really shouldn't rule until I have had the facts investigated myself. After all, a life hangs in the balance. For now, I will have Bastion separated from society as you suggested. He will live here in the castle, and he will be forbidden to go beyond the meadow's edge until opening day of the Sage Academy. At that time, I will decide his fate. He will either go to the school, or he won't. My queen, Seeker said in shock. Is it wise to allow this boy, this murderer, to stay in your castle? He might. What if your judgment is wrong? What if? I am well protected, she said. Don't worry about me. If that is what you wish, he said. He looked over to the other man that had apprehended Bastion. He reached into his pocket and revealed a key to the chains. Catherine clapped her hands together and the man looked up in wonder, then he threw her the key. Good afternoon, Seeker said. He bowed, and then the two men left Bastion to her. Catherine nodded over to the guards. Cancel any other meetings, she said. I have work to do. The guard nodded back and she stepped down from the throne platform. Bastion cast his eyes low as she approached. He didn't dare look into her eyes. He didn't want to see the condemnation. The disgust. Surely she had only put on a good show for the order. Now she would have him cast into a dungeon, or actually executed. His thoughts raced wildly as he heard her footsteps close the distance between them. When her bare feet was right under him, she took her hand and cupped his chin into her palm. She lifted his head until his eyes met hers. She took his breath away. It was like looking into the face of the divine. The sunlight was streaming in freely through the open windows, and a few bluebird had come in from the outside to splash around in the fountains. The guards were still in the room, but at the far walls, and they were as silent as statues. No one spoke. Nothing echoed but the soothing and sweet sounds of nature. He felt at peace, and it was like she had cast it upon him like a spell. In an instant, he remembered the stories. The stories of the loving and merciful queen. The heart and soul of Alay. The revered Catherine. He felt safe. Are you hurt? She asked him, letting her hand go from his chin. This time, he kept his head in place. He did not lower it. How were you treated on the way here? I see no bruises. I'm fine, he whispered, gazing into her curly hair. She reached down and quickly undid the locks holding the chains together. She ripped them off of him with surprising strength, considering her slender frame. She grabbed the backs of his elbow and helped him to his feet. She stood only a few inches taller than him. Bastion, she said with a smile. Welcome to my castle. I don't understand, he found himself saying. Aren't I in trouble? No, she laughed. I have eyes and ears all over this kingdom. My bodyguard saw the whole thing. Well, more like felt. What? Catherine smiled again and looked behind her. From the shadows, coming off the side of the throne platform, Talia emerged. She was small, but stocky. Her hair was in a long braid with interchanging colors of black and dark purple. Her face was like a mouse, almond eyes, button nose and tiny lips. The features almost seemed out of place on her hardened chin and dirty cheeks. She wore slender steel armor, all in a blue silver. Her gauntlets and breastplate appeared to be shimmering like water was falling upon it. He squinted his eyes and came to the conclusion. She was manifesting her armor. They were part of her. Talia nodded in their direction before she moved backwards into the shadows. Talia is very talented, Catherine replied. There isn't a moment that goes by in which she's not using her eidolon. I don't even think she sleeps with it sheathed. She was able to explain to me in detail the emotions running through the two of you before Seeker even arrived. She sensed it all from that far away? Bastion asked in awe. It's not hard, Catherine said. Not for someone as talented as her. I'm sure you could do it easily. At the most, a little practice and you'll have it down like a master. I can sense how strong you are. Bastion looked over to the left, where Talia had been standing. It was the first time he couldn't sense someone's power. At least, not without his eidolon. He wanted to unsheath his blade and take a read, but he wasn't sure how that would play over with the queen. Come to think of it, he thought. I can't sense the queen's power either, and she's standing right in front of me. So you've noticed, Catherine gave him a smirk, once their eyes met again. But, Master James. I'm stronger than my husband, she said with confidence. At least, until he taps into his quietus side. Bastion scrunched up his eyebrows. Was that the only reason he thought he was stronger than James? Because he was merely sensing one side of his true potential? Was James really that much stronger when he let everything go? But, Catherine began. From what I can tell, you might have us all beat. You can read me? A little. But it's kind of like looking down the side of a mountain from atop the summit. It's almost impossible to truly see the bottom. You can't even sense my bottom? Well, even in the analogy of the mountain, I may be able to see the bottom, but only at the right angle. Perhaps I'm just not looking into you the right way. Bastion, you have potential beyond anything I have ever seen or felt before. What does that mean? He asked. He desperately wanted to know. I'm not sure, she admitted solemnly. It both scares and excites me. For too long, the Alayans were scared of their own collective strength. There were few sages born, and now, there is an explosion. For every 10 villagers or so, there is one who has released their eidolon. However, I have not met anyone like you. And I include myself in that statement. I wonder if this is a sign. The beginning of a new era for Alay. Or a sign of danger, Bastion replied. Catherine's smile fell, but her eyes remained vibrant. Or that, she said slowly. And I don't mean you, Bastion. It's just that I have found there is a great deal of balance in the world. Someone like you can't be born without another phenomenon of at least equal value, arising on the other end of the spectrum. What spectrum? He asked, to which she turned toward her guards. Guards, please leave us. Talia, that means you as well. I want to speak with him alone. The rushing of footsteps exiting the throne room did little to calm his nerves. Chapter 7, The Well. There is nothing here, James sighed, kicking a rock down the massive crater. Aramis nodded in agreement. We've checked every corner of this place. Trust me. Well, it was worth a try, Aramis said, sitting down and crossing his legs. James crossed his arms and stared out into the crater, his white cloak flapping in the wind behind him. Something about their account though, James said into the wind. I had a feeling about this one. Well, Aramis said, closing his eyes. At least we won't have another order on our hands. It gets a bit ridiculous at times. At least the Pratlian order is too busy bickering among themselves to bother us. The Longoran order alone are a handful. I can't even imagine what a quietus one would be like. Whenever there's people around, in general, there's always conflict, James said. So what's happening now that's so annoying? Anything worth mentioning? Nothing I can't handle. But basically it's the same tired demand from the Alayan order. They want the other orders to don eidolons to show their allegiance to Alay. I try to explain how we are all the same. It doesn't matter if one uses their energy to get bigger or fashion a sword, but they say it's the principle. There should be a symbol that they can reveal to all of whom they follow. But Langer and Prattle still have their kings. I know. And there is no way they are going to sign off on such a decree. I know they respect Catherine highly, and they were serious when they said that they would integrate with LA, but not at the expense of their history and culture. The bickering will continue through the ages. I just wish I could have more time with Catherine, he said. Another light breeze brushed past them. It's all I want. Nothing more. You and Catherine could find a successor like we did, he winked. Then you could retire. Yeah, right, James laughed. You're sitting here in the middle of the Quietus kingdom too. Humph, retirement. The truth hurts, Aramis laughed, rising to his feet. Well, I suppose we should be heading back. At full speed, we can be back by nightfall and have some dinner. I like the sound of that. But before we go, are you absolutely sure there is nothing left to check? No hidden passages? Secret caverns? None. The Langorans, they are not. Well, the Pratlians did make a tunnel too. We have to give them that. True. I can only imagine them debating on the circumference of the tunnel, of how James stopped, as if he had heard a noise. Aramis followed his line of sight, but he saw nothing in the distance. What is it? Put yourself into the minds of the Quietus. Your kingdom has been destroyed, and your loved ones have been killed, right before your eyes. All against an enemy that can manifest creatures scarier than you. What would you do? The Quietus are known to fight against all odds, even against insurmountable ones. But here? James waved his hands before him. Aramis took in his surroundings. In your own home? Your comfort place? The Quietus are always the ones looking for the fight. The fight doesn't come to them. I think that if it looked truly hopeless, they would run. So if there are survivors, they've gone elsewhere. But where? You're running from this godlike enemy. What do you do? What place do you know of that could give you even an ounce of protection? Prattle. Aramis snapped his fingers together. They have a high mountain in security, and they wouldn't have known about Thorn's assault on the place. Not to mention that they have tried to attack Prattle themselves in the past without success. Exactly. James said. And even if they did go there and notice the destruction, what are the odds that their enemy will return? Especially after he was already victorious? And the boys did mention snow. At the time, I was so focused on finding my mother that I didn't think of it carefully. Prattle is the only place that has an abundance of snow. Let's go, Aramis smiled. Full speed. James didn't even confirm with his mentor. He had already taken off. Aramis was right behind. Asterisk. What are we going to do? Bastian asked her, but Catherine put a finger to her lips. Just grant me this one request. Release your Eidolon. But why? He whined. What was with everyone asking him to release his Eidolon? Why did they have to see his soul? What did it matter? Please, Bastian. He wasn't ready to say no to the queen, especially when his life was in her hands, so he followed through. Placing a hand over his heart, he slowly released it, grabbing the hilt, and the rest, letting it emerge in whatever shape it desired. Once the hilt was out, it took on a variety of forms. At first, it was a book at the end of the hilt, then a snake, then a curtain, then a spear. When the spear appeared, the hilt melted into the pole and the pole extended outwards, nearly hitting Catherine in the face. She dodged it nimbly and laughed it off. He blushed and concentrated, turning it into the ocean blue gladius that he had used earlier. Catherine stepped forward. Bastian winced as she brushed her hand across the surface. He was afraid that the sword would suddenly transform and cut her. Or worse. Magnificent, she said, taking her hand away. Your abilities will indeed surpass my own. All of ours. What do you mean? He asked. He was growing less afraid by the minute. When you release your Eidolon, your raw power is so great that it is hard for it to take form. For a few seconds, it is merely a product of your running imagination. After all, it is the mind that wills the soul into becoming more than its composition. Everyone has a soul, but it's what you do with it that matters. That's what molds it like clay into the vessel it was always meant to be. When you defended Daisy, what shape was your Eidolon? This, he said, turning over the gladius in his hand. That's because you were focused. Although it was instinctively, you knew in your mind that you needed a sword to clash against the other. That's your weakness, and what you should work on. Your control. And I don't just mean your thoughts. Your emotions. Your basic instincts. Everything. The Sage Academy should teach you most of that. So I'm to go there? I'm going back into society? In a way, she said, turning around and heading back to the throne platform. She motioned for him to follow. When they reached the top of the stairs, she pointed to James' seat. Bastian sat down in it with hesitation. But as soon as his posterior hit the cushion, a smile emerged. It felt good. Catherine leaned to the side so that she could face him. I must tell you something unsettling. It is how I knew who you were, even before you arrived with Seeker. Okay, he said. He placed his hands in his lap and waited anxiously. Your mother came here earlier. She said that you were forbidden to return home, . What else did she say? He asked quickly. Within 2 days, he had broken the eidolons of 2 citizens. His future wasn't looking good. She told me everything, Catherine replied, and I promised that I would not tell your father about her transformation, as well as yours. But why? It's not my place. She will tell him in her own time. But that is not what I wanted to talk to you about. From this moment on, your home will be here, in the castle. You will have your own quarters, and you can come ask me a question anytime you like. So you're supposed to be my new mom or something? She wasn't that old. Oh, no, she laughed. Call me a guardian. That's more like it. And how does Master James feel about that? He's just James from now on, and trust me, he'll be okay with it. We know each other very well. Still, is this something you would be interested in? Of course, he chuckled, unfolding his hands and feeling the chair's soft armrests. I mean, if I'm wanted, . Bastian, I know your history, Catherine said, to which he felt his heart stop. He gripped the side of the chair, and she reached over to place her hand over his. It's okay. I don't look down upon you for it. She did, he said bitterly. He didn't mean it to come out so cold, but it did regardless. I think that when she found out I had released an eidolon, she was in shock. Having been with them for so long, she probably thought I had been assimilated. You'll always be alien. I know, he said. I also know that the hatred for the Quietus runs deep. When they all died, it was like everyone took a mass sigh of relief. Like a disease had just been eradicated, and the world was better off for it. You were a prisoner in Quietus. That doesn't make you one of them. Not that they are different than we are. You know that my husband is half Quietus. It's different with Master James. He's the great hero. The one that saved the world. He's earned his place in their hearts. I'm just used goods. It's like bringing your carriage home and finding dung on the wheels. People who know my past look at me like that. He wasn't used to speaking his mind so freely, but somehow, he felt at ease in Catherine's presence. She didn't judge, or even try to force her way upon him. She just listened, and perhaps sought a little understanding, not because she was using it as ammunition later on, but because she genuinely wanted to ease the burden of his suffering. She truly cared. They thought I was tainted, he said through grit teeth, his eyes listless with memories of his first experiences. But they were the only ones to take me in. Because it was a pair of extra hands, and they needed the labor. It was hard enough living on the outskirts. The villagers on the outskirts truly are a proud bunch, Catherine sighed. We've offered to help heal the soil, till the land, fertilize, but they would have none of it. They believe that they can make it work without our assistance. Tell me about it, Bastian said, sitting back hard into the throne chair. They didn't make it easier to forget my time in Quietus. They reminded me constantly with little jabs and nicknames. The only way I could deal with it was just keeping it all in and turning off my emotions the best I could. It was the only way. I'm too dangerous. Did you always have that amount of power? She asked. I mean, even before you released your eidolon, and you were in Quietus. Did you feel something different about you? Yes, he said. There was no wavering, and no uncertainty in his answer. And that's why I want to learn more about becoming a sage. I want to let go of everything. But it's hard. It's all I know. It's all I remember. It scared me being in Quietus, more than you could ever know. I'm sorry. No. No. Bastian, it's okay. I'm not here to cast judgment. I'm only curious. If you don't want to talk anymore, that's okay. I just don't want you to look at me any less. I want to move on from my time there. From the outskirts. I don't want to think about it anymore. And we don't have to. The conversation is dead. No. I have to say this last part. I have to. It's nice talking with you, Catherine. You make me hopeful. I'm not so afraid, knowing that you will be there to help me. I'm happy to help, she beamed, and then her smile slowly fell as she grew concerned. So Bastian, what was it that scared you in Quietus? If you're comfortable saying. He sighed, and then he looked up at her, his eyes looking directly into hers. It's the fact that even without an Eidolon, I could have destroyed them all. Each and every one. Chapter 8, Hide and Seek. This time, we go with caution, James said. Agreed, Aramis chuckled under his breath. Even though the ruined kingdom of Prattle was far less dangerous and intimidating, the moment they reached the top of the mountain, there was an immediate, unnatural chill in the air. It wasn't like in Quietus, where everything was still and dead. The air in Prattle was quiet, which was a completely different thing. Quiet meant someone was intentionally keeping their voice hidden. James couldn't get a read on anyone in particular, but there was definitely something in the air that disturbed him. I'll take point, Aramis said, stepping in front of James. If we're attacked, I can use my winds to send you over the edge. Right, James said, shaking his head. Don't be too hasty with that notion there. You know what, let me go in front. I'm the one with 2 arms. That was low, Aramis said as James sped ahead. No Eidolons, James whispered. We don't want to scare anyone away. They reached the pillars of the entrance and stopped. Before, Prattle had ways to survey the area around them, in which case, they would be seen the moment they entered. With the kingdom being in ruins, that was now unlikely, but it was better to safe. James turned to his mentor. Aramis, I think you should go in first after all. That way, I can go around. Don't worry. I'll keep you safe. Ashelin will have your head if I'm not, he said playfully. James glanced to his left, estimated how high the rock wall was, and then he jumped as high as he could. Aramis used his winds to cushion the descent, and James landed without a sound. James nodded to his mentor, and then he moved forward, behind the Prattle merchant shops and houses. He was able to see Aramis the entire time, who was now walking steadily up the center. Aramis walked through the middle of the brick courtyard, where debaters and merchants had once shouted and bickered. There didn't appear to be a living soul around, but James still felt the chill. Something was there. He just didn't know what yet. Aramis reached the benches, just in front of the stairs that led to the destroyed castle. He sat down and draped an arm over the back of the bench. He began looking around, taking in the sights. After a minute had passed, he began whistling. James surveyed the area, trying to find what was hiding. He just couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then suddenly, he got the feeling that he was being hunted. That same chill licked the back of his neck gently, tickling his hair, and patting his ego. He was in trouble. He was the one they wanted, not Aramis. He was the biggest threat. He was the... James craned his neck to the right just as the side stabbed through the roof from his left. It started moving parallel to his neck, getting ready to sever his head, but James summoned his Eidolon from his shoulder. It was just enough to parry the side and send it backwards. The scimitar Eidolon continued to fly out and James grabbed the hilt, leaping forward with it. He somersaulted in midair and caught a glimpse of the Quietus behind him. It was bigger than average. That was for sure. Aramis unleashed his windmill-like Eidolon and began searching around him. Out of the shadows of the ruined shops and courtyard corners, claws began to peek out from the darkness and tap against the brick floor. The large Quietus on the roof licked its lips and shuddered, its black skin moving like waves of the ocean from his head to his feet. It jumped off and leapt toward the sages. Aramis caught it with a gust of wind and then sent it crashing into one of the already ruined wooden houses. It shrieked on impact, and the other Quietus emerged, surrounding the sages in a semicircle. The only escape was back out the entrance from where they came from. Still got time for that leap over the mountain, Aramis said. James shook his head. At least one of us can joke in a time like this. Are you actually scared, Dot? That Quietus almost got me back there, James huffed. I barely sensed it. Maybe these are more advanced. Either way, I'm not worried. No, me neither. Want to show them what they're up against? After you. James flashed his mentor a grin as a pillar of light shot down from the skies, engulfing him in its brilliance. A chorus of hisses pierced the air as he transformed his body. Within seconds, he once again donned his white-hot sage robe, its fabric glowing, and giving off light like a beacon, asking for all those nearby to witness his glory. It dared them to come closer, to draw nearer, and then to fall. Aramis followed suit. His pillar of light wasn't as bright or as wide, but it did the job. A long, dark blue robe hung over him where high cloak had once been, and his beard had suddenly gotten trimmed and cleaned. Standing back to back, the two sages prepared for the battle, their victory all but certain. But the Quietus weren't so drawn to the light. They hissed and bared their teeth, but they did little movement other than fidgeting. "We will not attack first," Aramis said, gripping his eidolon tight. "For all we know, this could be the last group of quietus in existence. If at all possible, we shouldn't even harm one too severely." "Right," James said, still waiting for the assault. "Come on. Is that what you truly want, Sage?" A voice cut through the air. The owner of the voice had not moved, so the sages hadn't detected anyone coming closer, but their senses were easily able to track the source. He stood from the bottom of the stairs that led to the castle. The mysterious quietus shuddered as it was still on all fours, and then its tar skin began to recede, flowing upwards from his legs, up his back and then disappearing into the crown of his head, revealing the person underneath. The quietus stood on its hind quarters until the reverse transformation was complete, losing its sides, its long neck, and formidable, organic armor. Unintimidating and blinking rapidly through gray, listless eyes, the man sighed and took a weary step forward. His clothes were shredded and caked in mud. His pants had become shorts, and his feet were bare in the cold snow. Seeing him like that, James realized that it was probably more comfortable for him and the others to stay in full quietus form. It was sure a lot warmer. "Why are you here?" the man asked in frustration. "We already told you that we wanted nothing to do with you. We told you what would happen if you returned." Aramis and James gave each other puzzled looks. "Returned?" "I'm sorry," Aramis said, stepping forward and sheathing his eidolon with a thought. It shimmered out of sight and back into his body. James did the same, but neither of them removed their sage garbs. "It's just that we really want to talk." James glanced at Aramis for a second, but then he quickly turned his attention back to the quietus around them. So, his mentor decided to play along in order to gather information. How was he able to do that so quickly? Did he even think about it, or it all just came naturally? So what happened? They left to get someone else to speak in their stead? "What do you mean?" Aramis asked. "Who? Pradlians?" "No. Of course not," the quietus said, closing his eyes in exhaustion. "We haven't seen a Pradlian in years." "They were killed too, weren't they?" "Then those who contacted you, they were Alayans?" Aramis asked, raising an eyebrow. "Sages, like you," he said with disgust. "You're kind." "How is—" Aramis began, but he stopped himself. James folded his arms as he waited for more. "Sages? Sages that knew about the quietus living here? Maybe. Were these sages young?" James asked. "We received a report of some of our youth encountering a quietus in this general area, but they weren't young at all. They were probably as old as him," he said, pointing to Aramis. "If they did anything to offend you," Aramis said with palms raised, "I apologize. That was not our intention." "So you're their leader?" "Yes, I am." "Then tell us what is happening," he shouted, causing a stir from the quietus on the rooftops. "Our home was destroyed. The Pradlians, they didn't survive either, did they? We're still trying to find a way in Langer with the few we have, and Alay, we dare not go near that place. We will stick to our word of leaving the kingdom alone. But I will retaliate if provoked. That's why I had to ward off your men. They had a lust for blood all over them." "What is your name?" Aramis asked, his voice laced with concern. "Hakin." "Hakin, you have survived and lived here alone, all this time?" "We barely have any food, we only have each other. But I am willing to negotiate. You seem kinder than they." His words were coated in self-loathing. For all he knew, the Alayans were still their enemy, but they had been cut off from the world for so long, they were willing to sacrifice old feuds and pride for a bit of sustenance. "We can give you food," Aramis replied, to which the quietus eyes lit up. "But we don't have any here. We would have to go back to Alay." "No. We're not going to join you." That's what the other sages wanted. "Join us?" "No. We just want to help." That's not what they said. "Tell me, what did they talk about? What did they look like?" "Perhaps they misconstrued my message." "There were two. A man and a woman. The man was tall and thin, but not lanky nor weak. I could smell his strength from a mile away. He was dangerous. He would have killed us all if he wasn't trying to persuade us to their side. He did all the talking while the woman just stood there. She was shorter than him, but definitely thicker. She looked as solid as a rock. I couldn't even sense anything coming from her. They both wore robes of black. I think they had armor, but it was well hidden underneath. And this man. What did he say exactly?" He said that the end was near and that they would soon take back what is theirs. If we were smart, we would join them. Otherwise, we would be slaughtered later on. That doesn't sound like my men, Aramis replied, putting a hand to his chin. Take back what was theirs? Was it possible that there were other sages who weren't privy to current events? Others hidden in the shadows? We declined, he said through clenched teeth. We're hungry, but we're not desperate enough to pledge our allegiance yet. I don't care if you sages are looking to rebuild the old world, I'm not going to join hands with my enemy until I know what is going on. Speaking of, what happened to Thorn? Is he still alive? No, James said, uncrossing his arms. James is the one that killed him, Aramis replied. And the situation is not what it appears. Prattle and Quietus were destroyed, but Langer and Alay are standing strong. The kingdoms came together before it was too late, and we all united against Thorn. It's unfortunate that we weren't able to save your people, but know that the time of war between us all is over. We know that the siege of 88 was not your fault. Thorn is dead? Hakon said with uncertainty. How long? Nearly 5 years, he replied solemnly. Hakon cast his eyes to the rooftops, exchanging silent messages with his people. James could only imagine what was being said. Are there remnants of each kingdom? He said, his voice shaking. Alay is strong, as well as Langer. Prattle's population is only about a third of what it was, and as far as the Quietus, you're the first group we've encountered. I'm sorry. We're the last? I'm sorry, Hakon. I am, Aramis sighed. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can grant you asylum in our kingdom. There is no animosity toward each other anymore. Come to Alay, and we can have you and your people fed. If we are the last, do you think I would just believe the word of a sage? This could be a trick. That's true, but I'm being genuine. Allow us to assist in any way possible. If you like, you can send someone to accompany us back to Alay. They can examine our living situation and then report back to you. We can send him or her back with food and supplies as well. There is no need to make such a huge transition all at once. Not good enough. I want one of you to stay here as a hostage. Since you're the leader, you will do. The boy over there can run back to Alay with my courier. If they both aren't back in 2 days, we take your head. Agreed. Another problem has arisen as well. If those sages were not your men, then who are they? That would mean that someone is going against the peace you spoke of. Unless, all of what you said are lies. I'm speaking the truth, Aramis said, folding his arms. I don't know who those Alayans were, but I promise you, we will find out. Indeed, James thought to himself. If the sages were not the youth, then who were they? Someone from the order of the Alayans? Rogue agents? Sages that had been away since the siege of 88? New enemies? Either way, it was an unsettling situation. These sages sounded aggressive, and if they were from the new Alay, then there was a lot more going on behind the scenes than they knew. If these sages return, you can help my people fight them, Hakon replied. Aramis nodded. Of course, he said. But I would also like to acquire a little more information, if you don't mind. How did you scare them off? It sounded like they would have just killed you as soon as you refused their offer. If you're lying, you'll find out soon enough, he replied. But first, food and supplies for my people. Asterisk. Since he was now staying at the castle, attending the dinner Catherine had every night became a necessity. No more subpar meals prepared by his mother, or bartering for pieces of fruit from the merchants. The dining hall, and therefore the dinner, was open to all each and every night, but he had stayed away in the past. He wasn't too fond of large groups. Once again, that was something he would have to get over. He figured he could. Especially if Catherine was there to help him. She was a true queen. Even after he had revealed his dark thoughts and questionable past, she had accepted him. She had even given him a hug, knowing full well that he could have struck her down in that moment. He was in awe. How could she trust him like that? How could she put her life in danger so casually? She didn't even know him. And yet, she treated him like she had all his life. For that, he was more than willing to try to be there for her. The dining hall, a new addition to the castle, was as large as the throne room, but all of the fountains and gardens had been replaced with tables and benches. Candles were strewn around the walls like blades of grass, and chandeliers hung from above. Music was played by village instrumentalists, whomever desired to join in the festivities that night, and the food was prepared both by merchants that wished to advertise their skill, and the castle kitchen staff. The most impressive element, however, was the fact that there were no special podiums or platforms for the queen and her guests. She sat with the people. Perhaps it was dangerous, a little unconventional, and very unbecoming of royalty, but as soon as he walked into the hall, he realized why nearly half the village came each night, squeezing into the tight spaces and sitting in each other's laps, just to dine with those of the castle. Joe was at the middle table, telling a story of past exploits. Talia was 2 tables to the right, laughing with the villagers over an inside joke, and Catherine was in the far back, sitting at the kids' table. There wasn't a child over 6 there, and they were in the middle of a controlled food fight. Catherine used her sage abilities to form a protective sphere around their general area as they flung juice, berries, vegetables, and meat all over each other. Catherine was cackling and practically screaming with delight as the juice streamed through her face and the food got strewn about in her hair and onto her clothes. The kids were merciless, but from the shine in their eyes, he could tell that they were having the time of their lives. Bastian smiled and took the first seat he could find, located in the front right-hand corner. The table was nearly empty as there was only an elderly couple there, quietly enjoying their meal. The food was basically untouched and he could see that there was some questionable termite lying in the center of the table on a silver platter, surrounded by a variety of fruit. He poked the cooked termite cautiously when the table shook. He felt 2 people sit down in front of him. He looked up beyond the termite and saw the faces of Daisy and Kent. "Hiya," Daisy said though a wide grin. Kent chuckled and began ripping off chunks of termite and throwing it onto his plate. Daisy gave him a disgusted glance and threw an apple onto his plate. "You're not getting all of your nutrients." "The meat has nutrients," Kent replied, beginning to rip the flesh apart with his teeth. "So does a tree. That doesn't mean we just eat that. See? You've made my point. You're making no sense again, love. Why don't you You did it again, didn't you?" Kent chuckled and continued eating as Bastian's eyes darted back and forth between them. Daisy smiled sweetly toward him and shoved the tur to the side so that they could see each other better. "How have you been?" she asked. "Why are you here?" Bastian asked in return. She feigned offense, placing a hand to her chest as her jaw dropped. "This dinner is open to the public. How dare you?" "I'm sorry," he replied, grabbing an apple and taking a bite. "I don't understand you," she chuckled. "What happened to the boy that defended my life today? He's enjoying an apple. You know that I'm grateful for what you did. Just so you know though, I had it covered. Didn't seem like it. I knew he was going to try to hit me. Based on what I was sensing, you had no idea. Is that true?" she asked curiously. She hit Kent in the arm, telling him to pay attention. He lifted his head and kept his eyes on Bastian, but he continued eating just the same. "Is what true? That you could sense someone's intentions to that level? That's some master sage abilities. All sages can do it. But you're definitely stronger than most, no, just about everyone. I bet you could even give the elders a run if you wanted. Maybe, but where would that get me? You could be the strongest warrior here. Already people are talking about what happened in the meadow, and how Queen Catherine's taking you under her tutelage. This is some exciting stuff. She'll be able to groom you to become a real warrior for the kingdom." "Wait, what does that mean?" he said, raising his head and putting down the apple. "Catherine took me in because my parents want nothing to do with me, and I hurt the Order's son. I needed a place to live. You think that's all?" Kent laughed. "The Queen is keeping you close. You got a lot of power within you. The kind that begs to be watched." "No, she cares about me," Bastian retorted. "I mean, she knows what I can do, but it's not all about that." "Keep deluding yourself," Kent chuckled, going back to his meat. Daisy shook her head. "We could be wrong," she said, her eyes softening. "Who really knows? I mean, the Queen definitely loves her people. No doubt about that." Bastian's eyes wandered over to the Queen. She was using the backs of her hands as shields, blocking the barrage of food flying at her with lightning speed. The kids had all amassed across from her, joining together in their attempt to take down the Queen. They would run out of food before that happened. "So why are you here?" he sighed. "Like, at the table." "We're here to help you," she smiled. "Right," he sighed, picking up the apple and taking another bite. "You probably want to use me as a weapon too. That whole thing about Catherine not caring for who I am as a person, it doesn't make sense. But thinking she's using me? That came from your mouth. Your thoughts. Because you're thinking of doing exactly that. Using me. You make it sound horrible," Daisy retorted. "That's not how I would put it." "Then how would you?" "Sage Academy opens in a couple days," Kent coughed, pounding his chest. "It's not like the old days, where there were only a few sages, and they all had to go on that journey. This is different. There is no epic quest to train for. No danger. And there are going to be hundreds of sages. You know what happens when people don't have a focus? Drama. Drama? Bastion scoffed. What does that have to do with me? You're the talk of the village right now. That means people are going to be either looking to you for guidance, or trying to take you down. Belittle you. Ridicule you. Destroy you any way they can. And I'm sorry, love, Daisy said, placing a hand on Bastion's. But you got an anger problem. Who's angry? He snapped, whipping his hand away. Come on, take your nutrients, she said, handing him a carrot. Bastion swatted it out of her hand. Don't make a fuss now. Daisy, stop playing, Kent said, reaching over and pushing her back into her seat. This is serious. You could have fooled me a moment ago. I think there's still some tur in your cinderblock teeth. Who cares if people come after me? Bastion said. They can't hurt me, Dot. That's where you're wrong, Daisy said, shaking her head. There's more to demolishing a person than physical pain and death. Daisy's right, Kent replied. They might not be able to harm your body, because of how strong you are. But your mind? Your emotions? Even the weakest among them can do that if they know how. What we want to do is join forces. We would help you with the attacks on your mind, and you help us with the assaults on our body. So I'm your bodyguard now? Bastion scoffed. No, you'll be our friend, Daisy said. Whatever happens, we're there for you. We just hope that you'll be there in return. You're making it sound like we're joining a military. These are times of peace. Everyone has unity on the mind. No one's going to hurt me, especially with the master sages around. I hear you, Kent replied, nodding his head. And you know, that's how we should look at things. We should stay positive, but what are we going to do if something does happen? We won't be prepared. Here's some food for thought, Daisy said, leaning in. I'm sure you remember our boy, Mason, don't you? How could I forget? Bastion winced. I'll have you know that there are others in the village just like him. Same mindset and everything. And you think those gentlemen and ladies aren't already forming factions and alliances? After what you did to Mason today, at the very least, you'll be facing him again once he's healed up. So yeah, the battles might be different, but make no mistake. This is war. Chapter 9, Letting Go. Bastion knew she was speaking the truth. He had hoped that Mason wouldn't retaliate. Perhaps he would be too scared, or he wouldn't think that any more fighting was worth it. But it was a dreamer's hope. He was the son of an order master. Short of the Queen's court and his father, he arguably had the most power in the entire kingdom of LA. Why would he back down? Why would he stay away once school had begun? There was too much pressure from the student body. They expected retribution, and every one of them were already talking about it, sitting on the sidelines and waiting for the battle to unfold. Already, the armies were being formed, whether he liked it or not. No matter how powerful he was, the sting of Daisy's truth had pricked his heart. He knew that as strong as he was, his will was just as weak. Just tell me something, Bastion said, his eyes cast down to the table. This whole thing and what's about to happen, this looming war between me and Mason, is that the only reason you're coming to me right now? What do you mean? Kent asked, but Daisy put a hand to the Langoran's mouth. I'm not going to lie to you, Daisy said. I don't know you. That's the truth. You might have some impressive abilities underneath, but I've barely seen them. Yeah, I'm coming here first for myself. I want some protection of my own, and yeah, if Mason really brings the heat, we're looking at a long conflict. With no enemies on the horizon, this will be as close to making a name for myself as I can get. This is as epic a war as I can hope for. But with that being said, that don't mean I want to see you get slaughtered either. You saved my life today, and you're a sweet kid. Even if I didn't get something out of it, and we went our separate ways, I would have at least defended you in word. I wasn't sure whether to admit it or not, Kent replied. But I feel the same way. Not to say we can't become friends for real, Daisy said. Isn't that how life works out anyways? You start talking to someone based on common interests and then things bloom from there. You don't start out friends the first second. Yeah, but you don't have to be so brutally honest, Kent laughed. Geez. I wasn't going to say all that at that. Bastion should know where we stand, Daisy said, looking across the table. And we should know where his mind is at too. I'll take you up on your offer, Bastion smiled, looking to each of them. Who knows what will happen? That's the spirit! Daisy shouted. The elderly woman next to her grunted in annoyance. So what happens now? Bastian asked. Do we just hang out? Do we prepare for opening day? I'm completely clueless when it comes to social war. We'll take care of all that, Kent smiled. Daisy's attention was drawn to the left as the sound of benches and tables being moved reverberated throughout the hall. The music was picking up, and castle staff was already beginning to clean up the mess from the isolated food fight. Based on the smile on her face, Bastian figured that she enjoyed whatever was coming next. Ah, our training begins now. She cackled like a mad woman. Bastian looked over at Kent with wide eyes, and the Longoran just chuckled to himself. What do you mean? Bastian asked, when Daisy grabbed his hand. We dance. Oh no, he laughed. That's not happening. And you can't fool me. That has nothing to do with training. Says you. You might as well go, Kent laughed. She won't take no for an answer. Besides, it's a lot more fun than you think. So what are you going to do? Just sit here at the table and watch? Bastian asked, his heart beating fast. Oh no, I'm going to join in the singing. You'll see. I'll be up in front with the other musicians and singers. I didn't know you could sing. There's a lot you don't know about me, but that will come in time. What do you sing? Stop stalling. Daisy shrieked, to which Kent placed his hand on her shoulder. Just a moment, Daisy, he said, turning back to Bastian. I usually make up lyrics to go with the music that is being played at the moment. It was actually an old pastime that Langorans used to enjoy before we built our plazas in Golden Streets. As of right now, our people are quite divided between those who still enjoy the rubies, gold, and flair, and those who search deep within ourselves for hidden treasures. Make up songs? Bastian chuckled, to which Daisy joined in. Kent scowled and muttered something under his breath. Sorry, Bastian calmed down. I didn't mean to offend you. Don't worry about it, Kent smiled slyly. Just be careful. I might just make a song about you. One that will withstand the test of time. I can already hear the tune. Ah, I think the lyrics are coming to me now. Bastian, whose strength is beyond measure, thinks he can withstand the conflict like a tanner to leather. His enemies laugh as if tickled by a feather. His eidolon wilts as a rose gets redder. Together, I conjecture that we can endure any weather. But whether he can do better alone, I can't gather. Alone he is short, he'll be swallowed by tides, he'll get wetter. And only then he'll find that Daisy and Kent are his true treasures. Are you sure you don't want to rhyme some more? Bastian asked him, rubbing his ear. Because I really think you do. You seem to really enjoy it. You should have danced, Daisy said, shaking her head. What is that? Kent said, as he placed the palms of his hands on his temples. I think another song is emerging from the depths of my soul. This will be a good one. Fine. Bastian shouted, grabbing Daisy's hand and pulling her from her seat. We'll dance until our feet bleed. That's all I ask, Daisy giggled, giving Kent a wink. Kent laughed heartily and went back to eating. Bastian groaned as he watched the people on the dance floor. They were all doing their own thing, flailing their arms and kicking up their legs. Toes were crushed, but laughs were in abundance, so the howls were often drowned out. He noticed that Talia and Joe had left this portion of the evening, but Catherine was still going strong. She was dancing with one of the merchants, each one trying to outdo the other in their own interpretative jig. Bastian nearly smiled, but he fought it, turning to Daisy for help. Do we have to? He pleaded. I'll probably end up breaking someone's leg. That is true, she said, just thinking about his strength for the first time. Perhaps we should wait for a more structured atmosphere. Yeah, I think you're right, Bastian said, trying to sound disappointed the best he could. Daisy gave him a right smirk and clutched his hand tight. Come on. We can do something else. Like what? Bastian whined, but Daisy barely paid attention to his reaction. Just wait and see, she laughed, taking him past Kent and his meat, out the dining hall, and the rest of the castle. Asterisk. They were to reach the kingdom border in record time, and for that, James was grateful. If all went well, he might have a little time for rest before he had to teach at the academy. With only 2 more days before then, he was already dreading the trips he would have to make between Alais and Prattle. Since he was a master sage, there was no use delegating the task to another, and especially since Talia and Joe didn't have the background knowledge of the quietus like he did. All they remembered was the siege, and the little bit he had told them about himself. He looked back at the quietus he was escorting, a man named Altain. He was keeping up very well despite his lack of nourishment. He was in his full transformative state, running on all fours while James maintained his sage form. He didn't want to reveal his second nature just yet. After the battle with Thorn, he realized all too well how keeping one's arsenal hidden was very valuable. How much longer? Altain rasped. A few more hours at most, James shouted, his voice cracking for a moment. Day or night, it doesn't matter. The Queen will want to speak with you. If you are lying about this, you will die. It won't come to that, James promised. We're not lying. If you are not lying, then who were the sages who came to us earlier? I don't know, James replied, slowing down a little for the quietus to better maintain his pace. But we will find out. That man back at our camp, he's not the leader. Why do you say that? Because you're stronger. A lot stronger. That makes you the leader, not him. Did you intentionally keep silent? No, I didn't. Believe it or not, there is more to leadership than raw strength. So you are not the leader? I am. It's just that I still look up to the man you have as a hostage. And I wouldn't underestimate him. It doesn't matter. If those sages earlier were not from your camp, and you are not lying about the story you gave us, then we will be allies soon enough. Why is that? Because those sages, they were a lot stronger than you are. Are you sure? James asked through squinting eyes. I think I would have felt someone more powerful than I. Altain merely smiled. Asterisk. Where are we going? Bastian asked flatly. He was past the point of whining. He was just ready to get their venture over with. Daisy continued to pull him along, and he let her. Why did he let her? He could have easily ripped his wrist from her grip and ran off. She wouldn't be able to catch him, and he could go off and read one of his books. He knew that he didn't care for anything she had planned. The problem was, he did care for what she thought of him. Being the type of person who kept to himself and his books, he was more observant than the average villager. His books taught him character and case studies, and life confirmed them. He was still young, and he certainly hadn't seen much battle, but generally, he was able to read people well. When they were in the dining hall, he could see the interest in Daisy's eyes. Sure, she had admitted to the selfish side of their mutual relationship, but he could tell that she had a curiosity about him that even went beyond that. Kent, from what he could tell, was all about business. That was fine. But Daisy, it was nice to see that she admired in some way. What was it about him that drew her closer? After his time in Quietus and his foster parents, he believed that no one could ever like him. Forget love. That was a notion he had long dismissed. But like? That was still in the realm of possibility. Catherine had shown it, and now Daisy had. What was it about him? He wanted to know so badly. Maybe then he could replicate the act or whatever he had said, and then other people would start liking him too. Okay, here, Daisy said, letting go of his hand. Bastian looked around them. They were still in the meadow, but they were as far southwest from the castle and the village as possible. It was obvious that Daisy aimed for privacy. You're not going to kiss me, are you? Bastian found himself blurting out. He slapped his mouth with both hands and kept them there as Daisy laughed heartily. Is that what you want? She howled. No, he said, his face red and hot. She took one look at him and shook her head. Sorry, love. These lips are sealed for now. You gotta earn that. I'm not, whatever, let's just move on. Why are we really here? Besides the make-out session? She winked at him. Bastian folded his arms. Okay. I'll stop. In all seriousness, we're here to solidify our union. Oh my goodness, that doesn't sound sensual to you? Bastian scoffed, throwing his hands in the air. You're serious right now? Yes. She declared, her face straight. What? What did I say? Solidify our union. No one says that? Hey, it's not my fault you thought we were out here to lock lips, or whatever your boys call it nowadays. I'm all business right now, tomato face. Okay, explain away, he sighed. Alright, Bastian, now don't get mad, but listen close. We're not going to be able to form an alliance at the Sage Academy if we can't trust one another. In order for there to be some trust, you gotta let me in a bit. I want to spar with you. That's not going to happen, he said adamantly. We have to, otherwise it's no deal. I would still want to hang out with you because I think you're an interesting guy, but I wouldn't be able to. Not without trust. I don't see how this brings forth trust. Those with Mason are going to push you hard. And I need to know what makes you tick so I can jump in and cool down the situation if I have to. I have to see your limit. I'm not going to do that, he said again. I refuse. Daisy, I don't think you understand, I could kill you. I'm not talking about intentionally either. Sometimes I can't control it. Then why are you going to the academy? Bastian's eyes met hers, and he could read her expression plainly. It was a serious question, so serious that it almost made her angry. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Because I want to be a sage. And not just a villager that learned how to unleash his eidolon. I want to know what my purpose is. What I'm supposed to do with what I have. He looked down at the palms of his hands. Am I supposed to lead people into a new era? Save them? Tear it all down? I don't know. All I know is that I can do all of those things. I just need someone to point me in the right direction. Then let me help you find it, she said, taking a step toward him. But why? What if I choose wrong? You won't know until it's already too late, but that's how choices work. All I know is that I've been waiting for the same thing, in a way. I train hard. I do my chores and concentrate on my studies. I hang out with my friends. I eat. I sleep. I breathe. But everyone does that. What makes me so special? What am I supposed to do that makes a difference? Especially in a time of peace? I don't know, Bastian admitted. I really have no clue. Well, we're going to find out together, she said with a wide grin. I think today was my sign. I could have died today. But you just happened to be there, for whatever reason. And you were the only one that saw and felt what Mason was about to do. And you had the strength and speed to stop it. I don't know what it means, but I figure that I might as well find out. So why don't we take this journey together? We both want the same thing anyways. Bastian couldn't help but smile. Maybe this was exactly what he needed. A change of scenery from his foster parents. New mentors through Queen Catherine and the Master Sages. A couple friends to share in the weight of the path before them. Perhaps he could grow after all. Okay, he said, letting go of the fear. I'm ready to try this. Thank you, she said, extending her hands toward him, as if beckoning for him to place his into hers. But he knew better. He stood vigilant, and in the next second, the red hook swords appeared, just as he knew they would. Bastian placed a hand over his heart, but it wasn't overawed what he just witnessed. Chapter 10 Push. James took the quietus through the secret back entrance by the northern wall. He didn't care about the quietus knowing. If anything went awry, their guest wouldn't have the knowledge for much longer. They snuck in quietly, crouching into the low tunnel and through the vines and dripping water that fell from the cobblestone cracks. James didn't mind taking point. He knew how to release his eidolon from behind him. Altaine wouldn't even see it coming. We're in the castle of Alay now, James whispered, as they both entered a room that looked like a dungeon. This effect was not lost on the quietus, as the liquid skin on his back began trembling. James held up a hand to console him, but the quivering continued. James knocked on the wall at the far end of the room, and a soul brick was removed. Light streamed in and pierced his eyes, but he knew not to flinch away. Only an intruder would hide. Joe, James called out, his eyes adjusting quickly. He tried to ignore the loud music and celebrating going on in the dining hall. His stomach rumbled. Yes, James, he said. His voice was gruff and thick. I need you to get Catherine and have her meet me in the private deliberation chamber. I have someone with me that she'll want to meet. Yep, he said, trying to peer in behind James. Do you want me to examine the prisoner? I can't see him, but I sense something strange. He's fine. Just get Catherine, and make sure to open up the wall before you leave. Okay, he said, leaving to get the queen. James sighed in relief. Joe wouldn't understand. At least not right away. It would take too much time to explain to him the situation, and they were already short on time. James turned back to Altaine and nodded to him, ensuring that all was well. The wall in front of them opened up and parted a few seconds later. The brick that had been removed earlier was the only individual piece. Altaine's eyes widened in surprise as the light flooded in, revealing a pristine marble floor and smooth stone walls, covered in luxurious, dark purple banners. What Altaine didn't know was that behind the luxurious walls were more dungeons and cells. Altaine maintained his quietus form, but it didn't matter. No one would come strolling down that particular hallway, not without going through a series of private halls and chambers, which was strictly forbidden and heavily guarded. James and Altain took a right, walked down the long hallway, and then entered the oak doors lying in wait. Inside, the room was small, but it had great significance. Much like Aramis' old room at the Sage Academy, this particular room was the place where all of the master sages met. There weren't many of them. Only himself, Catherine, Joe, Aramis and Talia. But they got the job done. Take a seat. It's okay, James said, as he plopped down into his assigned chair at the head of the long oval table. Altain studied the polished wooden surfaces, the immaculate craftsmanship on the chairs themselves, and nearly lost his composure. His knees became weak as he realized just how long it had been since they had seen anything remotely civilized. They had spent too much time in the ruins of their enemy's city. Altain took a seat, removing his quietus skin so that he could feel the polish with his own fingers. He didn't want to damage the wood. James smiled, but he made no sound. He didn't want to scare Altain back into his quietus state, where he was more on edge and more prone to violence. Seeing him outside of his transformation, he appeared so harmless. He was a red-headed, freckled teenager, with a gaunt frame, and hair that had been cut in random places. His once fine hair was now damaged and coarse. His eyes, though green and hungry, were still filled with wonder and awe. He couldn't stop himself from running his fingers along the chair's armrests, even when Catherine quietly entered the room. She closed the door behind her, and folded her hands, waiting for Altain to notice her arrival. In the meantime, she stole time away to glance over at James, who gave her a smile that melted her from head to foot. It was still amazing how a mere gaze, especially when he had been gone for a while, just paralyzed her. She wished that feeling would never change. James chuckled to himself and pointed at her. She looked down and stifled a laugh. Her royal dress, once a silk robe of white and gold, was now covered in juice and grease stains. Catherine shrugged her shoulders and a giggle escaped from her lips. Altain's head snapped up, and suddenly, his hands gripped the armrests. "I'm sorry to startle you," Catherine said, brushing her hands across her dress. "I'm also sorry for my attire. I was told to come meet you here immediately. I didn't have time to change." "Who are you?" Altain asked, his grip on the armrests loosening. James tried to keep his smile from getting too wide. Catherine's unintentional magic was already flooding the room. Her ability to gain the love and trust of all those that met her. Even her enemies, at the very least, respected her. "I'm Queen Catherine, the current ruler of Alais. Welcome to our kingdom," she said, extending a hand out toward him. Altain looked at it like it was about to bite him. "Why would you shake my hand? I'm a quietus." "Oh," Catherine paused, and then extended the hand out even closer. "Well then, Mr. Quietus, welcome to our kingdom. My name is Altain," he said, eyeing her hand warily. With hesitation, he took her hand and shook it quickly. He leaned back in his chair once the deed was done, unsure what to make of the queen before him. "So you found a quietus?" Catherine said to James. "There's a whole group of them," he replied. "They've been living in the ruins of Prattle. They didn't know what happened to Thorn, or how we formed peace treaties. We told him that they were the only quietus we've found in the last 5 years." "So all of this is true?" Altain asked, his eyes widening. "Thorn is dead?" "Yes," Catherine said, folding her hands again. "And we can show you around our kingdom to prove it, as long as you maintain that form. Unfortunately, there is still some prejudice against the quietus people, but we will deal with that in the future. I think that for now, you would want to stay hidden regardless, in order to properly assess the situation, but I'll also be defenseless," he said, to which Catherine smiled. "I'm sure you have some kind of contingency in place, in case that happened." "Aramis would be killed," James said, catching Catherine's attention. "He's still in Prattle as their hostage. Altain is here to confirm our story and report back. I'll show him around myself, and then I have to head back out as soon as possible. I hope you've entered sleep into that equation." "I'll manage," he gave her a smile. "But before we do a tour of the kingdom, I do need your help with something. The quietus told us that we weren't the only sages to contact them, and I'm not talking about the youth who came to the throne room. A couple adult sages went to the quietus and threatened them, saying that they were going to take back what was theirs, and they needed the quietus to join them." "Sages? From here? What could that mean?" "I don't know, but it's unsettling. While I'm taking care of this with Aramis, you should have Talia look into it." "But what if Talia is one of no, we can't start thinking like that. She's shown nothing but loyalty to us. Honestly, James, if what you say is true, then we'll have to be very careful on what actions we take. Where do I even begin? If you're not sure of who we can trust, then you'll have to carry out the investigation yourself, which will be next to impossible with your status." You can't manifest a different appearance, especially since other sages will be able to see through it. I don't know, Catherine. I think you'll just have to ask Talia to investigate on your behalf. I would start with the orders. I can help as soon as I get back. No, we'll take care of it. You'll need your rest, and the Sage Academy's opening can't be delayed. That will raise too much suspicion. Everything must appear normal, While we're out, James said to Ultane, if you see any of these sages, make sure to point them out. Ultane nodded, and James rose to his feet. Ultane followed suit, staring at the Queen the entire time. Hopefully, we'll see each other again soon, Catherine replied, as they began to head back out the way they came. James sighed and looked back at her. He wanted to kiss her terribly, but he knew he had to stay focused on business. All he could give her was a look of desire. His eyes were tired and sunken, his shoulders tight and stressed, and all he could think about was holding her. It would have almost been better if he hadn't seen her at all. Their short time together just made it that much harder to concentrate. I love you, she mouthed to him silently. A smirk escaped from his lips, and then they were gone, leaving Catherine to ponder her next move. If the quietus was not lying, the news was quite unsettling. Rogue sages, what could that mean? Especially with so many impressionable young ones in LA? If anyone sought to amass an army of sages, it wouldn't be difficult. The young ones hadn't yet tasted the rustic flavor of war. They hadn't seen the horrors that came of it, and the consequences that lasted for generations. She overheard them in the meadows. Many of them longed for battle, and apparently, there was someone out there, seeking to give them exactly that. There was a lot of work to be done. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, Daisy didn't run. Bastian laughed to himself as he released his eidolon completely, engulfing the area in a snap of light. In 1 second, it blinded her, and then it was immediately over. Daisy clutched her hook swords tight and faced her opponent. Bastian stuck his gladius out toward her, beckoning her, goading her to attack first. He didn't expect her to take the bait. She was full of surprises. She tried to slash at his head, but he raised his eidolon to block it. At the last second, she stopped her assault, and before he could register her movement, one of her blades was at his side, nearly grazing against his ribs. But he was faster. He adjusted to meet her blade with his own, but then she stopped short of her intended path and changed her trajectory. He smiled as they continued their strange dance, but he knew what she was doing. She refused to clash blades, for she knew that hers could be broken. Instead, she was taking her time, aiming for areas of his body that weren't guarded, and then using bursts of speed to stop her momentum. The problem was, it wouldn't work if he went on the offensive. Bastian dodged a swipe at his legs by taking a step back, and then he swung at Daisy's abdomen with about half his speed. Somehow she caught wind of the attempt, and one of her hook swords met him. They clashed, and of course, her hook sword was cut in half on impact. The half that had broken off fell into the grass and disintegrated. Bastian sheathed his sword, and got ready to catch Daisy as she fell. But it wasn't until the last second, when his arms were already stretched out, that he sensed trickery. His eye had caught it out of the corner. It was the fact that her other hook sword was still whole, gripped firmly in her left hand. He caught her in his arms, and then she stabbed him in the back, the weapon changing into a regular straight sword on impact. Daisy's eyes snapped open and she grabbed his shirt collar with her right hand, pulling him in toward her. The pain had not yet registered, but the pressure still took his breath away. She forced the blade to plunge in further, until part of it emerged through the other side and out his chest. He tried to cry out, but he gagged and choked on a thick fluid instead. Daisy used some of her strength to propel him forward even more, sending him flying over her and face first into the grass. She climbed to her feet as Bastian remained paralyzed. He grit his teeth and tried to jump to his feet, but the sensation was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Daisy stretched out her right hand, and another hook sword appeared. She used the sword in her left hand to grab the back of his collar and lift him a few inches off the ground. With the right hook sword, she wrapped it around his neck, forcing him into a position in which he could easily be decapitated. Bastian's eyes went wide as he felt the blade's edge graze his throat. A flash of light shoved Daisy off her feet, and she landed on her back in the grass. The light vanished and Bastian was standing over her, a sage robe replacing his village clothes. A robe of pitch black, with silver streaks running down the arm sleeves. A symbol of a hand holding a straight sword was in the middle of his chest, emblazoned in gold. Bastian, Daisy said to him in awe. You did it! You were a dot. Her voice was cut short as Bastian's hand wrapped around her throat and lifted her off the ground. Her eyes went wide in horror as she stared into the all-black, dead eyes of Bastian, glaring back at her with absolutely no emotion and no restraint. She knew she had only a few seconds before she was to be crushed. She groaned and tried to concentrate on a countermeasure, but her mind was getting fuzzy, her vision cloudy. She was just about to lose unconsciousness when she was suddenly relieved from Bastion's grip. Her knees hit the ground and she started coughing. The dry heaves made her throat even sorer than it already was, but at least she was alive. She clutched her throat just as two hands grabbed her shoulders. "Daisy, talk to me," Bastion pleaded. She lifted her head and her eyes met his. He was crying. His eyes searched her face frantically. She gave him a weak smile and then held up a finger for him to wait. He let go of her shoulders and sat down in the grass with her, waiting nervously as she concentrated on healing her wound. It took a couple minutes, and even when she cleared her throat, it felt like the impressions of his fingers were still there, but at least nothing hurt. She cleared her throat again and faced him. "I'm sorry," she said with a chuckle. Bastion scoffed and shook his head. "What are you talking about? I'm the one that nearly killed you." "You got a hold of yourself in the nick of time," she said, reaching forward to wipe the tears off his cheeks. "I pushed you too far. I knew I was doing it, but I had to see what would happen. You didn't disappoint." "What are you talking about?" Bastion said in exasperation. "I had to see what your weaknesses were. Caught an unintended glimpse of your potential too." "What do you mean?" "Your sage robes, have you ever transformed before?" "No," he trailed off, examining his hands. "Never. Your body just reacted. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know what to think. When you stabbed me," he said, placing a hand over his chest, "I couldn't move. All I could think about was the pressure, and how my body wouldn't do what I told it to. The only reason I was able to get to you in the first place was because you dropped your guard," she groaned, beginning to rise to her feet. Bastion took her arm and helped her up the rest of the way. The pros and cons of dual wielding. Both swords only contain half power each, so if one gets shattered, you're still fighting strong. Not as big of a shock on your system. We did learn some valuable information though. Something you should really be careful of: you can't take too much pain. "You stabbed me in the back and through my chest," Bastion said. "I don't think anyone can take that much pain. The difference with you is that you're not used to pain, period. You might have been slapped or punched in the face. Maybe you tripped over your own 2 feet a few times. But it never hurt, did it?" "No," he said truthfully. "Today was the first time I felt anything like it." "That means you don't know how to deal. You'll either clam up, or you'll go crazy. Not good in either scenario. At least you were able to get a hold of yourself before you went too far." "Barely," he said. "But I don't think it's because I became aware." Daisy's jaw dropped before she realized it. He would need more work than she thought. "Are you telling me that? "I'm sorry," Bastion replied, casting his head down. "I think the only reason I stopped is because my body didn't know how to maintain my sage form. I became aware simply because that form ended. If this hadn't been the first time, I'm sorry. I would understand if you don't want to hang around me anymore. I can handle things on my own if I have to." "No," Daisy said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "I told you already. We're in this together. Our destinies are intertwined, and that's that." "I never want to hurt you again," Bastion said, his eyes steady on hers. "I promise you. No matter what happens." Daisy took her hand off his shoulder and bowed her head. Then she reared back and punched him in the face as hard as she could. Bastion staggered back and put a hand to his cheek. "What was that?" he cried out, scowling at her. She raised her fist again and approached him. He kept on backing up to avoid her. "Hey! What are you doing? Hey! You promised you'd never hurt me. But why are you trying to? You nearly killed me back there." "I didn't mean it. I cut it out," he said as she kicked him in the leg. "I thought we were in this together." "We are, but you think I'm just going to let that go? No, if we're going to be friends, then you have to pay for what you did." "Hold still. I knew you didn't forgive me," Bastion shouted as he began running away. Daisy donned her sage robe and took off right after him. Chapter 11, Nightmares. Catherine sat in her throne chair, staring off into space, when she heard footsteps coming from the entrance to the castle. She shot up to her feet, knowing that visitors arriving at such a late hour in the night couldn't be a good thing. She was surprised to see Seeker and 4 other members of his order walking toward her, escorted by several of her guards. Her guards surrounded the order members like a bubble, and for a second, Catherine couldn't help but wonder how loyal they were to her. The news that James had brought her unsettled her deeply. She knew that the piece could be unraveled with the slight pull of the thread, but she never dreamed that threats against it would come so soon. What is the meaning of this? Catherine demanded. One of the guards, a man named Pine, stepped forward. My apologies, Your Majesty, he said. I would not have disturbed you if I didn't already know that you were in the throne room. Seeker claimed that it was important. I didn't know Seeker had such pull, she said, to which Seeker's eyes smiled. Fine. I'll hear him out. The guards backed away, and Seeker stepped forward and bowed. Catherine resisted the urge to roll her eyes. What is it that you need, Seeker? She asked. What's so urgent that it couldn't wait until morning? Is it true? He asked. Her heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be here for that. It wasn't possible. You will have to be more specific. You have a quietus hiding within our kingdom, he said with confidence. The guards that had escorted him gave him and the queen concerned glances. Out of the corner of her eye, Catherine caught a glimpse of Joe emerging from behind the throne platform. She sighed and kept her focus on the soon-to-be Ordermaster. Even if I did, it is none of your concern. So it is true. This is not a trial, nor do I have to entertain your line of questioning. Is there any other business that you are here for? Because if not, I will have to ask you to leave. You do know what this will mean, don't you? He said, with such a threatening tone that the guards formed a bubble around him and his order members once more. This will cause dissension and mistrust between the court and the orders. I understand that not all must be shared with the public, but a quietus, an enemy of the Alayen people, if one has been found, it needs to be shared. The villagers need to know in order to take precautions should another siege be laid upon the castle. No such thing will happen. All you need to concern yourself about is that the court has everything under control. I have talked extensively with the Order of Prattle and the Order of Langur. We are all in disagreement with what to do with the quietus and what their arrival would mean to the kingdom. No surprise there, Catherine sighed. But again, it is none of your concern whether there is a quietus here or not. Guards! Wait! He shouted, throwing up his hands in the air. We have decided that it is time that you choose an order to back once and for all. Since this quietus arrival is the first conflict coming up against our kingdom, we have all taken different stances on the matter. If you but hear us out, you can then choose the order that aligns with your views. Then you can have that order serve as your official spiritual voice for the people. My voice does fine enough on its own. Then how do we know about the quietus? Seeker smiled. I will have you know that the orders have many eyes and ears, all around the kingdom. If you plan on taking some kind of action that will be contrary to the wishes of the people, then we will know about it. It's better to back an order now. That way, should you make an undesirable decision, the order you chose can step in to quell the strikes of the villagers and help to soothe their troubled minds. Good night, Seeker, she said, waving a hand toward the guards. I'm sorry, but I won't even think about making such a difficult decision until I have at least slept on it. Thank you for bringing all of this to my attention. Good night, Queen Catherine, he said with a bow. Please hurry with your decision, before others catch word of what we have discovered. It could already be too late to fight against the fallout. They gazed at the stars, fighting sleep. Bastion took a deep breath which turned into a yawn, and Daisy rubbed her eyes with the back of her left wrist. Hey, Daisy, Bastion said, breaking their long silence. The noise slightly startled her as he felt her shake. She chuckled to herself and awkwardly reached over to punch him in the chest. He laughed, and she joined in with him after a moment. Daisy sat up and looked down at him, as he looked steadily into her eyes. She gave him a smirk and then shook her head. No, she said quickly. No, Bastion. Her thick, throaty voice just made him smile again. He enjoyed hearing her speak. Even when she said normal, everyday things, they suddenly became alive and unique. He could get used to hearing her talk for a long, long time. I didn't even ask you anything, he chuckled. I already know. Do you now? Every boy I meet gets there at some point. Some sooner than later, but it always happens. I'm sorry, love. I won't be your girlfriend. Wow, Bastion said, placing his arms underneath his head and closing his eyes. You must be a mind reader. What? Daisy scoffed, punching him in the chest again. You can't be serious. You were really going to ask me out on a date? Well, why not? Bastion asked, opening his eyes. What's wrong with it? I just met you this morning. That's why it's called dating. You get to know the person. Geez, I didn't ask you to marry me. I don't get what the big deal is. You're not ready, she said, her voice becoming solemn. Otherwise, I would consider it. What is it? Bastian asked, sitting up with her. Bad breath or something? Nah, she laughed, turning to face him. It's the fact that we got a lot more training to do. You've been out the social game for far too long. You're barely ready for a friend, let alone romance. Takes a lot of responsibility that you won't know how to handle. Trust me. I don't understand. I know I'm making this sound like you're a little kid and all, but please don't take it that way. It's just, lots of boys go around asking out girls like it's the thing to do, when all they really want is a kiss. And it's not like how us girls see it. When we think of our first kiss, we think of fireworks and explosions and weddings and meeting our soulmate. We think it's the beginning of our fairy tale, but for the boy? All he's thinking about is how cool it is, or it's some rite of passage. We're thinking romance, he's thinking new experiences. You get what I'm saying? Sort of. But that's not what I was thinking. Yeah, I know. You think I'm cool and interesting, maybe even pretty, but that's only because I'm the first girl to give you the time of day. What's so wrong with that? Because you don't even know what you want yet. Who knows? The second girl you meet by the real one you need, but you'll be so focused on me that you don't even realize it. You gotta take your time with these things. Besides, being a boyfriend, or real boyfriend, you're not ready for that. So you said, he sighed, leaning back onto the grass. Just forget it. Just this last thing, and I promise I'll let you be. Fine. Go ahead, Bastian muttered. What is it? When you go searching for love, it means you're looking for that piece of you that will make you whole. You've already gotten to know yourself. What makes you tick? What you're good at, and what your limitations are. At that point, you know yourself so well that you realize just how incomplete you are. That's when you begin looking for your other half. That one person that is so amazing, so breathtaking, and you're the only one that sees it among your friends. Because you know. You just know that you found them. And they realize it too, and suddenly, the world stops spinning, and time stands still, and it hits you. You realize that you weren't even born until that moment. Your life was nothing before then, and you can see the path before you, and it's just. Daisy stopped to bow her head between her knees. Bastian got up and wrapped an arm around her. Daisy, are you okay? I've got to go, she said suddenly, jumping up to her feet. I'm sorry, Bastian, but, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Okay, he whispered. It was all he could manage. Daisy nodded, a sole tear flying from off her cheek. Then she sprinted off, leaving him troubled and confused. He sat there for a few minutes more, thinking about what she said, what they had talked about over dinner, and what life would be like in the castle. Once again, she had been right. He didn't know himself. Not one bit. There was only one moment in his life in which he thought he did, but that had been all wrong. It had to have been. Suddenly, he found his thoughts wandering to a dark forest of purple trees and intertwining branches. He had been taken. Along with several other children from the kingdom of LA. Back then, it wasn't known yet as the Siege of 88, but they had certainly felt the significance of such a slaughter. He had been in his bed sleeping soundly when a loud tapping noise awoke him. Throwing the blankets off of him and walking over curiously to the window, he was surprised to see a wide set of eyes and white teeth staring back at him, the rest of the facial features invisible to the eye. He jumped back, a little afraid, but then he figured that it was nothing more than a trick of the light. After all, the eyes and the teeth weren't moving, even after he had acknowledged their existence. He climbed back up to his feet and approached the eyes and teeth again, craning his little neck back and forth, looking for the rest of the face. And then the teeth opened wide and rushed toward him, crashing through the window and sending him back onto the floor. As the shards of glass fell around him, there was a loud thud next to his ear. He winced and turned his head away instinctively, but then he looked back. He had to look back. There was a leg, unlike anything he had ever seen. It was pitch black, and it nearly blended in with the shadows. If it wasn't for the liquid-like form it was composed of, he wouldn't have noticed its shape once his eyes adjusted. He craned his neck to get a better look at the whole body, but then it ran off, crashing through his bedroom door and out into the hall. He scurried to his feet, and winced as he stepped on a shard of glass. He lifted his left leg off the ground and ripped the small shard from his foot, throwing it behind him. He wanted to see the creature. The kind of thing he had only seen in his dreams. He was just about to tiptoe over the glass field when a blood-curdling scream pierced through the night. He stopped short, and stood still, his arms held tightly at his sides. The sound had come from outside the house. It was only then that he remembered the broken window. He looked behind him, and another scream sounded off, further in the distance than the first. He didn't know what to make of it. He had never heard such sounds in the village before. Then another scream shook him to his core, nearly sending him flying off his feet. It had come from inside the house. And it had sounded familiar. A woman's voice. "Mom." He ran across the shards of glass, caring little for his own safety, but that was a mistake. It was too much of a shock to his little system. He ended up falling forward, sprawling onto the floor awkwardly as his feet throbbed. He dared not stand back on his feet. Not until the shards of glass were removed. Another scream sounded off again. This time it was throaty and wet. Urgent and animalistic. He didn't know what it meant, but he tore the shards of glass from his flesh like they were splinters. Feeling satisfied, and ignoring the blood the removal had produced, he ran as fast as his small legs could carry him to his parents' bedroom. He thrust open the door, and there he remained. The thing. His dream. It was on the bed, and it was doing something to his parents' bodies. He couldn't tell, but there was a lot of movement. Shreds of their blankets floated through the air. Their lifeless bodies seemed to wriggle, and the creature was flailing wildly. His mind told him to run, but the creature had to have known he was there. He had slammed the door open so hard. And his mother had told him so many times before that it wasn't good to slam the doors. Now he knew why. The creature continued its work, as he decided to try leaving, whether the creature had seen him or not. He took one step backwards, and a slimy hand wrapped its fingers, one by one, around the surface of his face. It yanked him backwards, and somehow he didn't scream. His heart felt like bursting, his stomach was nauseous, and he was so terrified that he nearly went unconscious, but he didn't scream. It was another creature that had grabbed him. Except this creature didn't want his parents. It wanted him. It reached out with its other arm, and its fingers appeared to stretch out like rubber until they were so large, they were able to wrap around his entire body. It yanked him toward its chest, and there he stayed, fastened tight. The creature settled back down onto only 3 legs instead of 4, and then it turned, and began running. It leapt out the window, and his nose narrowly missed a shard of glass sticking up from the bottom of the sill. They both met the night air, and he shivered. His eyes felt heavy, and he was beginning to feel woozy, but he didn't know why. He tried to stay awake, but he couldn't. There were fires all around him. The people were screaming like his mother had. More creatures, scurrying across the ground and rooftops, were permanently silencing his neighbors. He saw a glint of something bright in the distance, and he realized that it was no ordinary light. It was an eidolon, piercing through the dark and the evil, a beacon for all that was good and righteous in the world. That was what his storybooks had said. The sages had arrived. He would be freed soon. They would revive his parents with their mystical powers, and he would be given a treat for being such a brave boy. He only had to stay awake and wait for it all to end. He wouldn't get a treat if he fell asleep. They would say he had slept through the whole thing. And that wasn't true. He had seen the creatures. He didn't realize he had fallen asleep. Or maybe he was still asleep. Because he had to be dreaming. The village he had known all his life was no longer in sight. Now it was darker than ever. And even when his eyes adjusted, he didn't know what to make of his new surroundings. There were dark purple trees, with branches so thin and creepy that he thought they were going to reach out and snatch him up at any moment. The lush grass he had once known was replaced by dead soil. The warm and soft arms of his mother were now slimy fingers, still wrapped around his abdomen. He stretched his neck up, and saw that there were 3 other creatures walking ahead of him. They also had children under their bellies. He thought he saw Year. He hoped not. Year would say that he hadn't been brave. He always lied like that. His neck grew tired, along with the rest of his body. Why was he so exhausted? He had gotten plenty of sleep. He was thrown in a cage with 7 other children. A steel cage that had not been melded or crafted properly. The bars weren't smooth poles. They were jagged and sharp, with slivers of steel sticking out, pricking anyone they came into contact with. The floor had a blanket, but it was scratchy and smelled like dried urine. There was limited space to maneuver too, as there was only a couple of square feet available for each child. The first time someone had shoved him accidentally into one of the bars, and a sliver of steel had pierced his skin, he cried out, and screamed that he was done playing the game. He wanted to go home. He wanted his parents. And all he got was chuckles from the shadows. The other children began screaming and crying with him, but no one came to shut them up. Their captors allowed them to cry, until there were no more tears. They screamed until their throats were parched and felt like sand. With hoarse pleas, they made requests for water, but little came. Just the random bucketful of dirty water that was randomly thrown into the cage from the outside. After the first day has passed, the children had become more behaved, waiting for the buckets of water with wide open mouths, as eager and anticipant as baby birds. The light was dim, and from what he could gather, they were in a bare room. No beds. No toys. No escape. He didn't know what it meant, but he needed a way out. He was tired of peeing on himself, and stretching his neck out for the handful of water he would receive from the bucket every few hours or so. He was hungry, but there was no food. When would there be food? Would the creatures let them go? He learned that the answer to his last internal question was a resounding no, especially once the first child was taken out of the cage. It felt like a few days had passed, but he wasn't exactly sure. He didn't really care. He was just concerned for the child they had just taken. The room was suddenly flooded with lights, and his analysis had been correct. The room was bare, except for the cage full of children. He didn't know how they were able to turn the lights on and off like that, but years later, he surmised that the quietus had stolen the technology from their Pratlian neighbors. Without those lights, the torture might have been more bearable. He watched as one of the creatures dragged the little boy's arm to the center of the room. Suddenly, the creature transformed, dropping its monster shell in what seemed like seconds. The little boy stopped squirming, and just stared up at the woman in surprise. The children in the cage leaned forward, just close enough to avoid being stabbed by the slivers of steel. They watched as the creature turned to woman let go of the little boy. The little boy didn't run. He just stood there and waited for something. And then something came. A scythe. Stabbing the boy right through the chest. The lights dimmed on impact. The boy died instantly, but something awakened in every child standing up in the cage. They understood now. This was no dream. Their nightmares had taken them away from their parents, and they would do with them whatever they pleased. This horror. This truth, in an instant, it aged Bastian more than he ever wanted. The next day, another cage was added to the room. This time, it was filled with Longoran children. The next hour, another cage was thrown into the mix, this time with more Alayans. As the years went on, more cages were added to the bare room, each filled with children. All of them screamed and cried. All of them grew hungry and scared. After a few more days, the creatures began to feed them. The children didn't know what the meat was, but they didn't care. All they knew was that it would fill their bellies. Eventually, they realized more truth. That filled bellies meant experimentation. The creatures would come in the next hour and begin picking out children. The lights would always be turned up to the max, and a show would always be performed for all in attendance. Sometimes it was a simple, quick death, but often, it was torture. Raw, unbridled torture. Eventually, the children that survived for a long time became experts. Giving in to the darkness that slowly wrapped its long fingers around their young hearts, they would become cold and observant. They would mumble and comment on how the creatures were doing it all wrong. How if they wanted this result, they should have done that. They began forming tiers within their cages, pushing those that they didn't want to the front, so that the creatures could grab them first. The leaders of each cage, usually the biggest kids, would fight back the others once food arrived. The leaders would ration out the food, giving small morsels to each of them to survive, but not enough that their stomachs would protrude. That honor would be reserved for the new guy or girl, or the outcast, who would usually eat the excessive amounts of sustenance with glee. With stomachs full and a smile on their stupid little faces, the creatures would come and experiment on that child next. The smiles did not last long after that. The tortures were long and meticulous, and many wouldn't survive, but if one did, they knew that they were given a reprieve while they healed. The creatures would ignore you for at least a few days, and that was all anyone wanted. For better or worse, it was how Bastian ended up becoming the longest surviving child. He was scared the first time he was grabbed. He had seen 18 deaths at that point, and he was sure he would be number 19. Tears had somehow replenished themselves, and he screamed for mercy, but he didn't fight the creature. He knew it was no use. If Daddy hadn't been able to stop the creatures, and he was the strongest man in the world, what hope did he have? They began with a substance that he had seen before. An acid. He knew it would kill him almost instantly, but that was better than the slow ways. The acid came down upon his head. It was hot and the feeling was excruciating, but his skin did not burn or crackle or tear. He remained whole. The creature began scratching him with its blade-like scythe, but each scratch healed as soon as it was made. It began hitting him, but the blows were more like being pushed. He felt the pressure, but there was no pain registering. He didn't know what to make of it. The creature grew tired of him and threw him back in the cage. The other children looked at him like he had once looked at his father. But he wasn't his father. He wasn't invincible. He knew he wasn't strong. He was just like them. Just a child. Wasn't he? Other kids survived the tortures over the years, but barely. It wasn't like when he was selected. As time went on, he grew less afraid of the creature's experiments. By the 5th time he was grabbed, he didn't even scream or cry. He accepted it, as if it was a perfectly natural thing. They would perform all sorts of terrible things upon him, but he endured. When in the cage, he would examine himself and the others. He would sit and think for hours, meditating internally for answers. He would pray to the Maker for answers. He would ask the Dark One for answers. He would ask the children for answers. He would ask the creatures for answers. But no answers ever came. All he knew was what he felt and saw. And he felt and saw much. The children were not like him. Even the ones that survived the experiments were forever paralyzed or maimed. The ones that fought back were killed immediately, and the leaders only survived by pushing others forward in their stead. With each passing day, he became more powerful, and it was not because of anything he did necessarily. It just was. As if some unseen force was nurturing him for a purpose he had yet to realize. It was an intense boiling within him that sought to be released, and he held it back with all his might, for he feared what would happen if he unleashed his will upon the world. He was a child. He looked like one, spoke like one and acted like one when necessary, but he was not one by any means. He soon saw the error of his cellmates' ways, and he couldn't understand why they could not see what he saw. "We could all rush the door," he said one day to the leader. "We could fight the creature and be free." The leader struck down the notion, and therefore everyone did. But why? For what reason? It wasn't like the creatures were going to suddenly change their ways, and free them out of the kindness of their hearts. What were they waiting for? What was he? He didn't want to be a leader, because he was disgusted by followers. He wanted everyone to be leaders, but not to the point in which they would all bicker. Just enough so that they could all be independent, and then follow only when necessary. A leader didn't mean he always led, and that a follower always followed. A true leader just meant that they knew when to go back and forth between the two, so that everyone could have the best outcome. But they followed the cage leaders so blindly, without question and with foolish hope, believing that the next day would be different than the last 1,000. He didn't want to become a leader, no, he knew he couldn't. He thought about it only one time, when the cage leader of that week had tried to push him to the front. Bastian had stood there, and not moved. The cage leader pushed his chest, tried kicking in the back of his legs and punching him in the face, but all he did was wear himself out. When the creature came for a victim, Bastian considered pushing the cage leader to the front, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't give in. All it took was one push, and he would become a creature too. A time came when he didn't even hate the creatures. He certainly didn't like them, but he understood that there had to be a motive to the madness. A reason they experimented on them so often. He didn't excuse their behavior, but he understood then that there was more than good and evil, right and wrong. There were intentions behind every action, and once he discovered the intention, and what the creature or person truly meant, then he could act accordingly. But finding out one's true intentions took time, and that he didn't have. The creatures were catching on to him. They were discovering upon every session that he was different, and that he was the answer to whatever they were searching for. He knew he had to escape, before they designed a way to paralyze him for good. And one night, he did just that. Without warning, and without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and crushed the bar with his bare hand, and then another, and so on. He leapt out and opened the other cages, letting the other children choose their fate, for better or worse. All he would do was forge a path. Breaking through the wall with his uncanny strength, he plowed through the subsequent walls, roots, and dirt, until he reached the surface. He didn't know that they had been underground, but he didn't care. All he wanted was to be free. When he emerged, in the middle of the quietus forest, he was spotted by a few of the creatures, but they were of little concern. He was able to crush them with his bare hands easily. He maimed them quickly, and a disconcerting urge came over him. He had felt it back in the cages. Many, many times. But this was different. The boiling within him had reached its maximum temperature. He had never hit one of the creatures before, but now that he had felt the liberating sensation, he had the urge to continue. To reciprocate. To kill them all. To make them scream and cry out for mercy as he broke their limbs. To put them in cages and take their children from them. He wanted their entire species to be extinct, and he could have done it. But then a little boy, only 3, had taken his hand and intertwined their fingers, snapping him out of his trance. He returned to the present, and decided to help the children return home. Like a school of fish, they traveled out of quietus, and to their prospective homes. The Pratlian children would wave goodbye and hug them as they reached their turning point in the journey. Especially him. They hugged him tight, and he wasn't sure how to feel. They would have pushed him forward to be experimented only hours before, and now they loved him forever? It was all so confusing. The Langorans left, and they also hugged and cheered for him. The Alayen children would smile at him as they continued on. Even when they made it back to Alay, they sung his praises to the villagers and spoke excitedly about what he had did for them. But the villagers didn't see him the way they did. They saw a child. They saw his age and his frame, and nothing more. The adults were as blind as the children, but worse, they fooled themselves into thinking that they had clarity. Bastian didn't try to persuade them otherwise. He just listened, as they created stories for them, saying that they had been orphan children that had run away and gotten lost. There was no way they had lost their parents in the siege, or that they had been kidnapped by Quietus and held hostage for nearly 10 years. Those were lies, fibs, and tall tales. The children were all divided accordingly and fostered by adults who wanted children in the village. It was a community decision that didn't involve what the children wanted at all. No one believed the trauma they had gone through. No one excused the following nights of weeping, the bouts of depression, the sweating nightmares, and the crippling memories. Out of the 18 Alayen children that had made it back to Alay, 7 ended up taking their own lives. 2 became mute and lost within themselves. 5 more ran away, and 3 others reinvented themselves, choosing to forget that their ordeal had ever happened. A self-inflicted amnesia of sorts. Even so, they couldn't get rid of the listlessness that plagued their eyes whenever their thoughts wandered. Bastian saw it, but he never made them acknowledge it. As for Bastian himself, he became a combination of them all. He tried to forget, but found it unrealistic and impossible. He tried to take his own life once, but he found out that it would require more effort than living. He thought about running away, but he feared that he would find himself back at the Quietus forest. If he took one step into that sea of darkness, he would lose himself to it. And so, he tried to reinvent himself. But without a guide, or direction, he didn't know how. He was grateful that he hadn't destroyed the Quietus, especially after learning about what Thorn did to them, and how the siege had been out of their control. He didn't know what he would have become if he had killed them all and then came privy to that information. The fact that he almost had scared him more than anything. But still, at least he would have become something. Perhaps the Sage Academy would give him the direction he longed for. He prayed that it did. Because he wasn't sure he could hold back the urges forever. Chapter 12, First Day. Catherine and Talia combed the list once more while leaning on the large table for support. They had already spent hours in the deliberation room, and they definitely needed more. But time was pretty much up. Catherine squinted her eyes and yawned as Talia fell back into a chair. "What time is it?" Catherine mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Talia closed her eyes and stretched her neck back. "Dawn," she replied. "Do you want me to tell the guards to cancel all of your appointments? They will start pouring in soon." "Might as well," Catherine sighed, lifting her eyes from the table. "Besides, the Sage Academy opens today. I should probably be there to make sure everything runs smoothly." "I could." "No, it's okay. He should be back any minute. Even if he is, he will not have had any rest in 3 days now. It doesn't matter. He will get the job done. I'm sure of it. Whatever you wish, my queen." "You really need to stop that." "It's Catherine." "I know," Talia gave her a smile. "But it's better for me to stay and practice. I don't want to slip up in public." "If you like," Catherine said, as she scanned the list once more. "Are we forgetting anyone? It's hard to say considering we came up with this so quickly. However, with the academy opening and with us being on a time crunch, this will have to do for now. I'm sure we're forgetting someone though." "I want you to go through it again," Catherine frowned. "Include Langorans and Pratlians too. They can release their Eidolons if they truly wanted to. Despite their reluctance, we can't rule out the possibility that someone is trying to frame Alay. We'll find out the whole truth if James arrives." "When he arrives, you mean?" "Yes, my queen," Talia said, standing up and picking up the parchment. "I'll be studying this until the opening ceremony. Is that okay with you?" "Yes, go ahead," Catherine said, waving her away. "I'll tell the guards to cancel my meetings. This is far more important. I think that once we are." The sound of footsteps stopped her in mid-speech. Talia secured the list under her manifest armor and craned her neck behind her. "James and Aramis have arrived," Talia said excitedly. She turned to face Catherine, but there was already a smile on the queen's face. She had already known. "Open the door." Catherine shouted gleefully and Talia turned the knob just in time. James, Aramis, and a host of quietus walked through. Catherine activated a portion of her strength and pushed the table out the way effortlessly. Talia began kicking the chairs down with it, making room for the guests. Hakon stepped forward, even past James and Aramis to meet the queen face to face. "I take it you are in charge here?" he asked, giving her a wary eye. She bowed to him respectfully. "You could say that," she said. "Excuse me." To everyone's surprise, Catherine ran over to James and leapt into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. James' face turned red as Aramis and a few of the quietus began to chuckle. Catherine gave him a huge kiss on the lips and then grabbed his face. "Don't do that to me again." "I won't." He laughed as he let her down. Catherine brushed her hands on her silk-white dress, trying to smooth out the wrinkles she had caused. "Sorry for that. That wasn't proper." She walked back to the front of the room so that she could face Hakon again. "I'm very happy that you're here. We've been looking for quietus survivors for years now. If we had known about all of this, we wouldn't have hid for so long," Hakon whistled, looking around him. "I was surprised to hear that Thorn had been killed. It must have taken everyone to do it if the quietus weren't able to." "It's true," she said solemnly. "Without the help of everyone, we would have all been destroyed. That union has continued to keep us from fighting against one another for years now. But that's not entirely true, is it? I hear that the Alayans that approached us were not your own." "No, they weren't," Catherine said. "And that's why we need your help in identifying the individuals. However, that can hold off for a couple of hours while we feed and clothe you. You can take baths and relax before we get down to business. As it so happens, this is the day in which our Sage Academy reopens, so we won't be able to give you our full attention right away. I hope you understand. Do your people know we're here?" "Not all, but we've gathered together several trustworthy individuals that will escort you around the private sections of the castle. They will meet your every need. I only ask that if any altercation occurs, for any reason, please do not react. Just address the concern with me, and I'll take care of it." "Afraid we might lose control of ourselves?" Hakon chuckled. "All people remember about the quietus are the scary stories. They forget the truth, how we are all the same. My husband reminds me of this every day." All of the quietus turned to James, and he lifted his hand. It was that of a quietus. Everyone in the room stared at him in awe. "Half quietus, half Alayan?" Hakon asked in shock. "How did that happen?" "There is much to discuss," Catherine smiled. "But we'll get to that. Talia, could you please take our guests to the servants? Afterwards, you can take your leave and their escorts will take over from there. I know that you and James have plenty of work to do." "Certainly," she said, waving a hand for them to follow her. A line of quietus went after her, 30 in number, of all ages and sizes. From seeing the group in its entirety, Catherine realized just how fragile their composition was. No wonder they were apprehensive. "The last of the quietus," Aramis said with a heavy sigh. "Except this is far worse than when the sages were low in number. These quietus don't have much hope in restoring their people to its former glory." "They can survive though," James replied. "It will require acceptance from the other kingdoms as we bring them into the fold, and they will lose the bulk of their culture, being that there is so few of them." A knock at the door interrupted them, and Ashelin stuck her head in. She waved to Catherine and James and then fixed her eyes upon Aramis. She beckoned to him with her index finger. Aramis was all smiles. "I have been summoned," he said, to which James shook his head. "You sure you don't want to help with the academy?" "My lady awaits me," he bowed, "so that would be a no." "I hate you," James laughed, as Aramis gave him a wink. Ashelin tucked her arm under her husband's and the two left the room giggling and whispering sweet nothings into each other's ears. James shook his head and walked over to embrace Catherine. She nuzzled her head into his chest. After a moment, he suddenly snapped his head down to look at her. "Did you just smell me?" He laughed. She nodded her head, her cheek still pressed up against him. "Is that so wrong?" She sighed. "Yes. It's wrong. Very, very wrong." "Then take it up with the queen. I'm sure she'll listen." She nuzzled her cheek into him further. James just laughed and hugged her tighter. "At least I made it back in time." "Not really. You didn't leave time for us. That means you're late. I'll make it a short day at the academy. You can't do that. The kids need you, especially in the beginning. They won't have a clue of what to do. I don't even know what I'm doing." Catherine lifted her head to face him. Looking into her innocent green eyes, his heart began to ache. What do you mean? I mean that I still don't know what to say. What do I know about being a sage besides releasing an eidolon? Did you talk to Aramis about it at all? While you were out? A little. But I didn't get any profound wisdom. At least nothing I can use when talking to the kids. That's strange. Well, he has been distracted lately. I'll figure it out. While we're on the subject, I have to talk to you about a student you will have. Oh? His name is Bastian. He was one of the lost children. You know, the ones that said they had been under quietus rule for 10 years? Did anyone ever confirm if that was true or not? Who could? Considering the kingdom's condition? It doesn't matter. The fact is, I believe him. But that's not the important part. What matters is that he needs your guidance. I want you to pay special attention to him. Why? What is it? James, he's not like the other kids. I've sensed it. You will too once you're at the academy. I'm sure you'll know who he is right away. Trust me, you'll feel it. He's that strong? Probably even stronger. Stronger than all of us if I had to guess. And he just popped up out of nowhere? He's never displayed his power until recently. He got into an altercation with a boy. His foster parents disowned him, and I've taken him under our wing in the castle. He needs this, James. I wonder, do you think these Alayans, do you think he's what they are after? If he's as powerful as you say, it's a possibility. James cast his eyes to the ground. But if so, I don't know why they would allow him to just run around free. Perhaps they have to persuade them to their side somehow, especially with knowing how strong he is. They might not be able to just force him into thinking a certain way. I'll keep an eye on him, James said, embracing her again. But we have to confirm the quietus stories as soon as possible. The servants know to stay on guard around them? Of course. Excellent. As long as we stay on our toes, we'll be fine. Keep working at it, and I'll take care of business on my end. Thank you, she said, giving him a kiss on the lips. It was tender and sweet, and it drove James mad. He knew that it was a goodbye kiss, but he wanted so much more. He fought his desires, and put them aside. He was getting better at it with each passing day. It was kind of sad. See you soon, he whispered, as soon as their lips parted. James turned, and walked out of the room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bastian walked alone. With nothing but the clothes on his back and the tome under his arm, he walked forward, on a pilgrimage of sorts. He knew that he would remember the walk forever, for it would be the beginning of a new life for him and many others. It was the dawn of the sages. The Sage Academy had been rebuilt, and within a few years, a new army would be created. And it wouldn't be like the one of old, the one that had been obliterated by the quietus. This army would have learned from the past and its mistakes. There was no more secrecy. There was little government. Queen Catherine had made sure of that with her open-door policy. Everyone in the kingdom knew everything that was going on, from the past to the present. Every student at the academy would be on the same page. Bastian's eyes widened when he heard footsteps behind him, gathering speed as they approached his back. Who else would be trekking along the outside of the kingdom wall? Who else would be taking the long way around to the entrance of the Sage Academy, the former site of the Sentinel Academy? Then he smiled. Who wouldn't? It was how the sages of old and the sages of today did it, after all. The students began passing him one by one, girls and boys, as old as him or younger, all holding their gigantic tomes. Some held their eidolons proudly in their hands. Others carried large knapsacks over their shoulders. All had a grin plastered onto their expectant faces. A hand slapped his left shoulder. He turned, and saw Kent there, giving him a wide smile. Another slap on his right, and Daisy's lovely face greeted him. He felt no ill will toward her for rejecting him. He was just happy to see her. You ready for this? She asked, and Bastian simply nodded. He couldn't stop the smile from spreading across his lips. Let's go meet Destiny, Kent declared as they turned the corner. Their gazes fell upon the entrance. The Sentinel Academy had been demolished, and the courtyard had been remodeled and widened, to accommodate the influx of new sages. There was no gate leading into the courtyard. Everything was open. There were still pillars, but they were now made of polished white stone, and they were larger than ever, reaching so high up into the air that their tops disappeared into the fog above. The gravel underneath their feet was new, and it gave a satisfying pop and crunch whenever they took a step. Torches hung off of the pillars for lighting, and the courtyard was full of students, waving their eidolons in the air, brightening up the area more than it already was as they screamed and cheered. The Sage Academy itself was a massive structure, fashioned similar to the academy of old that had been underground. Though the building was made of the same stone as the pillars, just painted a bright red, he had heard of the exciting additions inside. The glass floors suspended over an ocean of water. The training rooms. The study rooms. He couldn't wait. He tried to see the ends of the academy, but they stretched out too far. It must have went on for miles. The crowd got louder than before, and they began pointing to the top of the school roof. He cast his eyes upwards. James, Talia, and Joe were standing there. All of them in their full sage garb. Their robes flowed in the wind wildly. They stared down at the students below with serious faces, but for some reason, it only elicited emotions of awe and admiration. Bastian couldn't wait to get to know each of the master sages personally. Finally, he would find out where he stood in the world. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There must be a couple hundred or more, Talia chuckled. Joe crossed his arms, his bronze-colored robe lapping in the wind. James examined each of them one by one, having not heard what Talia had said. James? She asked, and he snapped back to attention. Sorry about that, he said. I was looking for something. Are you sure you don't need some rest? I've gone for longer, James laughed, as the crowd began cheering at his response. James had no clue to what they thought he had done. I'm not sure we'll be able to handle this many students, Joe commented. Not with just 3 of us. We may need to make some into master sages sooner than expected. There's no rush, James replied. Let them become what they're supposed to. Except him, that is. Who? Talia wondered, crossing her arms like Joe over her long black and purple robe. Do not draw too much attention, but do you see the boy standing near the entrance? Between the Longoran and the Alayen girl? He's one that we have to give special treatment to. Special how? As in we give him extra time on tests? Privileges? No. The opposite. We break him. But why? Because only then will we be able to properly mold him into what we need him to be. You may not have known this, but he's one of the children that survived the Quietus kidnappings. He also happens to be the strongest kid in the entire school. Humph, Joe grunted. He's small, Dot. Not that that matters, Talia said, rolling her eyes. Based on what I'm sensing, his abilities are slightly above average at best. It's a mask, James said. There's more there. Trust me. Look further, Talia. Don't let your personal prejudice hold you back. You have far better senses than I do, and I was able to spot him in seconds. Fine, Talia sighed as she took a closer look. I don't, James, she breathed out, her face scrunching up as if she was in agony. What is he? That's what we're going to find out. So how do we proceed? We divide them. Just follow my lead, and when you get your groups, just do what you will with them. Speak from the heart. Before Talia could inquire further, James leapt off the roof and floated down to the ground. Landing gracefully on his feet, the students backed away to give him space. Talia and Joe landed right behind him in the same manner. Welcome, James shouted for all to hear. He used a small portion of the Longoran abilities to make his voice louder and more pronounced. I'm sure all of you are eager to enter the academy and begin exploring your new home for the next 4 years. During those 4 years, we will be training you to become the best sage possible. This is not the infantry. No matter what happens, as long as you stick with us, you will be viewed as a sage, and you will participate in any conflict we have in the future. You will become a warrior. That is a given. But for some of you, you will transcend even beyond that. Talia, Joe, and myself are all deemed master sages because we have gone beyond unleashing eidolons. We can transform ourselves, we can manifest, and we know tactics and techniques that few others know. Some of you will become master sages, and sooner than you think. It all depends on you how fast you are willing to learn and embody the lessons we teach. But I must also say this, there is a level even beyond that of a master sage. Talia gave James an inquisitive look, but he didn't register her emotion. It had to be said. There have been sages regarded as legends in our history. One such sage is Lachrymos, the warrior who died in the siege. He gave up his life for the safety of our king and queen. Notice that I didn't say he was killed. I said he gave up his life. There is a difference. No one could kill this man. The enemy had to subdue him by other means. That's how great his power was. For some of you, and hopefully myself one day, that's how great our power will be. Do not settle on just weapons. Open your mind and learn to become more than what you have been told. With that being said, we will now be dividing everyone into 3 groups. Group 1 will be Zhou's. He will be taking all of the students that we have deemed ready for battle. He will be focusing on refining your technique and learning transformation if you don't know it already. Talia will be taking those who are more adept to manifesting and tactical prowess. That doesn't mean her class will be any less rigorous, it just means there is a different approach. Lastly, my group will be for those who need extra help in coping with their new eidolons. We don't want anyone's eidolon breaking unnecessarily. Understood? Okay, now we will begin going through the crowd and telling you to which group you belong. Just stay still until you are called, and then you may join your teacher. Zhou will be heading for the center of the school where the Master Sage facilities are. Talia will be going east, and I will be going west. You'll soon discover that each part of the school has been altered according to each group's specific needs. Thank you for your patience. The 3 Master Sages began examining the students one by one, looking into their eyes and then telling them who to go with. As they traveled throughout the crowd, the groups behind the Master Sages got bigger. Bastion bit his lip and waited, wondering why he didn't push his way to the front of the crowd just so he could get his selection over with. When James came to him and his friends, he looked at the 3 of them, and then he pointed at Daisy. Zhou, he said to her. Talia, he said to Kent, and then he cast his eyes down upon Bastion. You're with me. Bastion was taken aback, and he was sure his feelings were transparent. James' group? What could he possibly learn from him? How to trip over your own feet. Bastion looked past James to the group that had assembled behind him. A misfit band of the crying, the homesick, and the terrified. No, there had to be a mistake. Something wrong? James asked, seeing the look on Bastion's face. Bastion's eyebrows twitched, but that was all that he gave away before he spoke. I'm not sure why I'm not in Zhou's group. Or at least Talia's. Hold on, James replied, turning to his colleagues. You can take your groups inside now, he said to them. Talia and Zhou nodded and then began barking orders, ushering the students inside. Daisy gave Bastion a shrug of her shoulders as she disappeared beyond the doors. You were saying? James said, his eyes bored and emotionless. Why am in your group? I know how to release my eidolon. Then release it, he said. Bastion looked around him at his classmates, studying their faces. Right here? Right now. Release it. I really don't want to right now. What if his eidolon got out of control and he accidentally attacked one of the students? If they were having trouble releasing their own eidolons, there was no guarantee that they would block it in time. He would have been a lot more comfortable with Zhou's group. At least then, he could fight harder without worrying as much about his classmates' welfare. Why not? Still having trouble releasing it? That's what I thought, James said. Bastion tried not to sneer at him. Why was he acting so high and mighty? Come on, students, let's go. Bastion took up the rear, his head bowed down as they made their way inside the school. How long would it take before James realized he was ready for the battle group? And how could he show James without hurting the others? He would probably have to make it a private session with the Master Sage, but even then, he was apprehensive. He already looked down on James, and his words had irked him. It would be way too easy to put him in place, to give in to the urge to. No. He just had to accept his fate for now. The moment he lifted his head inside the building, his jaw dropped. It was magnificent. The foyer was furnished with light blue and gold-colored carpets that were stretched out over hardwood floors. One carpeted path led to the middle, up a small set of stairs and through a set of steel doors. The steel doors were currently open, and Bastion could see Zhou's group inside. It was the part of the school that had been fashioned like the old Sage Academy. He couldn't see the sea of water from where he stood, but he could hear the lapping of the waves, and the giggling of the students as they leapt from the platform to the glass floors in the distance. There were 10 floors, each of them designed for a different purpose. He watched in awe as the students began engaging one another in battle on floor 7. James waved a hand forward, and a hard gust of wind shut the steel doors, obstructing their view. Sorry, I'm sure Zhou would want privacy, he said. Now, down to the east is where Talia's group is currently. He pointed the way as if they were unaware of their sense of direction. The libraries, dining halls and dorms are down that way. We are currently heading to the west, where the more spacious training rooms lie. The walls have also been reinforced with a foot of steel. We'll be able to train to our heart's content in there. Bastion gave out a heavy sigh as they proceeded forward along the carpet, heading west and walking along the curve of the school. As they traveled, they passed by paintings and renditions of fallen sages throughout the school's history. He had seen them in his tome, so he didn't pay them much attention, but one in particular caught his attention. It was of a couple. A young girl with dark hair and a dirty face, and a muscular boy. The names underneath were Lighty and Jennings. Who were they? They weren't any sages that he had ever heard of. He would ask James about it once he had the chance. They reached a turn-off point. They could keep following the carpet forward and into a gigantic, empty hall, or take a left and head toward a number of other mysterious rooms. They entered the hall. The floor was of cobblestone, and nothing was clean and polished. The walls were unpainted and bare, revealing the steel barriers that James had spoken of. There was a gigantic sun roof, so light poured in from above. Bastian looked around him. It was nearly as large as the new courtyard. It was definitely a training room. We're going to be engaging in some training exercises for today. Not too long, since I want all of you to become acquainted with your other classmates. I want all of you to meet me here tomorrow morning at dawn though, so we can really get started. One of the boys raised a hand. James pointed to him. Master James, what is our group's focus exactly? I know that we're going to get help with our eidolons, but then what happens? Do we just move on to Talia's group or something? No, you're stuck with me, James replied, to which Bastian shut his eyes. But I promise you, you won't regret it. By no means is any group better than another. As a matter of fact, a few months from now, we plan on having groups battle each other to further hone your teamwork. But like all things, there has to be some training first. All of you have trouble releasing your eidolons. I'll start with explaining how they work first. Bastian kept his eyes closed as James spoke. He was just rehashing the same material they all should have read in the standard issued tome. How the eidolon was actually your soul, and that one needed to will it out of their body and into the form of a weapon. He talked about how everyone was given that ability because of the stones of power, but because they were destroyed, eventually, there would be no one with powers, no more sages. The stones of power had to be destroyed, in order to ease the minds of all the kingdoms and promote the unity. No weapons meant no unrest, no more war. Divide into pairs, and we'll get started, James said to the group, before resting his eyes upon Bastian. I think I've found my partner. Bastian opened his eyes and stared at James curiously. Why me? He asked, and James remained straight-faced. You know why, he said to him, and then he turned to the rest of the group. You know what, hold off for now. Bastian and I are going to show you something. I want you to watch our movements as carefully as you can. Excuse us for a moment. James threw an arm around Bastian and pulled him aside. Bastian glared at the hand dangling off his shoulder. I can sense what you have inside of you, James whispered, to which Bastian squirmed out of the Master Sage's hold. And I need you to release that now. Don't worry. You won't do anything that will jeopardize the lives of these students. I will make sure of that. Are you sure? Bastian said, not mocking, but out of genuine concern. I can't control myself once I hit a certain point. I'm not used to pain. You need to have more confidence in yourself, James said, looking down at him. You're going to be the beacon of this school one day. Everyone will look up to you. That's not going to happen, Bastian replied. I'm no leader. No one is born a leader, but anyone, with the proper guidance, can become one. Of course some are better at it than others, but you have a gift inside of you. A gift that people will be drawn to. You have to let that light shine. And what if it isn't light? Did Catherine tell you about me? A little. I don't see how that matters. If anything, you should be the least affected out of all of the survivors. Not with what lies inside you. No, it's worse, because I couldn't share in their pain. I couldn't understand what they were feeling, and it didn't draw them to me. It cast them away. They envied me and hated me because they knew that I would go on living, and they were already sucking on their last breaths. I can't be a leader. A weapon, with the proper guidance, yes. But in charge of people? No. I can't even sympathize with them. That's when you get out of your shell, James said, looking back at the students. They were all waiting patiently, but they were also concerned over the tension in their fellow classmates' voice. James turned back to Bastian. If you can't experience their agony, then focus on relieving it. Forget about yourself. It will get you nowhere. It wasn't until I actually started fighting for others that I grew. If all you think about, you'll find yourself dwelling on your fears and weaknesses, and that will never be fruitful. So you want me to fight you? With all you've got. And what will that accomplish? You're not used to unleashing your power because you're scared of what you'll do. But what you don't realize is that the more you face your fears, the more you'll be able to overcome it. With enough sessions between us, I think you'll be able to control yourself, and then you'll slowly become even stronger than you are now. I have some experience myself in losing control, so I might be able to help you with your dilemma. Being part quietus is different. It's a part of you that was put there by outside forces. These urges that I have to hurt people sometimes, that's me. No one put that in me. How can you say that after what you witnessed as a child? I don't know, but I do know that I am still afraid. If you're serious about this, I hope you really can do what you say. I can, James said, but Bastian detected a waver in the declaration. Come on. This way, you will gain the admiration of this group. They'll look up to you. They'll fight harder. Show them what a true sage can really do. Bastian gave him a wary look, but then he sighed in relief. Perhaps James was being truthful. Maybe he could hold him back. If so, he really would gain more control. If not, then it was bad for everyone, not to mention that if he beat the strongest sage on the first day, the academy didn't have much to teach him. Are you ready? James asked him. Bastian nodded, and then he placed a hand to his chest. James placed a fist onto his left rib. The students took a step back, and then a shockwave of light rippled throughout the room. Chapter 13 equals? Bastian's gladius met James' scimitar, and for once, no eidolons broke or cracked upon first impact. They both jumped back. James stuck his white sword out in front of him, pointing his tip toward Bastian's head. Bastian did the same, his gladius vibrating with so much power that if it wasn't an extension of himself, he would have dropped it. I don't want you to hold back, James said, his eyes steady and focused. Not one bit. Strike me down if you have to. You have my full permission. Everyone here is a witness. I don't want to strike you down. We'll see if you feel that way in a moment. James lunged forward, and Bastian lost track of the master sage. At the last second, he sensed him. He took a step back and swung his eidolon upwards, to parry James' blow. Their eidolons clashed once more, but this time, James kept up the assault. He slashed and jabbed at Bastian with blinding speed, getting faster upon each strike, to the point that Bastian was on full defense. Stepping backwards and barely parrying each blow, he knew it was only a matter of time before he was hit, and he didn't want to know what would happen if that occurred. He had already heard Daisy because of his unfamiliarity with pain. Come on! James screamed, reaching forward with his left hand, and enclosing it over Bastian's fist and hilt. Bastian's eyes widened as James swung his sword down toward his wrist, aiming to sever it completely. A booming sound echoed throughout the room, and suddenly, Bastian was behind James, out of the Master Sage's grip, and in his full, black sage robe. The students were in shock, but no one more than James. No light to transform? James asked in wonder, as he turned to continue his attack. But Bastian was on the offensive now. Bastian leapt in the air and brought down his blade onto James' white eidolon. A crack echoed throughout the room, and James grit his teeth. He summoned the pillar of light. Because they weren't outside, it was like the light had burst out from within him. Bastian sensed it was coming though, and instead of being blinded, he lunged forward. The gladius grazed James' left side, just as the Master Sage's transformation was completed. His robe was ripped as soon as it appeared. James jumped back and gained his composure. He cracked his neck and stared down at the small line of blood seeping from the rip in his robe. He looked up at Bastian and smiled, but the young sage was not paying much attention. He was crouched low, keeping his sword held sideways in the air, as he waited for his teacher to make the next move. James cracked his neck again. Just so you know, James said. I've got a lot more left in me. You'll have to do better than that. He placed his left hand over his right rib this time, and a hilt emerged. He grabbed it and yanked it from his body. It was a black sword, rippling like the quietus skin. Bastian's eyes studied it meticulously. This sword was different. It was faster, stronger, hungrier, it had its own urges that needed satisfying. James' demeanor became less playful as he gripped the two eidolons tight. Bastian grit his teeth, and then James made a move. He was behind Bastian, then the side, then in front, then behind. Bastian's eyes struggled to keep up, and soon he grew tired of the game. He slashed forward, and James exploited the opening. He ducked under Bastian's swing, and then sprung up with both eidolons aimed forward. The blades both pierced Bastian in the chest and sent him skyward. James stuck out his foot, placed it on Bastian's stomach and then pushed, shoving the young sage off the blades and onto the hard floor. Bastian rolled a few times, and then he sprung back to his feet. He held out his gladius, and at will, its surface widened. Bastian infused it with more energy, and James just watched, with a bored expression on his face. Fine. Bastian shouted within himself. If he wants to take this far, so be it. He had never let go before. Not willingly. But he knew how to. It was easy to give in. He just quieted his conscience and shoved his inhibitions to the side. That feeling of bloodlust and anger that he struggled with daily, he let it rise to the surface, and instead of denying it, he embraced it. It was a strange feeling. It was like a fire in the pit of his stomach. He knew he was about to do something bad, but he did nothing to put the flames out. He let the rage take over, until he didn't see James anymore. He just focused his sight on that black sword, that representation of his oppressors. He saw it ripple, and his thoughts brought him back to quietus again. He had the quietus by the neck. All he had to do was squeeze. Just a little bit of pressure. Crush it. Something snapped within him, and he found his legs sprinting forward. James saw Bastian coming. He made no attempt at speeding up. Instead, he walked forward slowly. He slashed at James hard, each swing a killing blow. James dodged the blows easily, but then Bastian switched tactics and opted for speed over strength. Appearing behind his teacher, Bastian jumped on James' back, grabbing his robes with his left hand and raising his gladius overhead with his right. James reached back, grabbed Bastian by the collar and threw him off. Bastian landed on his feet, and suddenly, he was back on James' back again, performing the same motion. James reached back, but then Bastian was in front of him, plunging his gladius through the Master Sage's abdomen. James clutched the gladius surface to pull it out, but he only sliced the palm of his hand in the process. He swung at Bastian with his white eidolon and it shattered as soon as its edge hit the side of Bastian's face. Bastian flinched, but he refused to let go of the gladius. He twisted, and James clenched his jaw. He tried to grab Bastian's eidolon with his now free hand, but Bastian quickly grabbed his fist and crushed it. James cried out in pain, but it registered no emotion from Bastian. Bastian was a lot stronger than he had anticipated. He didn't want to use that in order to beat him. But what choice did he have? The boy was killing him. James began transforming immediately, hoping to complete it before Bastian decided to do more than just twist the blade. As soon as his dark liquid-like skin appeared, he noticed that Bastian immediately began to back off. The young sage ripped his eidolon from James' abdomen and began taking steps back cautiously. With a concerned look on his face, he let James continue. James fell down on all fours and tried to complete his quietus form as fast as he could. He still kept the black sword held firmly in his left hand. Once the change was complete, he roared at Bastian with all he could muster, scaring the young sage back even further. It was disconcerting and almost nauseous going back into full quietus form. He knew all too well the urges that Bastian spoke of, except it seemed like he had a greater handle on it. If it wasn't for how he looked, reminding Bastian of his past, he was sure that he would have been killed. In hindsight, the transformation could have easily caused a reverse reaction. He was glad it hadn't. James ran forward and dove toward the young sage, who held up his gladius in terror. There was no offense this time. The threat appeared over. Bastian's gladius disappeared, and James halted his approach. Groaning and refocusing on reverting back, he wasn't paying attention when Bastian had lunged at him. The young sage tackled him to the ground and they went into a roll, punching and clawing at each other furiously. James prolonged the battle no longer. A scythe emerged from each of his forearms, and he began slashing away at Bastian's midsection. Eventually, Bastian must have started feeling the pain, because he rolled off James and scurried off to the side. With a hand covering his abdomen, sopping with blood, his eyes began to lose its intensity. James began reversing the transformation, after seeing Bastian nearly topple over from vertigo. "I'm sorry," Bastian winced, falling down to one knee. He gave James a smile. "At least we know that we can spar together." "Definitely," James said, even though his mind was blaring with alarms. "I nearly died," he realized. "But I can't tell him that. He won't stay here otherwise." James turned to the students as he slowly healed his wounds. "We're done for today," he said to them. His breath was short. "But I hope you have seen just how strong each of you can become. There is no difference between Bastian and you. He's just had more time to work on his abilities." Bastian shot him a concerned gaze. "That statement wasn't true at all. I want to speak with Bastian alone for now, but I want each of you to check out the dorms. It's first come, first serve, so choose your rooms and bunkmates wisely. Talia's group should be heading there now as well. She'll explain the dining hall schedule and what else you can do tonight. More information will follow tomorrow." The students began leaving, but they could barely take their eyes off of Bastian. Bastian watched as the students gazed at him with admiration in their eyes. Even when he met their glance, they would turn their head back, only to steal a few more looks. He didn't like the feeling. It made him squirm. When all of the students were out the room, James took a deep breath and rubbed his neck. I have to tell you, James laughed. I haven't had a fight that intense in a long time. You lied to them, Bastian scowled, turning to face his teacher. You lied to me. What do you mean? You told them that they were like us. That's not true at all. Bastian's jaw was clenched tight as he pointed at the entrance to the hall. This is not like before. There is no secret quest or mission that you're preparing us for. I understood why Aramis kept that a secret back then. Even if he told every infantryman the mission, and he told them to stay back in LA, they all would have went anyways. Aramis needed sages, not liabilities. That made sense, but you're just lying needlessly. They are not like us. They can be, if only. Stop lying. Bastian screamed at him. The only reason you're even still alive is because of the genetics in your blood. That quietus blood kept you safe, and that same blood is what makes you the strongest warrior in LA. Without it, you would just be another sage. Hey, now. And we cannot fight each other, Bastian huffed. Once my head cleared some more, I sensed it all too well. I almost killed you back there. If it wasn't for me being afraid, I would probably be in chains right now. It's true, James admitted with a heavy sigh. If we fought again, you would surely win. Then why pretend like there's something there when it's not? I get it, I'm different. I can't even spar with someone without losing it and hurting them. But what I can't accept is the lies. What were you trying to do? Keeping me close so I wouldn't quit the academy? So I wouldn't become something other than what you want? Bastian, listen, I'm sorry. I really am. James placed his hands on the young sage's shoulders. I'm new to this too. I'm sorry if I lied to you. I just wasn't sure how you would take it, but... You have to be real with me. What if I hadn't sensed how weak you were afterwards? We would have sparred again in the future, and you could have died. Just, tell me straight. If I ever become something that the master sages fear, just put me down. It might be better that way. No one's going to put you down, James frowned. Why would you think like that? Because I'm dangerous. Why else would Catherine allow me to live in the castle? Because she cares, James said truthfully. And she knows that you'll do better not being surrounded by so many people. Not to mention that you will be someone people look up to someday, whether you like it or not. You may get quiet and secretive like Chiron, but they will still admire you. You won't be able to escape the fame after they find out what lies within you, and especially not after a day like this. Bastian stared at James, trying to figure out what his true motives were, but he was unable to get a read through his warm smile and innocent demeanor. All he knew was that he wasn't so sure he could trust him anymore, which was terrible, because he already didn't respect him that much as a master sage. So what do we do now? Bastian asked, turning away from his teacher. We can train. I have an idea of how we can manage it too. I think I'll pass for now. I'm sorry. Bastian, you can't just give up based on one incident. I'm the only one that you can spar with in LA, and I know you're not the type to go looking for trouble. Just give me another chance. I'll think about it, Bastian said, giving him a weak smile. I'll see you tomorrow. He turned and walked away, leaving James with a heavy heart. James sighed. It was only the first day, and already the harsh truth was right in his face, he wasn't Aramis. Already he had made a couple of decisions that had set back his progress with Bastian, and he wasn't sure how to rectify it. He would have to take it slow and regain his trust. It was the only way. The last thing he wanted was for Bastian to think he was just a weapon of the kingdom. That wasn't it at all. He just wanted to help the young sage find his purpose and place in the world, and he knew how hard that was. Joe marched into the room and saluted James. James saluted back and started walking forward to meet him halfway. How's your group? James asked, and Joe shook his head. They need work. Lots of training. Well, it doesn't come as natural to all of us like it does with you. Speaking of, how's the boy? You mean, Bastian? I made a couple mistakes, but it was a necessary risk. I sparred with him in front of the class. Did a great job of inspiring them, but not so much Bastian. He knows he can beat me, That's a lot of weight to put upon his shoulders so soon, Talia said, walking into the room. You shouldn't speak so loudly. The students are still exploring the halls. Who's watching them? Aramis and his Ashelin. They relieved me. The quietus want to talk. And Hakan thought it was necessary for all of us to be there? Apparently, it's to be a very serious meeting. The Queen's orders. Then we better not dawdle then. Let's go. Chapter 14, Old Weapons. Bastian was the last to choose his room, not that there were any distinguishable differences between them. Each room had 2 sets of bunk beds, furnished with a bright red comforter and an immaculate, white pillow. There were no ladders, so he assumed those on the top bunk had to jump. There was a window in each room that let the sunlight pour in, and the walls were all painted a pastel blue. There was a small carpet in the center with the picture of a Ter's face, and there were 4 small, tabletop desks, 2 on each side of the walls. It was so plain that it hurt to look at. He supposed it might have been nicer to have a room toward the back than the front of the hall, but it didn't make much of a difference either way. He continued along the carpet, glancing in the rooms as he passed by. The students were busy introducing themselves and discussing what part of the village they came from, and when they released their eidolons for the first time. A few of them made eye contact with him, but they wouldn't stare long. They would go back to what they were doing without a moment's hesitation. He didn't mind. Anonymity is how he liked it. It's how he wished it would stay. He finally made it to the end of the hall, and he was sure that he would find himself without a bed altogether. He glanced in the last room on the left. No one appeared to be inside. Suddenly, 2 pairs of hands grabbed him and threw him into the hardwood floors. He slid onto his belly and bumped the crown of his head lightly on the bedframe a few feet away. Someone grabbed the back of his shirt and flipped him over. Daisy and Kent were right in his face. Did his retinas turn all black? Daisy said, her forehead creasing. I don't see any change. Maybe I should stomp on his leg. That might work, Kent replied. You are heavy. That most certainly would work. But I'm not fat though, right? All Langorans are fat, Daisy said in a very serious tone. When Kent didn't respond, she glanced over at him, and then she burst out laughing. She pushed Kent to the side and then tackled him to the floor, pinching his cheeks. Ah, poor baby. Did I hurt your feelings? I sorry, poor baby. You not fat. That just baby fat. She went to pinch his stomach when he shoved her off of him. She went flying through the air, and she would have smashed into the far wall if it wasn't for Bastian coming to her rescue. He caught her in his arms and then let her down to her feet. My hero, she cooed, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Bastian just stood there, blinking rapidly. What had he walked into exactly? Bastian, back away from her, Kent demanded, climbing to his feet. She has to be stopped. Not if he has anything to say about it, Daisy shouted at the Langoran. She turned to Bastian. Isn't that right? You'll defend me, won't you? I have no idea what's going on. Ugh, Kent rolled his eyes. You're no fun. We're just playing around. You are? Yeah, Daisy said, wrapping her arm around Bastian's shoulder. You thought we were serious when we threw you in here? I wasn't sure. What was that whole thing about seeing my retinas turn black? Oh, you know, like what happened when we sparred. You went all psycho on me. You told Kent about that, We tell each other everything. She exclaimed, reaching out her hands toward Kent to give him a hug. He did the same, but at the last second, he tried punching her in the face. Daisy dodged it, grabbed his forearm and then flipped him onto his back. He groaned and tried swiping at Daisy's legs with his massive fingers, but she hopped out the way. Of course, she continued, as Kent slowly climbed to his feet. That means we'll tell you everything too. We're in this together. This is our room. I ran away from Joe's class early to grab it. But won't you get in trouble with Master Joe? Yep. So what? It's the first day. I'm not going to get punished that badly. Yeah, you will, Kent replied, glaring at her. Daisy waved bye to Bastian and took off running, darting out the room and sprinting down the hall. Kent barreled after her. We'll be back. He shouted as he turned the corner. Bastian chuckled and walked around the room. His living situation was going to be interesting at the least. It was also nice knowing that if he grew tired of their antics, he could head over to the castle too. Though, the more he thought about it, he didn't think that would ever be the case. Bastian turned around and examined the beds, trying to figure out which ones they claimed already, if any. He heard a loud shriek coming from down the hall, and 3 seconds later, Daisy came running back into the room. She ran behind Bastian and pushed him in front of her. Her hair was flying all over his face, and she was breathing hard into his ear, but he didn't care. He was excited to feel like he belonged in a group for once. Kent came into the room and glared at them both back and forth. His muscles were getting bigger upon each step. Once he was a couple feet in front of them, he cocked back a fist and sent it straight into Bastian's face. Bastian didn't even try to block it. He went flying through the space between the upper and lower bunk beds, and into the far wall. His back created a small crater and then his butt hit the mattress. His body bounced on the bed for a moment as he tried to keep his laughter in. It hadn't hurt, and he was sure Kent knew that it wouldn't, but the Langoran had hit him anyways. Kent didn't care that he was the strongest sage in LA. They were friends now. And so when Kent dove through the space between the bunks, and began giving Bastion rib shots with his massive fists, all Bastion could do was smile. He didn't remember being that happy in a long time. Asterisk. Bring them in, Catherine said, taking her seat. Back in the private deliberation room, James, Talia, and Joe waited for the Queen to sit first, and then they followed suit. They all sat in a row on one side of the table, with their backs facing the interior of the castle, while the Quietus would take the seats with their backs to the secret entrance. If for whatever reason, their meeting went badly, the sages would be able to defend the castle. Hakon realized this the moment he stepped through the door and saw them all facing him. He put up his hands in surrender and chuckled to himself as Catherine stretched in her chair to look behind him. "Are you the only one coming?" she asked sweetly. "Considering the size of our group, do you need any other? Let them enjoy their pampering. No matter what happens here, I thank you for that. Though I could have done without the crouch walk through the tunnel again." "It was our pleasure," Catherine said, getting comfortable in her seat. "And sorry about the secrecy. We just don't want the general population to know just yet." She folded her hands together as if she was about to conduct an interview. It wasn't too far from the truth. Hakon took a seat opposite of James and looked at them all one by one. "I won't waste your time. I want to be here. I've already talked to my people, and they want to be here too. We've lived so long in the wild that we're ready to do what it takes to have a home again. Food was already scarce and even the summers were cold. Altain gave me his report and he assured me that, at least based on appearance, what you claim is true. That there is true unity among the kingdoms. Why not add the Quietus? It's not like you don't already have one in your company." He gestured toward James. "What is it that you would want?" Catherine asked. Hakon raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "The Langorans insisted on full access to LA, but they wanted their kingdom rebuilt in the original location, which it was. Prattle decided to have their new kingdom built next to ours, to the west. It's not as large as it once was, and it certainly doesn't have the benefits of being on the mountain, but they see it as home. To this day I'm surprised the Pratlians didn't return to their old home," Hakon said. "I'm not," Catherine replied in kind. "That place was their fortress, and they are not a combatant or courageous people. Once it was destroyed by Thorn, they found solace in our offer. We welcomed them as we do to this day. So with that being said, what would you and your people want?" "I see no need to rebuild Quietus," Hakon replied. "Especially with it being so far away. Any kind of exchange of goods and services would be unnecessarily difficult. I think that we would want to settle somewhere in close proximity to LA. Perhaps the forest between here and Langer will work. It's not a whole lot of space, it's just enough to set up a couple of homes and there's enough area to travel through the trees and hunt. I'll talk to the king of Langer." "I don't see how that could be a problem. Anything else?" "We would need some food and supplies to hold us off until we're self-sustaining. Other than that, I think that will be sufficient." "Of course. None of that is unreasonable. Now what do you need from me? The Quietus are still feared by many. Alayans, Langorans, and Pratlians alike. Not to mention that we've established some systems here that may be foreign to you. While you get accumulated to our processes and new way of life, we ask that you're considerate of their anxiety. Don't provoke anyone in any way. Basically, have you and your people be on their best behavior, and show everyone that you are not the Quietus from the stories. I'm not saying this to separate you. We all had to earn each other's trust. I get it. Stay out of the way, and don't cause trouble. Your people will also not be able to join the Sage Academy. Not at first. Why would we want to become sages? We are perfectly fine being what we are." It had to be said. "Is there anything else?" "Yes," James said, leaning forward. "We have to find these Alayans you met with as soon as possible. Since it was in secrecy, we don't think they're ready to make any big moves just yet, but we would like to cut them off at the pass. By trying to start an uprising of some kind, they threaten everything we worked for here." "You mean they threaten your way?" "You said we, but from what me and my people heard, Queen Catherine is undeniably in charge." "The kingdoms do as they please," Catherine said, but Hakon chuckled. "You were the ones who found a way to defeat Thorn. You did what they couldn't. That gives you a lot of sway. Let's be honest. There isn't complete autonomy. I'm sure that if the Langorans or Pratlians do something that is undesirable, you do what you want in ensuring that it all goes your way. Our goal is for peace and nothing more, Catherine scowled. Your peace? What benefits you? What about the Pratlians and their debates? Why not let them debate in the streets? I hear you put an end to that because they disrupt the merchants, but this isn't because the merchants were alien. I would see it as a problem no matter what kingdom I was in. Even if it was the Pratlians in Longoran streets, I would consider it out of order. But it is the Pratlian way of life, he said, leaning forward on the table. They bicker. They argue. That is how their greatest inventions and ideas came to fruition. Who knows what could have been born from bickering in front of the merchants? The merchants may have joined in. Of course it wouldn't be a friendly exchange at first, but who knows where it may have ended up. Friendships born. Mutual partnerships created. Or great conflict, Catherine said. We have been the Pratlians' neighbors for a long time. Trust me, you have stunted their growth. You were their enemies, not their neighbors. Depends on how you see it. Conflict and chaos is good every now and then, as long as you don't take it too far. That's what Thorn did. He took it too far, trying to kill everyone. Not even the Quietus, at their most violent, were stupid enough to try wiping out an entire people. We know deep down that we all contribute to this world in some manner, and that much of it is hidden from our eyes. Just like the fact that you can't see how your rule will not last much longer. What are you saying? Joe barked, but Catherine held up a hand. Continue, she said, sitting back in her chair. I'm not trying to upset you all, Hakon said. I'm grateful for the help you're granting me and my people. I won't cause any trouble, and neither will anyone under my rule. Trust me, after what we've experienced, if anyone in my camp causes you trouble, their heads will be severed. What I'm telling you now is just from an outsider's perspective. I'm saying that you are the ones at the top, and there will be people who don't like that. I don't know who these Alayans are that tried to persuade us to their side, but they are not happy with the status quo. And if your own people aren't happy, you can be sure the Langorans and Pratlians aren't. Is there anything they said about their cause? Other than taking back what's theirs? Any information at all would help. Nothing that I can remember. So when you refused, what did they do? Just walk away? I imagine they would have killed you, so that no word would come back to us. We had to fight back, Hakon smiled. But we didn't have to shed any blood. He ducked his head down and started digging around in his pants. Ah, here it is. Our great weapon. He revealed it from under the table, and Catherine couldn't stop the gasp from escaping her lips. James' heart started beating quickly. Talia and Joe both looked at the royal couple in concern. Hakon was holding a stone in his hand, about the size of an apple. It was glowing with vitality and energy, and they could all feel its seductive power from where they sat. It's one of the stones of power, Talia said, reciting what they were all thinking. But that's impossible, Catherine said, reaching out to brush her fingers against it. But, I know this feeling all too well. I carried one inside my body for years, this is genuine. What does this mean? James asked, and Catherine just sighed. I don't know, she said. I really don't know. Chapter 15, just in case. Where did you get this? Catherine asked, her eyes affixed on the stone. Hakon's face fell. In prattle, he said, turning over the stone in his hand. They were sitting in the courtyard in plain sight. He stopped to chuckle. I couldn't believe it when I saw them. I thought it was an answer to our prayers. That with the stones, we could rebuild Quietus. I didn't know how they worked back then though. Stones? Talia asked. There are more of them? 5 in total, he said, placing the stone on the table. I wouldn't be telling you this if I wasn't stepping out on faith a little bit here. I may not know everything about the stones, but from what I've skimmed through in your history, all of you guys destroyed yours a few years back. That means, if a kingdom was in possession of these 5, they can continue their lineage and no one else could unless they allowed it. I don't know how many generations it will take for the abilities to water down and die, but this prevents that. Eventually, that kingdom with all 5 stones would be able to have warriors of great power, while everyone else would be at their mercy. You've put a lot of thought into this, Catherine said, but Hakon just gave her a smirk. The Quietus have a lot of dried blood on their hands, Your Highness. We don't need more. Now, maybe it was just by chance that I survived and countless others didn't, but I don't think trying to take over the world is the answer. There were plenty of Quietus that would do exactly what I just outlined, but I'm not looking for that. I just want a warm place to stay and a hot plate of food on the table. I'm simple, and I think the Quietus people should be that way too. I figured that we could be the enforcers of the four kingdoms. We're strong and skilled. Maybe our jobs could be to keep things in line once our trust has been earned. So these stones, what do you think we should do with them? The Quietus will hold on to them for now, only for a year or two while we gather our strength, and then we can hand them off to you to do what you like. Why the wait? You confirmed my suspicions earlier. Your people, and those of the other kingdoms, they all hate us, and there's not much stopping them from killing us all completely in our sleep. We would never let that. You don't know that, Hakan interrupted. You have a couple of rogue sages on the loose. What if they try to take us down because we refused their offer? No, the stones must stay with us for now. It's our only defense. It doesn't make sense though, James spoke up. Why would the Alayans run away just by seeing the stones? If they're from our kingdom, then they would know that we destroyed the 5 stones long ago. As you know, we advertise our history openly, and I would think that anyone trying to cause a coup would cover all their bases. No, something doesn't add up. If I was to turn on Alay, and I saw those stones, I would either think they were fake, or I would take them for myself. I would know that they had little power outside of a carrier's body. That's what happened though, Hakan said. The room fell silent. He looked to the sages one by one. Are you saying that I'm lying? After all I've just told you? I didn't have to reveal this stone at all. I could have accepted your hospitality and secretly continued our lineage. We're not saying you're lying, Catherine, but in. We're just saying that your story has some holes. Something is very wrong here. Still, I'm not sure if we should just have you hold onto those stones. Like you said, those stones were the only reason the rogue sages backed off, but no one would be fooled around here. Everyone around here knows how little defense they actually provide. Your smokescreen is worthless here. So we actually have no defense? Everyone knows about them? No defense from them whatsoever, she said solemnly. And what would you have me do then? Just give the stones to you in exchange for protection? We would have the Quietus protected regardless, but I also think the stones would be safest in our possession. We had them for nearly 5 years. And that is only because you were out in the proverbial wilderness. Are you willing to go back out there in order to keep those stones with you? You know that I'm not. And even if you were willing to, I couldn't in good conscience allow it. Those sages you encountered, even if they aren't from here, they will surely find out the truth eventually. They would go back and retrieve the stones from you, and this time, they would not hold back. Be careful, Your Highness, Hakan said. Your true colors are starting to show. We just want what's best for everyone, Catherine said, her face softening. And that means handing over the stones for safekeeping. What do you plan on doing with them? Destroying them? Catherine didn't respond. She just stared back at him. When no answer came forward, James leaned over and looked at her. She bit her lip as Hakan nodded in understanding. Ah, I see, he said. That's what I thought. What is it, Katie? James asked her, but she kept her stone gaze on Hakan. She's realizing the error of her ways, Hakan interrupted for all in the room. She was young and idealistic, even more so then than she is now. She realizes now that destroying the stones of legend were the equivalent of annihilating entire groups of people. Without them, the Quietus, Alayans, Pratlians, Langorans, they all lose their abilities somewhere down the line, and they just become ordinary. That's all fine and good, provided that there's no other stones out there. No other groups of people. Now that she sees that there are other stones, that means there could be other groups of people somewhere. People that could easily come and destroy you all in the future with little resistance. Is that true? James asked her, but all he could see was a soul tear falling from her eye. She swallowed hard and fought back the wave of emotions flooding over her. Will you hand over the stones? She asked through a cracked voice. Hakan leaned forward. No, he said through a clenched jaw. Never. Seize him, Catherine broke down, covering her mouth with the palm of her hand. Joe was behind Hakan in a second, placing an ordinary sword to the Quietus' throat. Ah, peace, Hakan spat at her. James nodded to Joe, and Joe wrapped an arm around Hakan's throat. He lifted him from the chair and kicked the seat aside. With Hakan away from the table, Joe kicked in Hakan's legs and began dragging him back toward the secret entrance. Put him in a cell, Catherine managed to say, her hand still over her mouth. One without a secret exit, please. Joe ushered Hakan out the door and kicked it shut behind him. Katie, James said, standing up to wrap his arms around her. What are we doing here? We have to have those stones, James, she said, closing her eyes. He's right. I did doom us all. Destroying them was a childish notion. This complicates things, Talia said, shaking her head. Even if we retrieve them, what then? What if Langer or Prattle still wants the new set destroyed? Or what if they want them divided between the kingdoms? Who gets the extra stone? And do we really want to go down this route in the first place? It's going back to where we came, James sighed. One reason the peace works is because we all rely on each other. If everyone has a stone again, everyone will go their separate ways. It could lead to further conflict down the road, especially if anyone decides they want more. We can't keep this secret either, Catherine said, wiping her nose on the sleeve of her dress. Otherwise, the peace is broken from the start. What do we do with Hakan and the other quietus? James asked. He did nothing wrong. We keep him locked up for now, Catherine sighed. And his people too. We can't walk out of this meeting without him. They will know something is wrong and that will stir up trouble. We'll have to keep them in cells and hidden from the public until we at least retrieve the stones. We have to confirm he's telling the truth about all of this. The stones would still be in the old Prattle if anywhere, Talia said. We can search there. It will have to be a covert operation though. Make her forbid any of the orders catch wind of what we just learned. They will demand the stones be distributed, Catherine said, staring off into space. And the people will be behind them. There will be no way we can work out a plan with the other kings then. They'll think we've been hiding this, and we can't let that happen. All it will take is a seed of doubt for this to all spiral out of control. We'll have to get the stones quickly. James, I want you to go since you're the strongest. Take a few other sages from the academy with you as well. Ones that the three of you can trust. Make them master sages. But Catherine, it's the first day. No one is ready to become a master sage. Find some that can be. We need sages ready for deploy now. We didn't get any luxuries 5 years ago, and we were a lot less experienced than they are now. You'll need a group. I could go alone. No, it's too dangerous, Catherine said, turning to look in his eyes. They could have the stones guarded, or those rogue sages may return. Where did those stones come from anyway? And the fact that those sages were scared off by the stones disturbs me, Talia said. What are the odds that there are other misplaced Alayans out there from the stone era? James scoffed. About the odds of finding displaced quietus. Ones that have been living in their enemy's old home for 5 years. Whomever these sages are, Catherine interjected. You need backup. Fine, James said, crossing his arms. We'll choose a few. And you'll have to make it quick. Promote them while you're already on your way if need be. We need those stones tonight. And what then? I don't know yet. I'll have to think some more. But don't worry, Hakan and his people will be given asylum, and they will be taken care of. The only way that wouldn't happen is if this has all been a lie from the beginning. The truth will present itself. Am I going? Talia asked, and Catherine shook her head. You and Joe need to stay here in case something happens. Besides, my parents can't watch the school forever. Joe, you should go back to the academy and keep watch. Talia, you'll be by my side. We'll call for the kings to meet. I think we should have a sit-down whether we have the stones or not, just to be open and honest. I'll be quick, James said. Catherine jumped up from her seat and wrapped her arms around his neck. I know you're tired, she whispered in his ear. But I need you to take care of this. You're the only one that I can trust 100% to get the job done. I've never let you down, he said, hugging her tight. I'll be back soon. I'll keep her safe, Talia said, nodding toward him. With my life. I know, James whispered into Catherine's hair. He backed away from the queen, caressed her face, and then gave her a hard kiss. They both prayed that it wouldn't be their last. Chapter 16, Promotions. The students were all walking from the dorms to the dining hall when James appeared. Standing to the side of the passing line, he began pulling some out and having them stand to the side with him. Bastian, Kent and Daisy had been toward the rear, since their dorm room was in the back of the hall, and they watched curiously and silently as they got closer. After the fourth sage student was pulled off to the side, Bastian began seeing the pattern emerge. These weren't average students. They were top of the class in at least one area. Strength, speed, tactics, manifestation and manipulation, each one had a specialty. When they walked by, Bastian wasn't surprised to feel a hand placed on his shoulder. He looked up at James with curiosity. Whatever was about to happen, did James really want him on the team? Considering what happened earlier? Kent and Daisy kept walking, maintaining straight faces. They didn't know what the Master Sage wanted with Bastion, but they were more than aware of the power their friend possessed. They knew it was only a matter of time before he was taken aside and groomed for greatness. They just didn't think that it would be the first day. Once the line of students was gone, James turned to the 7 of them. Listen up. What I'm about to say is very important, and I need you to follow my instructions precisely. If you breach my trust, there will be grave repercussions. I'm serious. This concerns the future and safety of the kingdom. The students nodded and waited. James gave a heavy sigh. From this point on, you will be considered Master Sages in training. The official title will be given to you when I deem fit. In the meantime, you are to present yourself as trustworthy and obedient. I don't have time to explain all the details, but if you are ready to serve your queen and kingdom, then we can begin right away. Are there any questions so far? One student raised her hand and James nodded toward her. Yes, Stephanie? Does this mean the kingdom is in trouble? Is there a new threat? There could be. We're not sure yet. Quietus, as a matter of fact. The students began murmuring. The Quietus were thought to be extinct, besides Master James' half-heritage. But, James continued. There is more to the story than I am telling you. I can brief you on the way to the ruins of Prattle. Bastion, you will have a different mission altogether. I'm going to have to speak to you privately. The rest of you, head back to your dorm rooms and prepare for a long journey. They scurried off as Bastion waited patiently. I'm not going, he asked, and James shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, but even though you may be the strongest among them, I can't risk another episode of you losing control, especially if we're to engage the enemy. Then why was I pulled out of line? I said I would be honest with you, James said. The truth is, the students know that you are probably the strongest among them. It would make no sense for me not to include you in this group. So I'm not even a Master Sage in training? I'm a fake? No. You are, James winced. But I'm going to have you focus more on what goes on behind the scenes first. You will be accompanying Aramis on a side mission, but you won't be fighting. I know you want to, but understand that because you're given this special task, you'll be given far more information than the others. In a sense, we will be putting more faith in you than anyone else. Or keeping a close eye on me. That too, James said with a nod. I'm sorry. But this is how it must be done. It's not like this arrangement is permanent. Show me in our sparring sessions that you can control what lies within you, and you'll be giving more battle-heavy missions. Will do, Bastion replied with no emotion. Can I go back to the dorm and prepare now? Yes. Meet Aramis in the center of the village when you're ready. He'll be waiting for you. Okay, was all Bastion said. What else was there to say? All he knew was that for once, he wanted to be approached because he was actually needed. Asterisk. So you are the infamous Bastion, Aramis chuckled, as he approached the young sage. Bastion raised an eyebrow and stood in front of the man, waiting for him to say more. Aramis just crossed his arms over his grey wool cloak and glared at him. After waiting for a few seconds, Bastion just snickered and shook his head. Okay, you win, Bastion laughed. Why were you so serious in the first place? Aramis said, as his eyes smiled. I thought this was a serious mission, but... It is, but that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun now and then. Don't be averse to smiling when you can. There is enough in the world that will try to take it away. Besides, we don't know what we're up against yet. Did James fill you in on the details? Not really. I only know that Quietus are involved. Long story short. A group of Quietus were found living in the ruins of Prattle. When we arrived though, we found out that they had already been approached by a pair of sages, who wanted the Quietus group to join them in taking back what was theirs. Very disconcerting. So we're going to find out who those sages were? That's the plan. I don't know how long they've been working in the shadows, or if we could even get some clues, but that's our job. Who do we look into first? The Order of the Elayans. They have expressed discontent with the Queen before, and they are the obvious suspects in this matter. Even if the Order itself isn't involved, someone within the organization could be acting on their own. What are the odds that it's just a couple of villagers? We keep track of every sage that is born within our walls. Not to the extent that we spy, but we are aware of your existence once you release your eidolon. Talia's senses are very sharp. But you were only aware of me recently, because I was on the outskirts, and I kept my eidolon release hidden. There was the first time I brought it out, but even then, it was late at night and most people, including sages, were asleep. After that, I just kept it hidden. Couldn't this pair being doing the same? You're right, Aramis said, rubbing his fingers down his long gray beard. What worries me most is that the perpetrators won't reveal themselves until it is far too late. If that happens, what's the plan? What is their plan anyways? What exactly is taking back what's theirs? I don't know. We assume it's the kingdom of LA, but perhaps we're looking in the wrong direction. Well, we better get to work either way. You're not cross that James put you on investigative duty? I was at first, Bastian said. But if I want to be useful around here, I have to take what I can get. James told me that the fighting comes later, after I've proven myself. I assume he meant more than my strength. And how is James? As a teacher and mentor? You can be honest with me. I won't express the details of our conversation with him. I understand the importance of confidentiality. He's okay, Bastian said, shaking his head and chuckling. He tries, but I don't think that kind of thing comes naturally to him. Of course, who am I to say? I'm just a kid. It doesn't matter. There is this perception that all those who have achieved greatness are better than us, when really we forget that they have simply been on their life's journey longer than we. We forget that they are just as flawed, if not more, than the rest. True, Bastian said, contemplating the words. But he's still my teacher. If he doesn't know how to be a sage, how do I get better? Even with an excellent teacher, you can't grow without your own permission. You want to get better? You want to have more control? Then teach yourself how. Teachers are but a map. You're the one that has to navigate it, and along the way, Aramis winked at him. You can find out for yourself if the teachers know what they're talking about. I'll do that, Bastian smiled at him. Why couldn't Aramis be his mentor? Come with me, Aramis said, lifting his head to scan the area. We'll be at the order in no time. The village center square was busy and noisy, but there were still eyes on the two sages, and it was only increasing in number the longer they stood there. There was no way that Aramis couldn't draw attention to himself, considering his history. I'm afraid we've talked too long. If the order truly is behind this, they will know we're nearby. We may have given them time to develop a story. Then let's hurry, Bastian said, pumping energy into his legs. Aramis nodded and did the same. Then he took off, so quick that the only thing the villagers felt around them was the wind. Bastian took off right after him, slowing down just enough to dodge the people that stepped in his way. He didn't want to hit them, especially since they weren't sages, and he was eager to hear more of Aramis' wisdom. He had already intrigued him in such a short amount of time. It was no wonder he was Catherine's father. The two of them just had this electric appeal about them that drew in everyone around them. The Order of the Elayans was located in the northeast corner of the village, not quite on the outskirts, but close enough. The Order needed privacy to conduct their business, but not to be so far removed that they couldn't interact with the villagers, their core support group. The villagers didn't interact much with the royal court or the Order unless they had a problem, but there was no denying that the Order was gaining more inquirers than the court in the last couple of years, especially once it was discovered that the queen had married a half-quietus. Hero or not, that deep and bitter distrust prevailed from the siege of 88, even after it was discovered that the quietus weren't at fault. The Order Temple was a humble yet impressive cathedral. With a large, gray-painted, triangular roof and wooden panels making up the structure, painted in dark blue, it looked much more approachable than the queen's magnificent castle. The house was surrounded by tall trees and finely cut grass. Birds were chirping away in the air, and dandelions were in abundance along the sides, currently being kissed by bees. Nothing was formidable about the building, yet Aramis knew that there was much contention on the inside. To the unsuspecting and pure-minded, it was all about the illusion. The Order may have made the structure look like home, but there was nothing but fractured relationships and displeased voices beyond the entrance. The Order will not like that you are with me, but I will vouch for you. Aramis' walk toward the house was noticeably slower. Bastian matched the sage's stride. This house isn't that big. It looks like it could fit 2 families at most. Most of the rooms are underground. What you see on the surface is just for the villagers. Why the secrecy? Because they are under the impression that the villagers don't need to know everything. And do you agree with that? Or more of what Catherine believes? A mix of both. I won't pretend and say that I have never lied or used deception to further my cause. The Maker knows that I've placed plenty in danger, and I've lost friends that were dear to me. And yet, I would do it all again, given the opportunity. My daughter's approach is admirable. We all hope it works, but only time will tell if it was a good decision. You could have done the same, Bastian replied. In the beginning, you could have told the village about your mission. Maybe more sages would have been born to assist with your cause. I don't dwell too much on the past, he said. Learn from your mistakes, and nothing more. Spend too much time in the past, and you'll end up destroying your future. Someone called out to them from the entrance. Master Aramis. To what do we owe the pleasure? The man was dressed head to toe in order robes. His head was bald and his facial features were tight and tucked in toward his skull. His body was pudgy, as his stomach was sticking out, even through the robes, and his bare feet were swollen. You can cut the pretense, Val Aramis muttered, waving a hand toward Bastion. He is with me. We're here on business that is of the utmost importance. I need to speak to the order master. He's busy. As we all are. I need to, regardless. You know that I have full access to him whenever I please, and I have not exercised that right since the order has been created. Then why now? Is something the matter? Val. Sorry. Not my place, I know. He's inside. Just go right in. Is he alone? Of course not, but the rest of the order is downstairs. What is the master doing by himself on the top floor? That's unlike him. Why don't you ask him yourself? Val said with a sly smile. Aramis scowled at him and kept his hands close to his side. Bastion took a deep breath and did the same. Eidolons had to be at the ready, just in case. Val stepped out of their path and held the creaky, wooden door open for them. Shutting it behind them, they could hear Val beginning to talk to someone else outside. Bastion tried to focus on the second voice, but he couldn't make out the words, and he dared not to release his Eidolon, even a tip. Everyone in the village knew that the order and the court disagreed on many matters. Since Aramis was his escort, he didn't want to make that situation worse. Bastion instead turned his attention to the inside of the order headquarters. The room was small, but cozy. As if they had entered a tiny chapel, the room was full of wooden pews that were nailed to the hardwood floors. Candelabras were lit and sitting on top of tiny tables to the sides. The tables started just by the entrance and then wrapped around the room until they hit the front. The front was bare, except for a tiny desk and chair. A pad of paper was sitting on it, but no writing utensil. Standing right by the desk was who he assumed to be the master of the order, father of none other than the boy he had nearly killed. Bastion decided to keep his name a mystery if he could help it. Aramis, the order master, spoke softly. Come forward. The order master was thin and frail. His fingers were long and bone-thin and his hair was wet and sparse. His eyes were distant and beady. There was nothing physical about the man, but his presence was mysterious and unnerving. No matter what anyone thought of the weak, old man, his words and his voice had great authority. He controlled far more of the kingdom from his cozy house than the court would like to admit. Aramis took a step forward slowly, and then another, approaching the man with care. The old man laughed to himself, and then he began coughing. He shook his head and lifted his eyes to give Aramis an amused stare. You have nothing to fear, sage, he said to Aramis. There is nothing going on here. Val made it seem otherwise. Val finds pleasure in the little things. He was, as the kids say, messing with you. I certainly hope so, Aramis said, his face still serious. What is it that has gotten you so anxious? You're usually much more cordial. The old man glanced over at Bastion. And who is this young man? A new member of the court? You haven't had one in quite some time. He is here to observe. Unfortunately, master, I cannot tell you any more than that about the boy. I've come here to discuss another matter. We have received word that a pair of sages, one male and one female, has been trying to rally troops to their cause. They claim that they are trying to take back what is theirs, and we believe that they are talking about Alais. Rallying troops? Taking back what is theirs? I've not heard of anything on this matter. Is this just speculation, or do you have some evidence that could back up your claim? I could tell you more, but it would have to remain confidential, even to your members of the order. The kingdom's security is at stake. Oh, my. What kind of danger are we in? You have to swear first. If all of our lives are on the line, then yes, I swear. What is the problem? Aramis relayed the issue quickly, citing the discovery of the quietus and their claim about the sages as quick as possible. Master Toril mulled over Aramis' words. Have you considered that these quietus are lying? In order to distract you from some other ploy? I doubt it. There's evidence to suggest that their story is true. They have been honest about everything else, and I don't know why they would be deceitful about this. What would they have to gain? Considering that you are here, I would say mistrust among us. There was a gleam in the old man's eye. That fragile cord has been shaky since the beginning, Aramis said, But at least we both understand what this could mean if these two sages are from neither of our camps. It could be nothing, but it warrants a look. Imagine if they were somehow about to bring the Langorans and Pratlians to war against us. Oh, come now, Aramis, the old man laughed. Surely you did not just say that about our esteemed neighbors. You and the Queen have been very vocal about their inclusion within our walls. Don't turn back on it now. Still, you agree that this is troublesome. That it is. I can say this, and you may use your sage abilities to monitor my pulse. In order to confirm that I'm not lying, I can say that no one in this order has gone off on some secret mission. All of my members are nestled in the walls of Alais. We wouldn't go to the other kingdoms because their mixing into our culture will ruin the purity, and we are not soldiers, let alone sages. If any of my men encountered a quietus, I can assure you that they would wet themselves post-haste. So who could this pair be, if they even exist at all? What did they look like? According to the quietus account? The girl was short and solid, and the man was tall and lean. Both wore black sage robes, and the quietus say they are very powerful. The quietus, their inclusion into our kingdom is going to be monster of a conversation. We'll discuss that later. Do the descriptions help you at all? Black robes, I'm not knowledgeable about how your sage abilities work. When you put those sage robes upon you, do you get to choose the color? I suppose if we wanted to, yes. But when we first transform, a distinctive color appears to reflect something inside of us. The same goes with our eidolons. The sages of old used to wear garments such as those, Master Toril stated. Black as night. I don't think it was instinctive though. They wore the robes as a testament to their unity. They all chose the color. At least, that's what I can remember. We didn't see the sages often. Do you recall this? It was before my time, Aramis said. I worked within the castle then. I didn't see much of the sages either, and when I did, they were in normal clothes. These black robes, do you know what they could mean? I'm unsure, but perhaps this pair knows about the sages of old. Maybe their donning of the black robes is a declaration of their animosity toward the current state of Alais. Just one big statement? Aramis scoffed. This pair would have had to only recently become sages themselves. James said that the quietus believe the rogue sages are stronger than us. How is that possible with them being so young? His words trailed off as his eyes fell down to the floor. Bastian fidgeted in his seat. He was sure that Aramis was thinking about him. Well, Master Toril continued, to my knowledge, there is no law saying someone has to be born a sage on an equal level with everyone else. Such things are even true with our classes and government system. We don't even choose what kingdom we are born into. But what could those two want? And how would they even know what the sages of old wanted? The old Sage Academy was destroyed and we already went through the material. Maybe they found a way to break in before you had arrived. It's highly unlikely. Well, I don't know anyone that is discontent in our order, at least not to the point they would mingle with quietus. Disgusting. The old man said disgusting casually, as if it was a fact. There's no one that left your order? Perhaps even before it was official. I know that you had sermons for the villagers occasionally throughout the years. Was there anyone in your congregation that was displeased with the kingdom? Everyone was displeased back then. Even you. That's why you started the Sentinel Academy, to get us out of the cesspool that was our lives. I'm sure that many were thinking of all they could to, What is it? Now that I think about it, I do recall one. But this was 10 years ago, mind you. I wouldn't even think he was alive still. There was a young man. His name was Ephi. He was a devout member of my order back then, though it didn't take much to become one. He was there for every sermon, right outside my porch every 2 days in rain or shine. He wasn't a bad kid. Just interested in what I had to say. I guess that was a bit unusual back then. The old man stopped to chuckle. But, he did leave one day. He told me that he wouldn't be coming to my sermons anymore because he got the notion that the sages of old were out there somewhere. He knew the stories that everyone else did, of course. There was no reason to believe that the quietus had not been thorough in their attack, but he believed it just the same. Belief is a very strong notion. It doesn't matter what that faith is put into, if you believe hard enough, it will make its mark on the world. Anyways, he stopped to give a short cough into his right fist. He said that there could have been more sages of old on away missions, and they just hadn't come back yet. He decided to go find them, bring them back, and restore the kingdom. He said that if the villagers weren't in such fear, everyone would want to hear my sermons. You're right, Aramis nodded. The odds of Ephi being alive are very slim, considering how dangerous the world was back then. We had no allies, and we would have known if he had become a sage. The Langorans or Pratlians would have mentioned it in our travels. It would have been a spectacle. When we were on our quest, our arrival was a very big deal. Still, it does make me wonder about a few things. Being a man of faith, I tend to come up with theories every now and then, about the Maker, about the world around us. You know, just humoring myself. Nothing serious. Perhaps a theory of mine ends up being the answer to your troubles, considering that these so-called sages were wearing robes from the old days. What is that? The story of Thorn. Everyone reads it. Many have experienced it in one way or another. Fascinating story. But there has always been something about it that troubled me. He created the ether to hold the souls of both good and evil, and this has been confirmed by your team's own accounts. I believe Scarlet and Chiron were able to see their loved ones during your journey? They were, Aramis said, unsure where he was headed with the line of questioning. Well, in one part of the story, Thorn says that he was able to defeat the Dark One and keep him apprehended. His plan was to eventually take an army to the gates of paradise and try to usurp the throne of the Maker to claim as his own. It is a crazy notion. Well, Master Toril continued, once you all destroyed the ether and the souls were all freed, the good souls went to paradise, but the evil ones, where did they go? Was the Dark One freed upon Thorn's defeat? And even if he was he able to round up all those evil souls in time? I don't know, Aramis admitted. But even if that's true, they are just souls. They can't harm us. There is more than one way to harm someone. Maybe an evil soul got to whispering in someone's ear, telling them about the sages of old and kindling their discontent. It's not far-fetched. It's not far-fetched for you, Aramis laughed. I'm not saying that it's not possible, but there was evidence of what Thorn was trying to do. He demonstrated his power by showing my colleagues Chloe and Scarlet's brother. But even before then, there were villagers that had seen their loved ones be denied paradise. As time went on, and the witness accounts increased, we then decided to act upon it. It wasn't just complete faith that the stones of power would dispel the ether and solve our problems. We acted once we got some evidence, through the shrines and eyewitness accounts. So surely you understand why we can't just act upon this evil spirit theory of yours. Not until the proverbial ether's over our kingdom, right? Master Toril smiled and folded his hands together. Well, you had to face forces involving the supernatural once. You may again. Who's to say? I just have to say. Considering you can mold your souls into weapons and manifest your imagination into tangible objects, I thought you would be a little more open-minded. I'll think about it, Aramis grunted as he turned to Bastian. Are you ready? We have other places to look into. Bastian nodded and Aramis turned back to the old man. I hope you find your answers, Aramis, the old man replied. Your victory is beneficial for all of us. Thank you, Aramis said, giving him a nod. Then he and Bastian turned and walked out the door. It wasn't until they had gotten a safe distance from the house that Aramis snickered. What do you think about what he said? He asked the young sage. You've read our history. Bastian shrugged his shoulders. I'm not sure. It's possible. Based on rumors in the village, there were stories of people seeing their loved ones after Thorn was killed. The sightings have dropped off significantly over the past couple years, or else no one is talking about it anymore. Either way, those sightings would coincide with what Thorn was doing. We could probably assume that if those good souls went to paradise, the bad ones would have to be placed somewhere. And the whole Dark One business? We don't even know if the Maker exists, let alone the Dark One. Of those two, there is no evidence. Of paradise and oblivion, we do. Maybe those places act on their own. Why does there have to be someone guarding them and manning the gates? I don't know, Aramis shook his head. This might all be distraction. We might have to look into the order some more. Master Toril could be using his knowledge of what we went through to his advantage. Considering we fought manifestations and a man who claimed to be a god, we would certainly think about what he said. Well, those evil souls went somewhere, Bastian said. That much we can confirm, but I doubt it's here on our plane either. From what we know about our eidolons, the soul isn't strong when it doesn't have a shell to go back into. I imagine it would disintegrate, or something like that. So the evil souls are either in oblivion, or somehow in paradise. I can't imagine paradise. Chloe and Chiron would be having a field day up there. Then they have to be in oblivion, right? Right. I thought we weren't going to entertain that line of thought, Bastian laughed. Aramis threw his hands up in the air and just began laughing. Chapter 17, Ancient. They reached the top of the mountain, but James was hesitant to proceed any further. Last time he had been attacked by Quietus, but Aramis had been with him. His father-in-law brought a calm to his nerves that he wished had lingered a bit longer. The closer they got to the ruins of Old Prattle, the more nervous he became. And he had to stay brave. Especially since the young sages behind him could probably sense his apprehension. And that wasn't good. They were already nervous, and now he was making them question if they were on a suicide mission. It's not like he had given them a whole lot of information. James stopped at the edge of the summit and held up a fist for them to halt. He had 8 sages with him, all unseasoned and terrified. He needed their minds like steel. Listen, guys. I want you all to have your eidolons out at all times. If you think you're about to be attacked, then go ahead and strike. Your lives matter first and foremost. It was a horrible suggestion. He knew that in the back of his mind a Quietus child could just run out and be killed accidentally. Hakon could have definitely left a second group behind, just in case he and the first group were captured or killed. Still, he didn't want his sages slaughtered because they weren't sure whether to attack or just defend. As long as they accomplished their mission, it would all be worth it. Even if some Quietus died, as long as they got the stones, that was all that mattered. James blinked rapidly, and he wiped the sweat falling into his eyes. Was this the way of a sage? Making decisions that were morally and ethically wrong? Just to ensure the safety and security of the kingdom? At what point did just doing what was right enough? He could tell the sages not to attack unless ordered, but what if he was apprehended? What if they were killed because they were so busy trying to follow orders that they didn't have the sense to keep their bodies unharmed? What if? I'm sorry, James said, shaking his head and turning around to face them all. I'm just thinking about how to go about this. The young sages were staring at him with wide, watery eyes and crestfallen faces. After James had stopped their climb, he had just stood there for a while. They didn't know what that had meant. Stay close to me, he said. Be mindful of what I do. Don't be reckless. As I told you before, there could be Quietus hiding here. We're here to retrieve something. I'm sorry I can't tell you what just yet. Don't be afraid to let me do the fighting if you get worried. Just be my backup. A chorus of nods followed, and James nodded back. Okay, follow me. James stepped slowly, the sound of the crunching snow beneath his feet sounding like an explosion to his ears. With each step they took, his heartbeat was increasing a notch. He cleared his throat and kept walking, hoping that the sages behind him were too scared themselves to notice. Once they made it into the courtyard, and the crunching sound disappeared upon their feet hitting brick, he heard the crackling sound. Someone had a fire going. James brought his eidolon out a fourth of the way from his right palm and scanned the area. Up ahead. By the stairs to the castle. He stretched his neck and squinted his eyes as he approached. Light snow was beginning to fall from the skies, and snowflakes began to hit his face, trying to distract him. The fire had been hidden by a pile of benches, ripped from the courtyard floor. But the benches were just a shield. They weren't on fire. What was behind them was a pile of corpses. They had been dead for hours, and their flesh had melted away. Based on what he was sensing, this was not the first fire. There were the ashes of old ones underneath the pile. He was unsure whether they were from Hakon's Quietus group or not. But even if they weren't, who had done this to them? Then he felt a presence. He held up a fist to stop the sages behind him, and they were happy to halt. They remained still as he continued to step forward and behind the massive fire. A man was there, crouching on the ground and fiddling with something. He hadn't noticed James. Who are you? James said casually, and the man nearly fell over. He glanced behind him quickly and then scurried to the left, taking off into a full sprint. He headed for the stairs, where something was shining from the bottom step. James didn't take any chances. He unleashed his eidolon and swung at what glinted in his eye. The man stopped short and fell to his knees in front of his destroyed objects. It was only then that James realized they were 4 stones, now cut in halves. The shine they once had shimmered and then disappeared. He had been careless. Shh, the mysterious man said to the halves. It's okay. It's okay. James grit his teeth, barreled forward and grabbed the man by the back of his collar. He forced him to his feet and then higher than that. The man kept his eyes closed and his hands over his face as James inspected him. It was a middle-aged man. His hair was gone, and his skin was covered in grime and blemishes. His clothes were new, but still dirty. A loose t-shirt and wool pants hung off him. James threw the man to the ground, and his butt landed on the brick pavement. Who are you? James demanded. And did you hurt those people? I had to, he said, breathing heavily. They told me to. I had to get to the stones. I had to get their power. The quietus wouldn't let me. How could you have killed all those quietus yourself? Are you a sage? No. No. I don't have any powers of my own. They helped me. Who are they? I shouldn't tell you that. Not until everything's complete. It's so close. Who are you? James roared, gripping his eidolon tight. My name is Ephi, the man said, throwing his hands up in surrender. And, I'm not a sage or anything. I went looking for the sages. But I couldn't find any. I worked with Thorn for a little while, but then he stopped talking to me. James sighed. Was there no one that Thorn tried recruiting? Thorn's dead, James said. I killed him myself. That explains his silence. Ephi's eyes went wide as he began counting on his fingers. How long ago? Ephi asked, counting his 10 fingers over and over. I can't distinguish the voices anymore. So many want my help. I can't help them all, but the one that keeps yelling. I can't ignore him. What happened here? James yelled, sticking the tip of his eidolon next to Ephi's nose. How did you know the stones were here? The voices told me. I had to get the stones. They're fascinating. I was able to imagine stuff when they would come true. I thought of a little house, it came together after a couple hours. It was so fascinating. But they yelled at me again. I was taking too long. I didn't need bigger. I needed denser. Stronger shells. Better stuff. I needed the stones to keep my power supply up. But now you've destroyed them. It will take longer. But they'll come back. The stones always come back. You don't know them like I do. Who else is working with you? James said. These voices. Who are they? I don't know. They won't tell me their names. One's male. One's female. That's all I know. Are they sages? That's all I know. And it's all your fault. The stones would have told me everything. But you destroyed them. I lost my power. If I still had my power, I could show you the voices. I could show you who they are. You could show them to me? James asked. Yes. It's how they were able to talk to the quietus before. James frowned at him and thought about the situation carefully. He needed to know who the rogue sages were, but at what cost? Ephi and the quietus had both seen them. Would Ephi betray his new masters so quickly? Were they hiding among the shadows? Even now? Show them to me, James said finally. The man shook his head. I can't. I have no power. The stones are gone for now. What do you mean, for now? They'll return. How? They will appear. Where? I don't know. You're beginning to upset me. Where are your masters? I already told you. I can't do it. Your power is not lost, James said reluctantly. The stones grant you the power, but then it stays inside of you. You can make manifestations even after the stones are gone. It is now a part of you. Really? The man said with hopeful eyes. You mean, I didn't need the stones all along? You just had to touch one of them once in your life. They're all the same. So I could have made my manifestations all this time without them? That's what I'm saying. Now show me your masters. Okay, he said, closing his eyes. James waited for him to make a move, but he just sat there in silence. James tapped the surface of his eidolon against the side of Ephi's face. Hey! James shouted, and Ephi's eyes snapped open. He started sweating as he gazed at the eidolon out of the corner of his eye. Where are they? You said I would see your masters. They're already here, he said, and then James heard the first thump behind him. Before he could even turn his head, he heard another, and by the time he could process what he was seeing, he heard another. 3 young sages, dead. All had fallen to the ground, and they were all lying in pools of their own blood. Defense! James shouted, summoning the light from the skies to transform him. But it was like everything happened in slow motion, and he could do nothing about it. He just had to watch in horror, as one by one, the young sages were cut into 2 with an invisible blade. The pillar of light that would normally engulf him in seconds felt like minutes. It came down slowly, as if it hesitated to answer his call. Finally, the light slammed into him, and his sage robe flowed all around him. He immediately unsheathed his black eidolon along with his white, and honed his senses the best he could. But there was nothing there. Only the terrified cries of Ephi, holding himself as he shivered, and the sound of blood spilling onto the pavement. James grit his teeth and concentrated even harder. No one was going to get past him. No one. He appeared. The sage he had been looking for. It was like he came out of thin air. He was in midair, with his fist cocked back, and all James could see was the black robes of his enemy. The fist connected and propelled him backwards. The pain was so intense on the right side of his face that he audibly screamed. His body spiraled wildly out of control as it smashed into and partially through the castle steps. Hitting a surface of dirt underneath, he tried to leap right back to his feet, but all he could think about was the crippling ache. It flooded his face, consuming his thoughts like a parasite, numbing his instincts. He could feel his right eye closing shut from the swelling. He heard footsteps in front of him, and out of fear, he lifted his head and quickly shot his eyes open. The man standing before him was just like the quietus had described. He was tall and thin. His face was angular, and his eyes were deep pools of silver. He had long black hair that spiked at the ends. His black robe covered most of him up, but it moved with his body like it was his actual skin. His fists were bony but calloused. He glared at James with contempt. What? James tried to ask a question, but the pain flamed back up. He clutched his jaw tight. The sage before him parted his lips. And then he spoke like a god. I am Lachrymose. Before James could speak, the sage disappeared, and James felt a weight hit him on the back of the head. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As I thought, Aramis said with confidence. There is nothing here. They stared down at what remained of the old Sage Academy. It had taken him and Bastian a couple hours, even in full sage form, to excavate the site, but at least they had been thorough. They had dug all the way from the surface down to where the glass floors had been suspended in midair. Now destroyed and reduced to rubble, they sifted through the pieces, examined the walls that once held defenses, and even went further beneath, in case there was something else to find. Nothing. Well, Bastian wiped his brow with his sleeve. At least I know my eidolon works well as a shovel. That it does, Aramis said, eyeing the young sage suspiciously. Tell me, Bastian, that black robe of yours. That appeared naturally? It did, Bastian said. He knew this conversation was going to happen eventually. What do you think that means? I'm not one of those two sages, Bastian said quickly. He leaned on his eidolon shovel and took a deep breath. I don't know what it means. I wish I did. But I don't. Calm down, I believe you, Aramis said, though his face didn't lighten up. It still concerns me what Master Toril said. I'm trying to think of how someone could have come across some old history like that. The old Sage Academy wasn't always known. Perhaps there are other secret buildings and information to find. We would have to excavate the entire kingdom to do that, Aramis laughed. Bastian just shrugged his shoulders. He could get used to this. Hanging around Aramis. It felt so easy and simple. Already, he felt like a master sage, trying to solve the mystery. If only it would stay that way. Master Aramis, he spoke up. Can I train under you? He asked, unabashed. It was worth trying. I'm sorry, but those days are done, he laughed. Why would you want to train under someone like me anyways? What do I have to offer? You make me feel at ease. I can think clearly around you. Around James, to be honest, I'm afraid of killing him. You wouldn't be the first one, he laughed. Many a sage wanted James dead. But, I'm sorry, Bastian. I just don't have the time. Well, I would, but my wife, she would have none of it. And to be honest, I'm glad she wouldn't. I've been apart from her for so long. She's probably wondering when I'll be back at this very moment. I'm sorry. I don't want to go back to James. I don't think he knows what he's doing. He doesn't, Aramis chuckled, to which Bastian gave him a glare. What? He exclaimed. Then why is he in charge? Because none of the old sages are fit to lead that school, Aramis replied, crossing his arms. This is an age of peace. A new era. The Stone Era was a time of lies, deception, war, and near extinction. That's in the past, and Bastian, that's all I know. I'll be teaching you concepts that have little use in this era. But there will always be enemies, he said, taking a step forward. If anyone thinks this peace will last forever, they're a fool. And yet, that's what we all fight for when in battle. That's always the end, isn't it? Peace. Doesn't matter which side wins. There's peace. Sure, a tyrant could rule and enslave us all, but wouldn't there be peace for him? What I want is for as many people as possible to live quiet, boring lives again. No more fear, no more anxiety. Just peace. The longer the better. And James can provide that? Even though he doesn't know what he's doing? He has the opportunity to grow with you. All of you. That's a rare and precious thing. He means well, and that's what's important. Besides, he became more powerful than any of us back then in such a short amount of time that I know he'll rise to the challenge. He has a purpose now, and when push comes to shove, he's one of the fiercest warriors I know. He might seem like a doofus outside of battle, but in it? You would be surprised what tricks he has up his sleeve. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wake up, a voice, as deep as darkness pierced his slumber. James' eyes shot open, and immediately they nearly closed again. He was still in the hole in the stairs, created by the impact from his own body. The snowfall had picked up, and it now covered him with a few inches. The cold suddenly nipped at his skin. He groaned and climbed slowly to his feet. The snow fell off him, but not the ache that pounded his face. He reached up and brushed 2 fingers against his cheek. The welt was huge. He concentrated on healing it, but he couldn't find the focus. He decided to leave it alone for the moment. He took a step forward and nearly fell over. He activated his eidolon instinctively, and the blade shot through the brick pavement from the palm of his hand. He held onto the hilt tight, keeping his body weight up. Taking a deep breath, he looked around him. Ephi was nowhere to be found, but he could feel the legendary sage nearby. His presence was everywhere, like an invisible fume. It was thick and heavy, invading his space. James clenched his fist and fought the weakness that clawed at his resolve. He pushed himself off the hilt of his eidolon, he caught his balance, and then he stayed standing. With all of his strength, he remained vigilant. He summoned the pillar of light once again, and this time, it didn't feel like there was any hesitation. It spilled over him like he had just walked under a waterfall. A second later, he was back in his sage robe. With his abilities enhanced, he focused on his surroundings while healing the distracting welt on his face. A laugh rode the wind, but he tried not to let it get to him. Come out, James said, once the welt had been healed. Lachrymose. As you wish, he said, the voice coming right from behind. James jumped forward and turned around. There the legendary warrior stood, as if he had been there all along. He studied James with a sad expression on his face. His thin lips almost looked like they were in a pout. Why are you so weak? He asked, with such concern that James was more appalled than angry. Sorry to disappoint you, James said, unsheathing his black eidolon again. He held both swords tight. You won't be feeling that again. Just stop, the sage replied, hurt in his voice. Let us just talk. No false bravado. It's not false. I'm the strongest. Then why are you weak? The legendary sage asked again. Tell me. I can help you. Lachrymose, if that is your name. The name was given to my mother in a dream. Before I killed her in childbirth. My father told me so. I was too strong for her fragile body to encage. Encage? James scowled. That was your mother. You act like I killed her intentionally. But we're not here to discuss my mother while you slowly gain the little insignificant strength that you do possess. We are here to discuss why you are weak, and my conditions. You are to go back to LA, and tell your queen and the kingdom that Lachrymose has returned, to take you all to your true and final potential. And how will you do that exactly, Edot? She will give me the kingdom, and you have 24 hours to decide, he said boldly. I will reign supreme and alone. I will be given full access to the kingdom, and my voice will be law. And you expect us to just do that? You shouldn't even be alive. I have you to thank for that, don't I? You may be weak, but your strength was sufficient in beating Thorn. Something that even we could not do. For that also, I spared you. You have my thanks. You killed my students, James seethed. You don't get my gratitude. They would only get in the way of our conversation, and you still have a purpose to fulfill. You will help carry out my wishes throughout the kingdom. I will do no such thing, he said, clenching his eidolons tight. Does the deaths of your students make you that blind? You are on the verge of attacking me despite what you have already seen. Fine. If it will still your spirit, you may choose one. What? James said, snapping out of his rage. Choose one. 4 have died, but the other 4 are only on the verge of death. They are still holding on, using the quietus regenerative properties to keep them from crossing the line. But heed my words. Choose only one. Any more than that, and I will chop off one of your arms and continue to do so until you can't regenerate it any longer. James studied the sage's face. He was deathly serious. James looked behind him at the fallen bodies and waved his eidolons toward them. 4 were still alive, barely conscious, and only aware enough to concentrate on healing. The loss of blood was interfering with their focus though, and it was getting harder with each passing second to keep up the vicious cycle of healing then tearing. James knew he had to choose quickly, but which one? Kao, the Longoran/sage who had a knack for expanding his eidolon to massive heights? Stephanie, the tactician with historical knowledge of all the kingdoms? Chanel, the one who could dissect anything's composition with incredible accuracy? Or Max, the dual-wielding warrior with a knack for taking massive amounts of pain? James could tell that Max was certainly holding on the best, but he still wasn't sure who to pick. This was one of those moments Aramis had talked about. He had to make a decision, and there was no telling what. Choose wisely, Lachrymose said. Your choice will affect the future. Chanel, James said quickly, pointing over to her. That's my choice. Then go to her, and help any way you can. James ran over to her, sheathing his eidolons and falling to her side. The thought that Lachrymose could kill him crossed his mind, but he certainly had the chance earlier. Come on, Chanel, James said, pressing his hands against the deep wound in her abdomen. Just concentrate. It's like putting back together a puzzle. You have all the pieces in your hand, just focus on where they go. Listen to my voice. Don't think about anything else. Heal. Heal. Just thinking about healing. I'm right here. Eventually, her eyes fluttered open, and her stomach began to come back together, as if an invisible hand was sewing it up. James talked to her the entire time, and Lachrymose watched from a distance, taking it all in. When the worst was over, James propped Chanel up against one of the fallen houses. Stay here, and keep on healing, he said. She just nodded. Her long braids covering up her face. I've still got some business to attend to. He rose to his feet and glanced over at the others. He searched them for vitality, but by helping Chanel, he had all but secured their fate. Lachrymose nodded from where he stood. It's good that they died in time. I know that you would have taken the chance on saving them, and my steward should not have to lose his arm so early in our relationship. I am nothing to you, James said, walking toward the sage. He reactivated his eidolons. I'm going to stop you here. Whatever you are. I am alive, just as you are, Lachrymose said. The flesh that surrounds you is nothing more than a shell. Should I remove it from your bones, your soul will seek shelter elsewhere. When Thorn was killed, my soul, along with many others, was freed from our prison. Nearly all were retaken by the hands of oblivion, but I, and a few others, were strong enough to fight against it. We were able to wander this world, looking for a way to return. That opportunity was afforded to us when we came across Ephi. We guided him through our completion by finding the new stones of power, and then teaching him to manifest new forms for our souls to inhabit. A type of possession. But if Ephi is killed, then you will no longer exist, James smiled slyly. His manifestations will disappear, and then you'll just be a soul without a body again. But I'm making plans to ensure that we are taken care of, especially since he will not live forever, but I will say this. You won't find Ephi. Of that, I can promise you. I also wouldn't bother looking if I were you. I have already displayed a portion of my strength. It is to let you know that if you get close to his whereabouts, I will ensure that you go no further. I want your trust, James, but I understand that won't come right away. You will soon learn that I am your only hope in what's to come. Ask of me what you will, and you will learn that besides Ephi, who is keeping me alive, I have nothing to hide. James wanted to assure Lachrymose that he would find Ephi, but he decided against it. There was so much more to learn. There would be plenty of time to search later on. How did you know about these new stones? Where they would be? It is common knowledge for the sages of old. In our time, we were able to explore and examine the world around us. Although the stones of power are mysterious, we learned that they are also alive. Of where they come from, we are not sure, but we do know this. There is always a set in existence. We are not yet sure of the purpose, but the set that you and your queen once possessed was not the first. We learned through documented history that the set passed throughout the kingdoms was set number 4. There were 3 more before then. What happened to them and what it involved, we do not know. When your queen destroyed the 5 in existence, we wandered the lands searching for the new 5. We guided Ephi to them once they were located. He collected them, and we proceeded forward with our mission, knowing that we needed to ensure that more sages were created in the future. But why? For what? For them, he said solemnly. Them. Chapter 18, Them. I don't understand, James said, loosening the grip on his eidolons. What are you talking about, Dot? We wanted the stones of power in our possession before we had Ephi manifest our shells. The reason being that you and the other sages would sense our power once we had our shells, and you would come after us. We had to ensure that we had what we needed before we met. But, now that you destroyed 4 of the 5 stones, we'll have to find the new set all over again. We need sages in order to survive. As many as possible. We? How many of you are there? Once the kingdom of Alay is in our possession, I will reveal our final number, but all you need to know now is that there is at least 2 of us. There is one other, a female, who has decided to wait until she reveals herself. When she is ready, she will have Ephi make her a form to inhabit. Who are them? They are called the Yama. You've never heard of them because they don't live on our half of the world. As far as you know, they aren't even part of this planet. They reside on a land accessible only by sea or air. There are other people there, like the Langorans, Pratlians, and Quietus you have here. And those people, they have left us alone for a long time, but that time is over. They have been preparing for decades now to invade this land. What do they want? To enslave us all, Lachrymose said matter-of-factly. To take our kingdoms, our goods, our stones. They want to utterly annihilate our way of life. And why should I believe you, James said. You killed my students. You're not a good person. If you were truly good, you wouldn't have just been freed when Thorn was killed. You would have went to paradise. But you didn't. You were numbered with those headed to oblivion. I'm not a good person, Lachrymose stated. I never will be. But I am what is needed, if you are to survive. Once the Yama enslave you, I assure you, they will darken your heart so thoroughly that you will be begging for oblivion. I can prevent that, and I can show you what it means to truly be a sage, Dot. If you're what a sage is supposed to be, I don't want to know. That's childish. You wouldn't take a technique from your enemy, even if it would benefit you in battle? You are doing nothing more than limiting your potential. Perhaps I don't want to become what you are. Then you are already dead. Then I might as well leave and watch you and all you love get massacred. I am being reasonable. I want full control of the kingdom in order to turn you into the sages you need to be. To prepare you for the incoming onslaught. They are stronger than I am, and I can't do it alone. Neither can you. But I won't be able to do my job if all we do is sit around and bicker on what's proper. If you know how these Yama operate, why couldn't you launch an attack on them before? Because of Thorn, Lachrymose said with disgust. He ruined everything. While we were distracted by our efforts to fight the Yama, he had the Quietus siege take place. The story, however, is not as your history books tell it. They don't tell you that we destroyed nearly half of the invading army, and they don't tell you how we drove them away. How we chased them through the forests, and that's where it all went wrong. We sought revenge too quickly. Thorn, with his manifestations, killed our army slowly, one by one in our sleep. We didn't know it was Thorn until after our souls were his, but the ordeal was maddening. We would chase the Quietus for a whole day, just to rest and wake up to find our numbers had dwindled. We thought it was the Quietus the entire time, catching us off guard. But no matter how powerful you are, you still have to sleep. I was killed by one of his Reds, as you call them. Not the Quietus King. The Quietus King did not have my power. He just knew Thorn's secret, that we can all fashion eidolons and heal and so on. But you can imagine our frustrations. To learn that one of our most trusted allies killed us all for his own gain, forsaking the well-being of his people. I will rectify the problem. We don't even know if these Yama exist. Do you have any records of them? None that we could keep. We didn't want our tactics getting back to the Yama. And why haven't the Yama attacked yet? Or back then when we were most vulnerable? Because slaves work harder when they're healthy, Lachrymose seethed. You don't understand. They will slaughter you if you don't have an army to meet them. They have abilities you know nothing about. They will destroy you inside and out for decades, but they will not let you die. Oblivion will be a vacation after what they do to you. Then why don't you go back there, and let us handle this threat? Because you won't succeed. It is my duty to show you the path. No, James said adamantly. I won't allow you to take the keys to the kingdom off of an idle threat and an invisible enemy. It might be honorable that you decided to come back and save us all, but you have to let us handle it. Unless there's more you're not telling me. Thorn sought immortality. Why wouldn't you not be seeking out the same? Can I speak to him? A small, sweet voice said from behind James. James turned to see a short, toned girl. He assumed it was the female sage that the quietus had mentioned earlier. She was in a black robe too, but she was certainly less intimidating than Lachrymose. Her face was innocent and her big brown eyes were big and doe-like. "If you like," Lachrymose said, folding his arms. "He won't hear what I have to say. My name is Orchid, but to get to the point, what Lachrymose says is true. The Yama will be arriving to this land within a year. That will barely be enough time to even hope for victory. Immortality is not our concern. Carrying out our mission is. We as sages died in the midst of our prime, and now we have an opportunity to save you all from destruction and perform out duty. I won't lie to you and say that we also don't want the power of ruling a kingdom. We've often dreamed about it, even when we were alive. Our decisions might seem strange or immoral, but I assure you that our intentions are for the greater good. Once the Yama threat is dealt with, we also have to determine the purpose of the stones. Doesn't their reappearance bother you? Who is doing it? Where do they come from? These questions need answering. How many of you are there?" James asked, unfazed by her speech. "4," she said quickly. "Lachrymose didn't want to tell you earlier because he feared we would be overcome by numbers. Though we are strong, we are no match for the 3 remaining kingdoms' collective power. We won't underestimate you like Thorn did. Your speech sounds pleasant, but you're still hiding something, but we don't need immortality since we have Ephi. Before he dies, we'll be sure to make arrangements with someone so we'll always have a body. In a sense, we already have immortality." "That's not reassuring," he said, looking at her, and then back to Lachrymose. "Look, there's no way Catherine will give up the crown willingly, and neither will I. Even if what you're saying is true, and you're trying to save us, that's admirable, but we can't give you a kingdom. You can come with me and prove yourselves. You can gain our trust. But nothing more than that. Then the discussion is over," Lachrymose declared. "If you won't give us the kingdom, we'll have to take it by force. You can't stop the Yama, and if you're Alay's strongest warrior, then the kingdom of Alay has no hope. As promised, you and the cadet you chose will survive long enough to deliver the message, but after that, there will be no courtesies." "I don't need them," James said. Orchid took a step back. James smiled and turned his attention back to Lachrymose. "I'll have to do my best to stop you here. Even if you've been wandering around, watching me and the other sages spar, you have no clue what I can do when everything's on the line." "Well," Lachrymose said, crossing his arms. "You will survive this. So make this learning session count. And when you wake back up, consider our proposal. If you can't beat us, what hope do you have against the Yama? If they even exist," James smiled, instilling energy into his eidolons. "We'll see." "Humph," Lachrymose said, stretching his right palm out toward the ground. The brick pavement cracked and split, and then a hilt emerged from the tiny pile of rubble. But before he could grab it, James took the initiative. Orchid covered her ears and ran as James swung at Lachrymose's head. The sage dodged the swing easily with a tilt of his neck and then he jumped back, far off into the distance. He left his eidolons still in the ground. James sprinted forward as fast as he could and swung at the sage, but Lachrymose was able to dodge every blow as if he had seen it coming long ago. When there was a break in the swings, Lachrymose stepped in toward James and kicked him square in the stomach. James halted his attack as the blow paralyzed him in place. Lachrymose sped behind James and leaned into his ear. "Why do you just transform your clothes and course energy through your veins? You would be much faster if you transformed your body completely. Manifest yourself into a new creation." James swung his black eidolon behind him and Lachrymose ducked under it. He jabbed James in the rib once, sending the master sage to his knees, clutching his side. He dropped his black eidolon to the ground and it disappeared. Why use your power to speed up when you can just put it into enhanced sight? It becomes easy after that. You just use bursts of speed when it matters at that point. James turned to face his opponent. Lachrymose jumped up and kneed him in the chin, and then followed it up by punching him across the face. James went flying face first into the brick pavement. Your body is just a shell for your soul. If you can transform into a quietus, you can alter your body to be more efficient. James disappeared from Lachrymose's sight, but the legendary sage was not shaken. He waited for the attack patiently, folding his arms behind his back while he paced along the courtyard's edge. When you become a sage, you cannot limit your wisdom of all things, even the things that may seem immoral. I'm not saying that you have to completely embrace everything you come across, but at least be willing to consider all matters. James appeared behind Lachrymose and swung at the back of his head with his right fist. Lachrymose spun around, blocked it with his left forearm, and then slammed the palm of his right hand into James' chest. As James staggered backwards, Lachrymose unleashed a flurry of punches to the sage's midsection, and then he ended it with another swift punch across the face. James fell on his side and clutched his stomach. "This is pathetic," Lachrymose said, pacing around James' fallen body. "You are the best Delay has to offer, and I've barely done anything. This is like teaching a child. Your kingdom is doomed if this is all you have to defend them with." "Not yet," James groaned, as his neck began stretching out. A scythe appeared on his right forearm. Lachrymose stopped pacing and watched the transformation. "If I was a Yama, I would just kill you right now." Without hesitation. James didn't respond audibly. He leapt at Lachrymose, who grabbed his forepaws with his bare hands, claws and all. "You ever see the strength of a Delilah?" "I have. Let me show you a portion." With a simple squeeze, he crushed both of James' wrists in an instant. James howled and tried to kick at Lachrymose, but the legendary sage just threw him into one of the ruined houses. Chanel, who was sitting nearby, winced as debris came flying past the side of her face. She started getting up to help, but Orchid appeared by her side and chopped the back of her neck lightly, knocking the girl unconscious all over again. "You don't want to be a part of this," Orchid said, turning her attention to the rubble. James emerged, out of his quietus form. His wounds were all healed, but it was obvious he had lost massive quantities of energy. "You should just transform what you need," Lachrymose said to the approaching James. "You spend too much time focusing on the aesthetics, when the power is all you require." "I didn't transform into a Delilah. I merely used their power." "You're making stuff up," James muttered, manifesting his white eidolon into his right hand. "That was probably just some Longoran strength." "Fine. I'll do it again. This time, you tell me it's merely Longoran. Again, when you wake up, please make sure you give that message to the Queen, or you can watch as I slowly cut off her head. The choice is yours." James swung his eidolon at the sage with all his might, and Lachrymose blocked it with his forearm, shattering it to pieces on impact. Lachrymose then reached forward and shoved a hand into the middle of James' torso. James cried out in agony as Lachrymose slowly took his hand out. In Lachrymose hand was James' black eidolon. Lachrymose examined the blade as James tried to reach for it haphazardly. Lachrymose kicked him backwards to the ground, then he took the black eidolon and smashed it over his knee. He walked over to James, picked him up by his collar, and began punching him in the face. Over, and over, and over again. James' sage robe slowly disintegrated with each blow, tearing off into pieces, and becoming one with the atmosphere. It didn't take long before James was back in his normal clothes. Lachrymose shook his head and then threw James to the ground. And that, he said to Orchid, was the cornerstone of their resistance. Chapter 19, Deliberation. "And that is why I called you here," Catherine sighed, leaning back into her chair. "I thought we were finished with all of this," Zane, king of Langur, replied, leaning onto his elbows. "When we agreed to destroy the stones, I thought it was the end. How did more stones appear?" "I don't know," Catherine said, holding up the stone in the palm of her hand. "But this is definitely real. So what are they, magical?" Zane asked, turning to the king of prattle, Taiyuan. Taiyuan was deep in thought, his head fallen into his chest. "If they are alive, it still doesn't make sense how more appear." "Would you say they are alive, Catherine? You had one inside of you for quite some time." "I would say to a degree," she said. "There is definitely something there, but I never thought of it as sentient. More like we would view the grass. It makes more sense that someone is replacing the stones, but who? If someone truly has that power, it's quite unnerving." "We should probably just destroy every set," Zane said, crossing his arms. "Every single set that appears." "I'm not so sure," Catherine said. "Think about it. If there can be rogue sages, then there could certainly be other factions that arise in the future. If these stones keep reappearing, and these factions get a hold on them, they will be the ones in power. All they have to do is wait us out while the generations after us lose their abilities. Then they can take us easily and do what they will." "So you're actually considering using these things?" Zane said in shock. "She makes a good case," Taiyuan lamented. "We should." "Then who carries it?" Zane asked, throwing his hands up in the air. "Taiyuan should," Catherine said to Zane. "With the rogue sages out there, I can't afford to, and your kingdom is quite strong on its own right now. Taiyuan is the only one that still needs help in getting his people back on their feet. They are still few in number compared to us." "That's my vote." "Fine," Zane said, shrugging his shoulders. "It makes sense." "Thank you," Taiyuan said with a nod, taking the stone and keeping it between his hands beneath the table. I'll make sure to consult both of you if I ever make a decision concerning its use, and of course, your people are free to glean from it whenever they like. So, Zane said. These rogue sages. What do we do about them? I need you and your guards to keep an eye out for them, Catherine said. We're not even entirely sure if they exist. The Quietus could have made them up. When are you going to free the Quietus? Zane asked. Soon, she said, clearing her throat. I know it was a terrible decision, but I had to act quickly. We understand, Tywin chipped in. We would have done the same, or worse, he said, turning to Zane. Zane laughed heartily and reached over to pat his friend on the shoulder. Ah, you know me too well, he laughed again. When the Quietus are freed though, Catherine said, leaning forward on the table. We have to give them a fair chance. We shouldn't intimidate them. You mean more than you have already? Zane winked at her. Yes, Catherine sighed, leaning back into her chair. Exactly that. My queen! Talia yelled, bursting into the room. We have a problem. Joe came into the room with James in his arms, as if the Master Sage was a sleeping baby. He was barely conscious, his clothes were stained with blood, and his body was bruised. His face was nearly unrecognizable. Catherine covered his mouth in horror as James' listless eyes met hers. He could barely move his lips to speak. On the table. Catherine ordered, and Joe placed him gently down onto it. Zane and Tywin stood to their feet and off to the side. Catherine examined James' body carefully, ripping his shirt and looking for any fatal wounds. Whatever wound had caused all the blood had been healed, but that still didn't mean James was okay. What happened? She yelled at Joe. He didn't flinch. A woman, dressed in all black, threw him, and another student, into the Sage Academy courtyard. She just left them there. The students found them and notified me immediately. I didn't have time to pursue. She was wearing a black sage robe? Yes, according to the students. And the other student with James? A girl named Chanel. She wasn't as badly wounded, but it was apparent that her stomach had been cut open recently. The wound is healed, but there's still a scar. She's still unconscious. I don't know who could have done this to James. Agreed, she said, with a heavy sigh. James tried to reach up and take her hand. She grabbed it for him and leaned in close to his lips. Lachrymose, he whispered. Take, kingdom. 24 hours. Lachrymose? She scowled. The legendary sage of old? He's delirious, Zane offered, but Catherine shook her head. Whether he is or not, something happened to him, and something may be coming here to attack the rest of us. If they were dropped off on Alay's doorstep, they know where we live. James took a group of 8 with him, Joe replied. Only he and the girl returned. The others may be dead. And they were some of our strongest recruits too, Talia said, biting a fingernail. What do we do now? James mentioned 24 hours, Catherine said. That's what we're going to go off of. And what exactly are we preparing for? Anything we can think of. Asterisk. The news of James' defeat spread quickly throughout the kingdom of Alay. Before Bastion and Aramis could even reach the village square, they had heard several accounts. All of them mentioning a female sage, wearing a black robe, and of a battered James being ditched in the Sage Academy's courtyard. After they heard a few tales in passing, they both assumed that at least some of it had to be true. Aramis unleashed his Eidolon for guidance, and then they ran to the castle as fast as they could, neither one talking to the other of what it could all mean. Bastion's mind was racing. What kind of power could these sages possibly possess to defeat James? Then again, he was stronger than James. Were they young sages like he? Did they have knowledge about becoming a sage that he lacked? Aramis ran into the castle, and he didn't stop once he hit the throne room. With Bastion right behind him, he kept up the speed, until his Eidolon told him where James was specifically located. Running into the deliberation room, they found James on the table, slowly lifting his head up and looking around. Catherine glanced over at them for a second, and then she turned her attention back to her husband. Just take it a step at a time, she said softly, helping to keep his head up with her hands. Just keep on healing. Let me down, he managed to say, and she lowered his head gently. James began breathing heavily as he looked around the room the best he could. Lachrymose is alive. He took another breath and scowled. When Thorn died, the evil souls were released. But Lachrymose was a champion for the people, Talia said, to which Catherine held up a finger for her to be quiet. He's not, James said, closing his eyes. And he'll prove it. He's using a man named Ephi to create a manifestation shell for him. I don't know how he's constantly maintaining the shell. I don't think anyone's ever tried putting a soul into a manifestation, Aramis said. Perhaps it is Lacrimo's soul that is keeping the shell whole, even after Ephi calls it back. No. The shell is still part of this Ephi's soul, Talia said. There's no way Lacrimos could just keep it whole. They must have Ephi controlled somehow, or, and this is the most likely case, he's lying, and there's more to his form than he's willing to admit. Of course there is, Catherine sighed. What else, James? He wants the kingdom in order to stop some incoming force called Yama. He claims they will enslave us all, and they're due to arrive within a year. Only his rule can help us become the warriors we need to be in order to have a chance. Has anyone heard of these Yama? Catherine asked the room. Everyone shook their heads. Supposedly, James groaned, sitting up. They live across the sea. But they know about us somehow. And do you believe him? About the Yama? I don't know, James rubbed his chest. He claimed there was one more group of people called Delilah. He didn't say much about them, but he says he knows how to use their abilities. I don't know how he acquired it though, unless he had traveled there himself at some point. He literally reached inside of me and ripped out one of my eidolons. Can you get it back? Catherine asked in alarm. James stuck his hand out, and the black eidolon suddenly appeared, catching the room off guard. The moment they recovered from the shock, he sheathed it again. I can, because it's a part of me, but the fact that he was able to at the time, I don't know. He was able to wield it and everything. You think he can use our own abilities against us? It seems like it, and while weakening us in the process. When he ripped it out of me, it felt like he had taken an organ. I got considerably weaker. And the other sages? Dead, James huffed. He allowed me to only keep one alive. The other sage, Orchid, was just kind of his backup. Lacrimos is ridiculously strong though. It's going to take all of us to even have a chance, and we only have 24 hours to prepare. Whether we're ready or not, he's coming to take Alay. I'll have to speak to the people, Catherine said, and James grabbed her arm. And tell them everything? That's how we operate. Now that we know the situation, we can move forward. They don't know what Lacrimos is. What if they want to honor his request, just because of the legendary status? What if they elect him as king just because he's a celebrity? Then that is what the people want, she said. Isn't it what the people want all along? Aren't they whom we serve? We do, James said. But, I don't know. Should we let their lives be decided on what amounts to a popularity contest? It doesn't matter what we want, Catherine said. It's what they want. The only reason I kept the stone part a secret was because we didn't even know if it was true yet, and it wouldn't have been fair to make a decision about it without consulting our allies. But now, it is up to the people what happens from here on out. If we act against their wishes, under the declaration that we are saving them from themselves, how is it any different than what Lacrimos wants to do? Whether he's right or wrong, it doesn't matter, the people get to decide their fate, and how much of their rights they are willing to gain or lose. James sighed and nodded. Okay, he said. We'll try. Bastian closed his eyes and tried his best to keep his feelings hidden. Surrounded by sages, he was afraid they would pick up on it. But he couldn't say what was on his mind. What was Catherine thinking? Surprising enough, he agreed with James for once. The people were gossipers and loved to be entertained. They had unrealistic views about the world around them, and now, the kingdom's fate was about to be decided off of a hope that an entire people could be trusted to make an objective, wise decision. It was a miracle they had all lasted as long as they did. Wasn't everything situational? Why must the same actions be taken with each conflict? Wasn't there room to change? To take a chance on another course of action? They were probably better off figuring out a way to defeat Lacrimos. They didn't have to fight him face to face. They had time to prepare an alternative plan. But they were so busy trying to make sure the people were happy first. Even if the people didn't want Lacrimos as their king, the vote wouldn't matter once he took it by force. Bastian sighed and kept his eyes on the scene before him of the love between Catherine and James, and the contemplative looks of their colleagues. What was his decision in all of this? Where did he stand? Should he run away? Die fighting? Just become a villager and hope for the best? He didn't know what the answer was, but he knew he had to make a decision soon, and one that he could live with. As everyone around him kept saying, he was destined for greatness. Maybe it was about time to see if that was true. Chapter 20, Our Darkest Hour. The people was confused. Where were the tables and benches? The music and the seasoned meat? Where was the laughter and the smiles, and why, above all, did the queen look so solemn? As they poured into the dining hall, one by one, the murmurs and the speculation grew louder. Catherine, her parents, and all of the master sages stood in front, all in a line, simply waiting for enough of the village to enter. The kings of Langar and Prattle had each returned to their respective kingdoms, to decide upon their own course of action. Bastian stood in the middle of the crowd. He hadn't expected to be standing with the queen, but it was strange being with the village now, given that he was the only one among them with knowledge as to what was going on. He crossed his arms and waited for the rest of the people to pour in around him. A tap on his shoulder broke his thoughts. "Hey!" Bastian said, turning to see Kent and Daisy. "How are you guys?" "We missed you, big shot," Kent laughed. "What happened to you?" "You're about to find out," Bastian said, his face dropping. "That bad?" Daisy asked. "Let's just say that we're going to have to make some serious adult decisions after this announcement. I just hope the queen knows what she's doing. I wasn't there to see it, but I heard from Dill that James and Chanel had been thrown into the courtyard, and they were badly beaten. Do you know what happened to the others?" "Dead," Bastian said. Daisy's eyes went wide. "I wasn't there. I was off on another mission with Aramis, but I wish I had been." "You might have died too," Daisy said, giving him a hug. "I'm glad you're safe." "So what is it?" Kent asked, a tremble in his voice. "Did one of the kingdoms attack us? I would have heard if it was Langar." "No, it's not," Bastian said. "It's a lot worse than that, Dot. Well, whatever happens, we stick together, right?" "Right," Bastian smiled. "We're a team." With how serious all of this sounds, Kent laughed nervously. "We might have to expand." A round of hushes and dying murmurs went throughout the crowd. A guard brought over a table for the queen to stand on. She climbed up on top of it, folded her hands, and took a deep breath. The crowd fell silent. "My people," she said, looking into their faces. "I know that this is disconcerting. I would prefer laughing and singing with you than giving you bad news. But as your queen, it is a duty that I must perform. As you have probably heard, my husband, Master James, and a young sage, Chanel, was found unconscious in the courtyard of the Sage Academy. They had been sent on a mission to retrieve the Stones of Power." A murmur went throughout the crowd as the villagers looked at each other with confused faces. "Stones of Power? Weren't they destroyed, Dot?" "The Stones of Power have returned somehow," Catherine said. "Four have been destroyed, but one is still in our possession. We gave it to the King of Prattle because—" "What?" Val shouted from the midst. Catherine's eyes searched for the source of the outcry and it fell on the order member. "You gave the only stone to another kingdom?" "I will explain," Catherine said, holding up her hand. "If you would just give me the opportunity." The crowd began whispering among themselves as the queen continued. "I gave it to the Pratlians to hold for now, because it was believed that we had traitors in our midst. Recently, under an investigation, we found a group of quietus." The crowd began murmuring louder. Catherine raised her voice. "We found a group of quietus in the ruins of Old Prattle. They told us of a pair of sages that had come to them, requesting their assistance so that they could take back what was theirs. Those quietus are currently locked in our prison, but—" A hand clap from Val and a couple of villagers echoed throughout the room. Soon, the entire village in attendance followed suit. Catherine sighed wearily and looked over to James. With pursed lips, he nodded toward her. "No point backing off now." When the noise died down, she continued. "We found out that there was truth to their claim about the two sages. But they are not who we thought. When the ether was dispelled, it released the evil souls as well as the good. Thorn had claimed that the Dark One had been subdued, but we had no evidence that was true. We now know that although most of those evil souls had become one with oblivion, not all have. By a process that the court has not yet concluded on, Lachrymose, and a sage named Orchid, has returned." The murmurs increased in volume at the mention of Lachrymose's name. There was not one person in LA who didn't know the story of his heroics, and his great sacrifice for the people. "He is not who we think," Catherine said quickly. "He has killed 7 young sages, and he has made a demand. He wants to rule LA in order to transform this kingdom into a military. To combat an enemy that we don't even know exists. He claims." "You make him sound like a villain," someone shouted from the crowd. Catherine put another hand up in the air, but the crowd was already wanting more. "How do we know what really happened?" Val shouted. "He could have killed those sages because James attacked first." "Or worse," Seeker replied from the side. The crowd hushed upon the shout of his voice. "It could be a cover-up. Even now, there is a sage among you. A boy. He attacked the Order Master's son and nearly killed him. He destroyed Mason's eidolon, and the queen pardoned him. The villagers talked excitedly among each other, searching for the boy Seeker spoke of. Bastion grit his teeth and made no move to draw attention to himself. Seeker turned to address the queen. You are standing there, telling us that the great Lachrymose has returned. He has come not for personal glory or gain, but to train us to become stronger, and you are in disagreement? If this enemy he speaks of is real, and we cast him from our presence, what happens when we are attacked? Do we just rely on the strength of your battered James, and the rest of his young and unexperienced students? Do we trust in the strength of a potential murderer? What exactly is your problem with Lachrymo's message? He was one of the evil souls that. And there is not even proof of that. Seeker exclaimed. We have many eyewitnesses who saw their loved ones before they headed to paradise. Is it so far-fetched that the powerful Lachrymose stayed behind to save the people he loved, instead of watching us be slaughtered like we almost were with Thorn? And that was just one man. Even if he is good, Catherine said, clenching her fists. Her face began to turn red. He wants to take the kingdom. He wants to turn it into something that it's not. Who are you to say what Alay should be? Your vision is that of peace, which I respect, as long as our enemies and neighbors believe in the same. But if what our esteemed sage says is true, then we are about to enter a time of war, and I for one, do not want to cower in fear again, while I watch my beloved kingdom get slaughtered. We should all have the opportunity to defend ourselves. The crowd began nodding and a few claps from the audience hit their ears. You just don't want to lose the throne, and while that is understandable, it isn't right. You are here to let the people decide, aren't you? Well, let them decide. Another round of applause reverberated throughout the room. Catherine fell silent as she watched the crowd, and James jumped up on the table. Our queen just wants what's best for you, James said to them all. And all she's asking is for a chance to investigate the claims that Lachrymose made. You know that Catherine loves you. She's shown it on many occasions, and she's been nothing but your servant for the last 5 years. Now she asks you to trust her once more. We shouldn't give the kingdom to anyone, even if it's Lachrymose, just because he says we should. We shouldn't trust the word of anyone just off of word alone. What if we give Lachrymose the throne, and we find out we're wrong? That there is no enemy? We only ask for time to look into the matter. Lachrymose was deemed wiser than all of the sages, Seeker replied. He could have asked for the throne years ago and the people would have given it to him, but he didn't ask, because it wasn't necessary at the time. Tell me, Master James, how long did he say it would be until the enemy arrives? 1 year, James said. The villagers fell silent. That proves my point, Seeker said with a smirk. He is acting out of urgency, not greed. In order to prepare, we need a worthy leader. I move that we vote Lachrymose in as our king, but if no enemy surfaces, or if he proves to be deceptive in any way to the people, we will then have another vote in 1 year's time. Based on the villagers' unanimous chorus of handclaps, head nods and shouts of excitement, it was apparent they agreed. Catherine looked at their faces, searching for someone that disagreed. Someone that she could ask to speak further on her behalf, but all she found was Bastion, and she couldn't call on him. Not after what Seeker had said about what happened to Mason. It would only hurt them both. I call for a vote. Seeker shouted, pumping a fist into the air. Vote. Vote. The village began chanting with him, jumping up and down in excitement, riding the waves from the order members. Catherine reached up, took her crown with both hands and then stooped down to place it at her feet. Once it was at her feet, she stood back up. The noise died down. I think it's clear what you want, Catherine said, with a tear in her eye. And I will respect your wishes. She looked over to Seeker, who was grinning from ear to ear, waiting for her to reach the end of her speech. Whatever happens, I will always love each and every one of you. From this moment on, I will resign as Queen of Alay, and you may vote in whomever you desire. Thank you for the honor of serving you. She blew them a kiss, and the villagers blew a kiss back, in awe over her kind and considerate gesture. But as soon as she stepped down from the table, Seeker and the other order members hyped the village back up with shouts of Lachrymo's name. For the next 5 minutes, they voted over and over, with the chant of their voices, unbeknownst to them, bringing in a new era that no one had expected. Bastion glanced at Daisy and Kent. They were both contemplating their futures now, as their family, friends and neighbors jumped up and down around them. Once Daisy and Kent noticed that Bastion was looking at them, they nodded, as if they were speaking telepathically, and they slowly made their way through the mob, and out of the castle. The cool air hit their faces as music began to play from the inside. It was already strange to think that Catherine would no longer be a part of the castle. Did that mean he once again had no home? Well, that was fun, Daisy said, wiping her brow with her forearm as they walked through the meadow. I thought I was going to have a heat stroke in there. She lifted her face to the sky, trying to take in as much of the cool, night air as possible. How do you think I feel? Kent said, flicking his hands at the grass. Droplets of sweat flew off his fingers. So, what happens now? They stopped walking to face one another. I mean, my parents are in Langer, so it doesn't affect me much, but Daisy, your folks were in there. They seemed pretty excited about Lachrymose being king, We haven't even seen him yet, Daisy said, shaking her head. A chill brushed by them. We don't even know if it's an imposter. The people in there, they're all excited like the kingdom just got a new pet, but they don't know what he'll do. What he declares is going to be law. I don't know, what do you think, Bastian? I'm going to find out what Catherine and the other master sages are doing first. I guess I'll make a decision then. I doubt Catherine will stay here. You don't think she will? Daisy said with surprise. No. Especially since Lachrymose killed our classmates. It means he'll do whatever is necessary to achieve his goal. That means that some of us could get in the way. Hey there, James said, appearing behind them. None of them had noticed him approaching. How are you all doing? Trying to decide what to do, Kent said, in awe over James' presence. Bastian wasn't sure what Kent felt, but he was still happy to see him show up. He had questions that needed answering. Whatever we decide, Daisy said. It sounds like we have to do it before those 24 hours are up. It's true, James sighed. Lachrymose won't just let you leave so casually once he's in power. But, no need to make too hasty of a decision. Catherine and I have a proposition for you and the other students at the academy. Can you all meet us there? We want to address everyone. What are you going to say? Bastian asked. James looked at him wearily. Things I don't want to, he replied, before walking off and leaving them to speculate. The three of them watched him for a moment, and then they followed right behind. Chapter 21, Under the Moonlight, We Fight. It didn't take much for the students to gather outside under the moonlight. Many of them had attended Catherine's speech, and none of them could sleep. Tomorrow afternoon, Alay would have a new king, and no one was sure what to do. They weren't even sure what their options were. So when they received word that Catherine and James were going to talk to them, they were more than eager to hear what they had to say. The former queen and her husband stood with their backs facing the entrance to the courtyard, as the students poured out of the academy. None of them expected their first night there to be so nerve-wracking. Hi, James said with sunken eyes. Thank you for meeting us here. I just didn't think it was proper for me to just leave without saying goodbye first. The student's eyes widened and jaws dropped at James' opening words. Before he could continue, Joe, Talia, Aramis, and Ashelin came out from the shadows behind the couple, carrying large sacks over their shoulders. Ashelin was crying, and her husband was holding her tight against his chest, trying to console her. We have to leave, Catherine said, wiping her eyes. I'm sorry. I promised myself I wouldn't cry again. This is just so sudden, I'm not asking you to come with us, James said to them. But I hope you will. I might sound biased, and you might not even trust what I have to say, but it needs to be said regardless. The man that the villagers are thinking of crowning killed your classmates. He only left Chanel alive because he played a sick game with me, telling me that I had to choose which one I could save. I believe that he will play sick games like that again, but not just with you. He'll do it with your family and your friends, your houses, your freedom. He says that an enemy is coming called the Yama. I don't know if it's true or not. But even if it is, I'm sure we'll have to sacrifice far too much to prepare. I know there has to be another way. Thorn, an enemy that we all know very well, used deception to coerce our kingdoms into falling in line with his plan. We thought he was invincible. We were wrong, and that taught me the value of options. There's always a better way and a right way, a way that you can live with. If those Yama are coming, I will face them with all the strength I can muster, but it won't be on his terms. I won't turn into a drone just so I can continue breathing. That's not living. That's just surviving. James stopped to scan their faces. We're leaving, Catherine said to them. We'll try to find asylum in one of the other kingdoms for now, but I don't expect that to last long. Lachrymose will expect us to attack him at some point, and we will do so if we have to. We're more than willing to let the people live with the king they elected, but if they are mistreated, we will be back. We wouldn't want to stay in the other kingdoms long anyways, James continued for her. They have their own decisions to make, and they may work with Lachrymose. That's up to them. But we can't stay here. So we'd like to extend the same offer to you. We know that you have family in the village, but more than likely, you won't get to leave once Lachrymose takes the throne. It's up to you what you want to do, but you have to decide quickly. Is there any way we can work with the new king? Someone asked. There is a possibility, but I just know that I don't want to, James replied. Not after seeing what he's like. If I stayed, I would have to obey his orders, even if I disagreed, or else face punishment. And I don't know what kind of punishment he would dish out. Again, I don't want to be a mindless soldier. I want a life too. No one will blame you if you stay, Catherine replied. The students began talking among their friends, asking each other what they thought, but eventually, a few began to step forward. Chanel was the first, and for good reason. A couple of her friends followed. With a nod, James smiled at them and told them to quickly gather their things. Bastian looked at Daisy and Kent. What do you think? He asked them. Kent shrugged his shoulders. I think I'll go. My home isn't even here anyways. Daisy? Bastian asked. He couldn't leave her behind. Though his mind was already made up that he wanted to go beyond the castle walls and see what else life had to offer, he wouldn't feel right going on without her. I'll go if you two are, she said, nodding her head slowly, like she was still deep in thought. Her brow was furrowed and her lips were pursed together. Bastian could tell she was thinking of her parents. Was it right to just leave them behind? To not even mention her departure? We'll come back for them, Bastian said, reaching out and embracing her. She accepted the hug gladly. We'll just wait for the right time. But what if the queen doesn't let us? She said into his chest. She's not the queen anymore, and after today, we have no allegiances. Just to each other. We're a team, and that's all. Alay is fractured. Is there anyone else? James called out. From the pained expression on his face, Bastian could tell he had expected a lot more. Taking Daisy's hand, and with Kent following close behind, they stepped forward. Daisy kept her head down, trying to hide the tears that were flowing freely down the side of her face, but Bastian and Kent looked James in the eyes and nodded firmly. Thank you. Now go get your things quickly, James said to them. Then he turned to the rest of the students who would remain behind. I hope to see you all again someday. I'm disappointed, a voice said, riding the breeze, and going through the pores of every person there. It had such a haunting feel to it that it made most of the students shuddered. James spun around and saw their enemy, strolling casually through the courtyard doors. We're too late, James whispered to no one in particular. Catherine and the rest of the student body examined the intruder in depth. It was the first time they had seen the mighty Lachrymose in the flesh. I was hoping we were going to fight for the right to allay, Lachrymose said, folding his hands behind his back as he walked. Are you going to relinquish the throne so easily? The people voted, Catherine said. Behind Lachrymose, she could see another shadow leaning against the far wall. She assumed it was Orchid. She turned her attention back to Lachrymose. They chose you. It appears my subjects are smarter than I perceived. But why are you leaving? You don't want to embrace your king? Learn what he has in store for his people? Not after what you did to our students, Catherine continued, noticing that the legendary sage was getting dangerously close to them. James didn't take any more chances. A beam of light shot down from the sky and immediately transformed him into a sage. He held his two eidolons tightly as he frowned at his enemy, his white robe flapping in the wind. Aramis wasted no time in following James' lead, transforming his body as well. Lachrymose stopped walking and glared at them both. I thought we were talking, princess, he said, his eyes averting slowly back to Catherine. That's what we're doing, right? As long as it stays at talking, she said. I don't want any trouble. Just let us leave, and we'll be out of your way. You can rule Alay as you wish. I would, he said. But we both know that's not true. Your heart belongs here, he waved his arms all around him. Within these walls. You can't survive without such a vital organ. I have no doubts that you will return, and with a plan in place that will jeopardize everything that I have worked for up to that point. I can't have any distractions. We won't distract you, she said, blinking rapidly. Ah, Catherine, you're not used to lying, are you? It's a shame. You might not even be in this predicament if you had. Why did you tell the people everything about our arrangement? That was a mistake. You should have known that my name alone would carry much weight. I told them everything because they had a right to know. Having a right to know doesn't mean they should know. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Why are you here? It hasn't been 24 hours. I'm here to secure my future, he said, looking at the students in front of the academy. You cannot have these young minds. They will be the soul of my army. Against the Yama, she said flatly. Right. I see the look in your eyes. You're wondering if they even exist. I am. Wait a year and find out. I don't focus all my efforts on the word of one man with questionable motives. That's unfortunate, Catherine. I want to extend you the opportunity to rule beside me. Is that something that would have interested you? No, I'm afraid not, she said, her eyes steady on his. Her lips were pursed tight. Then I guess we begin, he said, taking a step back. Make no mistake. I am not Thorn. I do not pretend to have power. I have it. Your former students will now be able to see how futile fighting against me will be. At least you can find comfort in the notion that upon your passing, you will find yourself in paradise. Think of me as a guide to your new haven. Catherine's eyes wavered as she listened to his words, and she felt her heart drop. Suddenly, she found herself looking back at James and her parents. Her mother was on her knees, weeping uncontrollably into her hands, for she knew what was coming. Her father and her husband were in full sage form, with their eidolons at the ready. But as impressive as the sight was, she could see their bodies quivering. They were afraid. Even with all that power, they were afraid, for they also knew that it was the end. There was little they could do to escape this fate. Catherine turned back to Lachrymose slowly. I want to make you a deal, she said. Lachrymose raised an eyebrow. I'm listening, he said. We know that you don't want us to leave, but that doesn't mean you can't let us. You'll be the king now. You can do what you want. I propose that we all fight you, and if we are able to wound you, you let us go free and clear. All of those who desire to leave. If you are able to render us all unconscious, then we will stay and become your subjects. We will follow your commands. That intrigues me, he said, rubbing his chin. But, I don't want you to become my subjects. You're just trying to make a deal that guarantees your safety. In this deal, no matter what the outcome is, you survive. I would never be able to trust you if you were my servant, and like I said, I don't need any distractions. But, he looked at the students watching, and Catherine bit her lip. She hoped he would take the bait. In front of his army-to-be, he couldn't be completely ruthless. The 24 hours weren't up yet, and if he killed all those who wanted to leave needlessly, the rest of the students could revolt. They might not leave, out of fear of their own lives, but they wouldn't be completely on board with Lachrymo's doctrine. Not if they witnessed a slaughter. Then what's your counteroffer? Catherine asked, and Lachrymose sneered at her. If you can't wound me, you will all be imprisoned until I can deem you trustworthy. Catherine gave him a fake grin. It was as good of a deal as she was going to get. Imprisonment was basically death anyways. As king, Lachrymose would refuse access to the prisoners. In the background, he would either let them rot, or he would have them killed and tell the people that they continued to be in chains. But at least they had a chance now. They just had to wound him, and they were free, for now. But I won't be the one you have to wound, Lachrymose said, pointing behind him to the shadow leaning up against the wall. It will be her. She will take my place. The shadow launched herself from her leaning position and began walking toward them, her face illuminated slowly as she approached. Catherine looked at Lachrymose for signs of trickery. Why was Orchid fighting? Lachrymose just smiled and strolled over to the side of the courtyard. He leaned up against a pillar, and waited for the battle to ensue. Catherine looked Orchid in her big, brown eyes and searched for a promise. The legendary sage was wearing nothing but a shirt and pants, but Catherine still felt a great deal of danger emanating from her. One wound, and we all go free, right? Catherine asked. Yes. But just from you and the members of your court. The students will not intervene, or else the deal is off, and you will be killed. James glanced over at Bastian. Did they sense his power? Did they know that if Bastian helped out, they would almost have certain victory? But they are part of our group, Catherine pleaded, but Orchid just shook her head. Take our conditions, or die where you stand. Fine, Catherine whispered, looking back at her family. Bastian, Kent, Daisy, and the other students that were going with them backed away. Bastian wondered if he should jump in anyway, but he wasn't sure if that was the right thing to do. He was indeed powerful, but he had never faced such enemies before. These sages were not like the Quietus. Whenever you're ready, Orchid said. Catherine nodded, and then a crack of thunder erupted across the sky. Orchid lifted her head, and watched as the dark clouds began to overshadow the moon above. Rain began to fall, and Orchid stretched out her hand to catch some of the raindrops. She let them drip through her fingers, and then she glanced back at Catherine. Define a wound, Orchid said. Catherine smiled slyly. If I hit you, that counts. Blocks won't. And cuts definitely count. I see, she said, wiggling her fingers in the rain. Catherine launched herself at Orchid, her hands flat instead of into fists, like she was about to chop her opponent. Instead of chopping though, Catherine jabbed at Orchid, the middle finger of each hand becoming the point of every attack. Orchid dodged each blow easily, moving as little as possible and conserving her energy. Aramis and James joined the battle, trying to catch Orchid off guard from behind. Joe and Talia, with their sage robes on, went for the sides, attempting to grab and hold her down. Without hesitation, Orchid ran to the left and punched Talia as hard as she could across the face, then she sped to the right, and roundhouse kicked Joe square in the face. She turned just in time to see James cocking his white eidolon behind him. Orchid didn't show any signs of frustration as she bent her body backwards like she was playing limbo, dodging James' swing at her chest. Aramis went for the legs and she dropped to the ground, her butt landing on the surface of his eidolon. As soon as the windmill blade hit the dirt, she rolled forward and kicked Aramis in the chest, sending him flying back. She blocked a couple of jabs from Catherine and then punched the former queen across the face. The blow sent her face first to the ground. James picked up the assault, swinging both eidolons with great speed, but Orchid was unimpressed. She grabbed his white eidolon, just as one of his jabs passed by her head, and she punched off the top half. James retracted the black eidolon within himself and tried to punch her back. A gust of wind sent her flying toward James' fist, but she grabbed his fist and his collar in midair, and they both went spiraling into a vortex. Orchid made sure to use the reprieve to punch James as hard as she could, dodging his flailing attempts in the process. Aramis stopped the winds he created, sending them both to the ground. James crashed, and she landed lightly on her feet. Joe began to climb to his feet in the distance. Orchid sped over, and punted him in the chin, knocking out the warrior cold. She glanced over at Talia to make sure she was done as well. With that finished, she ran back to Aramis, who tried summoning the winds again, but before he could, it was like something propelled her forward, and her eidolon was now sticking into Aramis' chest. Orchid reappeared in a jousting motion, her hands rematerializing at the end of her eidolon's hilt. Her steel silver and purple eidolon was in the shape of a straight sword, but once she pulled it out of Aramis, and the sage went sprawling into the gravel, the sword separated into two, producing two small, handheld daggers. Orchid flipped them upside down and waited for the next contender. Catherine came back, and this time, she brought a weapon with her. In her possession was a two-handed greatsword, as long as she was, but still the size of a normal blade in width. Her eidolon was a mix of bright purple, blue and green, in that order, from top to bottom. Orchid could see Catherine's forearms increase slightly in size, as the former queen wielded the large weapon. Catherine ran forward slowly, but then, suddenly, she was right in front of Orchid, the top of the sword just about to plunge through the legendary sage's skull. Orchid's eyes widened, and she parried the greatsword away with the dagger in her right hand. Orchid spun around and backed off to recover, but then Catherine was right below her in a crouching position, the tip of the greatsword now getting ready to plunge through her navel. Orchid jumped high up in the air, using her daggers to push the surface of the blade down. Orchid leapfrogged over Catherine and looked back at her opponent. To Orchid's surprise, Catherine's lower half was no longer a dress. It was a purple sage's robe. But then it disappeared, as if it had been a figment of her imagination. Suddenly, Catherine was above her, getting ready to plunge the sword into Orchid's still leaping body. Orchid sensed the movement and somersaulted in the air, catching the blade between her feet and using the falling momentum to send Catherine crashing into the gravel. As Catherine fell, Orchid got another look. Catherine's arms had been covered in sage sleeves, but again, they abruptly vanished. "Ah, I see," Orchid said, as Catherine groaned and rubbed her cheek with her free hand. "You didn't use the light to transform." "This rain," she said, stretching out her hands. "It's your version of transformation. You can't maintain the form, but you can activate parts of it at will. I'm willing to bet this rain is local only to this academy's general area." "Clever girl." "I can activate the light to cover me," Catherine said, climbing to her feet. "But what's the point? I only need the speed and strength at specific times, and I can dodge pretty well for the most part." James, who had barely regained consciousness, was staring at Catherine in awe. He had been on so many away missions that he never thought about truly training with her. He had seen her greatsword, but not her sage transformation. She had probably been able to do it ever since the Stone of Power was removed from her body. "It's an impressive skill," Orchid said, with her sweet, high-pitched voice. "But all I have to do is transform too, and you're finished." "Then do it," Catherine said, clutching her greatsword tight. "The next attack will kill you," Orchid promised. "You're all that stands between us and victory." "So be it," Catherine said, closing her eyes. Orchid gripped her daggers and waited. She knew Catherine was going to go as fast she could to get a desperate cut in. That was all she needed to know. As if on cue, Catherine disappeared, and Orchid sensed her presence from above, just like the last attack she had used. But as soon as Orchid began to move out the way, the rain stopped, and a pillar of light engulfed both her and the former queen. Blinded by the sudden and unexpected flash, Orchid knew that all she had to do was move, but at that moment, Catherine was in her full sage form. And her speed had just gotten a major boost. She was too fast. Catherine's blade impaled Orchid's chest from above and it kept going straight through her back. Her feet landed on Orchid's stomach, and altogether, the force of her and the sword sent the legendary sage hard into the ground. Catherine tried to pull the greatsword out of her opponent's flesh, but suddenly, it was cut in two, and all she got was the half with the hilt. Orchid's body disappeared beneath her, and she suddenly reappeared by Lacrimo's side. Her black robe fell into place, after she had already sat down, cross-legged in the gravel. There was no expression on the sage's face. Catherine was breathing heavily, trying to reform her blade as she waited for the verdict. There was no guarantee that Orchid wouldn't attack, or both of them for that matter. Just because she had won her end of the deal, it didn't mean they had to honor it. "You have earned your freedom," Lacrimo said, glancing at Orchid for only a second. "You and your group may choose to go, or, if any member so chooses, they can stay. We won't harm them while they prove their loyalty to us." Catherine frantically looked at her fallen teammates. Joe and Talia were still out cold, and Aramis was trying to heal a fatal wound. James was just climbing to his feet. She knew the moment he had transformed that he hadn't been at full strength, not after fighting Lacrimose so recently. "Anyone that wants to stay, they can," Catherine said. "But I'm going." She closed her eyes for a moment to steady herself. Now that the adrenaline had all but died, the ache was beginning to settle in. Ashelin and a couple of the sages going with them helped Aramis to his feet as he healed. Kent threw Joe over his shoulder, and Daisy did the same for Talia. Bastion took Catherine's arm and threw it around his shoulders, helping her to walk. "Stop," Orchid said suddenly, terrifying everyone who prepared to leave. "Not him," she said, pointing to Bastion. "He stays." "Why?" Catherine said. "He chose to go with us from the beginning. He had to be a part of our kingdom," Lacrimose said. "There is no negotiation." "And what if we refuse?" James shouted. He nearly fell over when he said it, and Lacrimose laughed. "Then we do this all over again." Catherine glared at Orchid, while Bastion looked to his friends. He could see them already beginning to put the sages on their backs down to the ground, but he raised a hand in protest. "No," he said to them. "Don't come with me. You know what you need to do." "Now get out of here before we change our mind," Lacrimose muttered, crossing his arms. James shook his head and unleashed his white eidolon, making his way slowly to the legendary warriors. "That's not going to happen," he said, but then his eidolon disappeared, and his eyes rolled in the back of his head. Orchid and Lacrimose hadn't even moved. He was just that exhausted. Catherine barely caught him before he fell, but she was already so tired from the battle that they both plopped down onto the gravel. As she struggled to pick him back up, Lacrimose walked over to the young Bastion and placed a hand on the top of his head. Bastion made no move to look up at the sage. "Do you know why I refused your departure?" "Yes," Bastion said, his eyes cast to the ground. "It's because of the potential that lies within you. You could be even stronger than us someday. Surely you know this." "I do," he said, as emotionless as before. "You will be the greatest warrior that we have ever known. You will defeat the Yama. You will one day be my successor. When you are ready to take the throne, that's when I will be able to rest in peace. You will resist my teachings at first. They will be hard, and in the beginning, you will wish you were dead. I will not let you take your own life. You will endure, and in time, you will see as I see. You will become a legend, and you will lead all sages to their true, individual potential. You will end the era of peace, and usher in the era of the sage. I am not asking this of you. I am telling you. Do you understand?" "Yes," he said, finally looking into his new master's eyes. Catherine and the others could barely watch. Lacrimose turned his head slowly toward the former queen and looked her directly in the eyes. Without looking back at Bastion, he spoke. "If they are not gone within the next 2 minutes, my young protégé, you are to kill them all, starting with Catherine." But Bastion's forlorn gaze was all Catherine needed to see. "Let's go," she whispered to the others. "Let's not contribute to the damage already caused tonight." Chapter 22, For Your Soul, I'll Die. The road to Langar was long and dark. And though they had anticipated that, they didn't realize how heavy the gloomy atmosphere over them would be. Weary and beaten, they walked through the forest, keeping their eidolons partly revealed, in case Lacrimose decided to change his mind. Not that knowing he was coming would matter. It felt like nothing they did mattered anymore. "Do you think Zane will take us in?" Talia asked, nursing her neck. She had strained it in the hit Orchid had given her. Catherine tried not to faint as she moved some brush out of her way. He will, she said wearily. But I'm not sure for how long. Especially after we tell him what happened. The Langorans enjoy their way of life. They won't want it disrupted. They might be neutral in this war, Dot. Is that what this is? Talia scoffed. Did you see what that lady did to us back there? And that was without her being transformed. She took it easy on us. We can't give up, Catherine said, swallowing hard. She was thirsty, but she knew they had to keep moving. They couldn't camp out while it was still night, and they needed more distance between them and LA. We can't give up, she repeated. We've experienced worse. And what about the Quietus? What happens to them? We were supposed to free them before we left. No more questions for now, Talia, Catherine whispered. Why aren't we going to Prattle instead? Daisy asked to no one in particular. It's closer. Because it's too close, Kent replied. We need some distance between us and Lachrymose. There's that slim chance he might leave us alone. If at all possible, we want him to forget all about us. If only we could find that Ephi, Catherine said. That would end them both, Dot. It won't be that simple, Talia interjected. Like I said, Ephi can't be manifesting them both at all times. For example, this Ephi needs to sleep at some point. No, there is something else going on here. We can't come up with a plan until we know what we're dealing with. James? Catherine bit her lip as she looked over at her husband. He hadn't said a word since they left LA. He gave her a face that reminded her of death. He was pale, and he was so exhausted that she thought he was going to faint at any moment. Are you okay? No, he said flatly, facing forward. She reached out and caressed his arm. He didn't acknowledge the touch. James, talk to me. What are you thinking about? What will happen to LA? Honestly. Tell me. What do I think will happen under Lachrymo's rule? Yes. Give me the whole picture. I've thought about it, but I want to hear what you have to say. And don't hold back. We all need to hear it. The group stopped walking so that they could hear the worst of it. This is just conjecture, but I think that he will cut off all relations with the Langorans and Pratlians. I get the impression that sages are all that matters to him. He will destroy the peace we worked for. He'll probably try to kill them all at some point, in order to take their land and supplies. If he thinks a full-scale invasion is coming, then he will probably want to set up other bases, not just have a last stand at LA. At least, that's what we would do. Not the killing part, but we would certainly set up bases. The people will all become sages or die, except for the servants or important suppliers. Our people will become cold-hearted warriors. I don't know what he will do if these Yama are beaten back. If he's trying to be really thorough, he'll probably take the fight to them at some point. And what happens to us in all of this? What are we doing? Just surviving one battle after another? The Langorans and Pratlians will not even have a chance unless they wound Lachrymose early, which they won't, considering their numbers and recent reconstruction. I don't know, Catherine replied. Even if we went in seclusion, and returned when we were strong enough to take them both on, it might be too late. That's what I thought, James said. He turned to Catherine, and the look he gave her was as if he was giving her an urgent, silent message. What is it? She asked her husband, afraid of the answer. What matters more to you? Us being together, or the security of our people? You know the answer to that, she whispered. She didn't want to say it, but they both knew what mattered. James took her into his arms, but she still resisted a little. Though he was pressed up against her, she kept her upper half away from him. She didn't know what he was going to do. The way he grabbed her was so immediate, so rough. He was beginning to scare her. What if I told you that I might have a way to save our people? He asked her. The windows of his soul were distant and hollow. She wasn't sure who this man was that held her. Would you want that? He asked her. I would, but I don't see how. We wouldn't be together for some time, but I could save the kingdom. James, please tell me you're really saying, Catherine cried. It sounded like he was about to break up with her. His face was so cold and still. His arms were urgently pressed around her hips, but there was no warmth coming from him. She had never seen that side of him before. What is the one factor that can turn the tide of this for all of us? What can defeat Lachrymose and Orchid? What could defeat the Yama if they appear? The one thing. She read his mind before he had even finished speaking. Bastian, she whispered, and he nodded slowly. That's the key, he said. Now, we could all go off somewhere in the ruins of the old world and ride this out. We'll be hungry, paranoid, and cold, but we'll have each other. Who knows? We might be able to make a little life out there. But it will not last. Our conscience won't let us, and eventually, we'll find ourselves storming LA anyways, just to gain back some self-respect and dignity. Just to have something to fight for again. We can do that. It is a viable option. Or, I can return to LA, and ask to be a part of the Sage Academy. I might have to do some things that I won't be proud of, but so did Chiron back then. I could work with Bastian, even if it's minimal. I could train him, not to strengthen his power, but his heart. I can help shape him, and perhaps someday, when the time is right, he can restore the peace we lost. Or you could be killed the moment you walk through that courtyard. Or that, he said with glazed-over eyes. But that's the risk I would have to take in order to help our cause. In the meantime, you go to Langer, and you prepare for everything you could possibly think of, even places to hide in case these Yama appear. I won't see you, she said. She found herself against his chest suddenly. She didn't remember when she accepted his embrace, but it must have been around the time his plan began to sink into her mind. It was cruel to love her husband all the more when he was away, but she knew she wouldn't be happy without helping her people in some way. Her duty was simple a part of her, as James would always be the other half of her soul. She felt horrible for agreeing with him, but it had to be done. No life, even with the two of them together, existed without LA. They were all intertwined. I'll steal away when I can, he whispered into her hair. But that probably won't be for a long time. If I were you, I wouldn't stay awake at night, wondering when, will I even recognize you when I see you next? She asked him suddenly. That was what she feared most. In order to gain Lacrimo's trust, James would have to go beyond the necessary missions Chiron had carried out. There was no telling what horrors would be committed by her husband's hands. Was she willing to just let him stain them for a hope? An uncertain future? I doubt it, he said, but I'll always love you. That will never change. He kissed her on the forehead. I'm scared too, but I'll survive. When I became a sage, I decided that I would carry out my duties to completion. No matter what that meant. This is not the work of a sage. I don't know what this is. Maybe it is, James sighed. Perhaps we've gotten the stories all wrong. Maybe the sages were able to become the greatest warriors of our land, and LA became the most prosperous kingdom because of what they were willing to do to achieve their vision. Don't lose your soul over there, she cried into his shirt. She hit his chest once with a closed fist, as if she was pounding the message into his heart. No matter what he did, he was forbidden to enjoy it. He could never do it willingly. We'll find out when I die, James said, raising her face to his. He stared into her eyes, and he smiled warmly, trying to sear the memory of her into his mind. He would not forget her. They would see each other again someday. James kissed her. Hard. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him back, with just as much intensity. He came up for air, but then he had to kiss her again. Her soft touch, and the smell of the flowers in her hair, it could be the last beautiful thing he ever experienced. Soon it would be the copper, sweaty smell of blood, and the cold and crisp air that hung throughout the kingdom like winter. Catherine was the opposite of those horrors. She was spring incarnate. Vibrant, beautiful, and full of life. She resurrected the dead in others. The lost dreams and ambitions that were once weighed down by fear of failure and crippling disappointment were born anew in her presence. Wherever she went, she planted a seed of hope and joy into the hearts of others, and therefore, she needed to live a long and fulfilling life. Every single person she touched and inspired was just one more soul she had taken to paradise, in this life and the next. He was more than happy to succumb to the cold in order to preserve her. When their lips parted, her nose was red, and her face was stained with tears. He kissed each one that fell, before they could fall from her trembling cheek. Soon, he said to her, caressing her cheek one more time. Catherine closed her eyes and stood there, sniffling and swallowing her grief. His touch vanished, and she felt her blood run cold. She heard him take a footstep, away from her, in the opposite direction from where she was headed. And it all felt so wrong. She couldn't watch. She just couldn't watch. I'm coming too, she heard Daisy say. She heard Kent make the same declaration. James nodded and waved for them to follow. Catherine opened her eyes. James didn't look back at her. He had already said his farewells. Now he had to focus on the future, whatever that held for him. Against his will, Catherine was forced into the past and an uncertain future. Farewell, my husband, Catherine whispered to the air. No one acknowledged her words. But James did hear them. He would never forget the way she said them. They soothed and haunted. All at once. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Stand with me, Lachrymose ordered, and Bastian obeyed. He glanced back at the academy only for a second before looking up at the sky to see what the legendary sage saw. Do you wish you were with your classmates now? To sleep when history is about to be made? No, sir, Bastian said. He fought back a tear. Though it was different, in many ways, it was his captivity in Quietus all over again. Except this time, he would be the butcher. He would rip the children from their homes and subject them to terrible, terrible things. All for the greater good. Lachrymo's greater good. The kingdom's greater good. Never his own. He would become a legend, and his name would be whispered at bedtime to the children who had not been taken, singing his praises and describing his exploits. People would grow jealous and wish they were him. They would idolize him. They would worship him. And all he wanted to do was laugh a little bit. Read a book. See Daisy one more time. I want you to be with me when the sun rises, Lachrymose said. For then we will begin our walk through the village, culminating with our final destination, the castle. I will take the throne, and you will sit by my side. The kingdom will know that I have chosen you to be more important than they. Do you believe this? That I'm more important? Yes. I don't think I am, Bastian said, his eyes becoming heavy with exhaustion. I may be strong, but I have weaknesses, just like everyone else. The villagers have talents that I do not. I will hear no more weak talk, Bastian. You will be a god among men now. Yes, sir, he said, clenching his fists. Why? Why even go on? What was the point of living anymore? He would never be happy again. As long as he was in Lachrymo's shadow, there would never be an ounce of freedom. Maybe it would better to just shut down. Just like he had done in Quietus. Forget about emotions. Forget love and friendship. They were never going to be a part of his life. He might as well just give in. To Lachrymose. To the urges. To the rage and the pain. Because what else was there? What hope did he have otherwise? It appears we have a visitor. Lachrymose said, averting his gaze from the skies to the courtyard entrance. The words broke Bastian's train of thought, as he followed his new master's line of sight. Neither of them expected to see James step through the door, walking forward boldly with two young sages at his side. Bastian's eyes lit up once he recognized their faces. But then he erased the emotion from his face. No, this had to be a trick. They couldn't be there. He saw Kent's smiling face, and he nearly laughed. He gazed into Daisy's eyes and he found himself sighing heavily. Was it possible that it was them? And not just a manifestation? James, Lachrymose said, his voice full of amusement as the three sages stepped in front of him. You are full of surprises. I've come to serve. Right, Lachrymose laughed. Of course, you are. I want to fight for our ideals, and what we believe to be the best way to fight the Yama. You think that hugs and kisses will stop the Yama? It's hard to say. I haven't met them. But it will be good to have other options. I'm listening. You think that only brute force will keep the Yama back, but you can't be 100% sure that is true. The kingdom of Alay has a deep hatred for the Quietus people that continues to this very day, yet we've discovered that they're not the ruthless, cold-blooded killers we believed them to be. Those so-called nightmares had families and children. They hungered and loved to play as we do. Basically, they were people like us, just with a different history and some conflicting opinions. If you are sincere in defeating the Yama, you should give my way a chance, no matter how small that chance may be. Who knows? We could be fighting with our last troop, and suddenly, my way gets through to them. And I am supposed to believe that you are just going to be a good little boy and follow orders this entire time? You will be my king, and therefore I will follow orders, but I will make my opinions known, so that if your orders result in mistakes, you'll consider taking my advice next time. You won't try to take over my throne? Not if you stay on your toes. Think about it. If I'm able to take you out so easily, how could you have fought against the Yama? I don't know, James. What do you gain from this? Just the opportunity to say I told you so? A failed attempt at assassinating me? No, this is personal for multiple reasons. When I was forced to join the Sentinel Academy, I didn't know what it meant to be a sage. The day I unleashed my Eidolon, I thought I had earned that title. A sage named Chloe taught me otherwise. She opened my mind to greater things, and I was able to transform myself. I was able to eventually embrace my quietus and Alayan heritage equally. I became the strongest warrior in all of LA. And yet, I still had no idea what a sage was. Then you came along, and you turned everything I believed upside down. The legendary Lacrimose was nothing like what I thought, yet somehow, I respect you now more than I did when I heard the bedtime stories. If we journey together, I hope to learn what it means to be a sage. And perhaps, you will learn from me that power and strength aren't always the answer. Lacrimose mulled over the words as he stared at James. So, we learn from each other while trying to corrupt one another. That is an interesting proposal. What of the two sages by your side? We're here for him, Daisy said, pointing at Bastion. We know you're going to try changing him. We want to give him a fighting chance. So Bastion will war against both sides as well? And the better way, James said, will be to whose side he succumbs. What do you think, Orchid? They all turned to the side, where Orchid was still leaning up against a pillar. Her head was down as if she had been sleeping while standing up. Orchid lifted her head and looked at each of them one by one. They can try, she said, and then she dropped her head back down and began snoring softly. Lacrimose thought about the matter further. Bastion couldn't take his eyes off his friends and James. James had not impressed him before, but that all changed in an instant. Now he was ready to hear more from the Master Sage on the matters of the heart. He was ready to fight with Kent and laugh with Daisy. He could go back to his dorm and have his roommates back. He could have a life. As long as Lacrimose accepted, there was hope. A small hope, but hope nonetheless. And after all the crap that he had been through in his life, he was more than happy to take what he could get. Bastion closed his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore. Lacrimose had to say something. Say yes. We accept, Lacrimose said finally, sticking out a hand toward James. Welcome back to LA. James accepted the handshake. Neither of them removed the steel gaze from their faces. The battle for the kingdom, and the hearts of the people had begun. An excerpt from Julia St. Clair's latest fantasy series. Obsidian Sky, Book Number 1 of the Obsidian Saga. Chapter 1, The Day the World Ended. The one-room schoolhouse was painfully tiny, and even more so now that nearly half of the village of Losun was beginning to crowd in, each individual clamoring for a coveted seat on one of the few oak pews in the center and consequently, forcing anyone that was late to stand upon their aching feet. The stampede of villagers kicked up a cloud of settled dust and the floorboards creaked under the collective weight. Though there were nearly 200 in attendance, no one said a word, the only sound being the groaning of the structure itself. All of the extra desks and chairs had been removed. All unnecessary equipment had been locked away, and even the elders of Losun were surprised to see just how many students were able to fit into the boxy room. Within minutes, the only part of the floor not occupied by a pair of weary shoes was a meager 5-foot square space in the front. There the science/history teacher stood with a maniacal smile, causing a few of his colleagues nearby to wince in disgust. Not one member of the excited audience, young or old, cared for teacher politics though, and so they did their best to ignore the exchange. And really, it didn't matter how much the other teachers hated Mr. Young. Nothing short of a fire was going to make them disperse. For the only time in the entire year, he had the spotlight, he had the goods, and everyone in attendance was there to make sure they were expediently delivered. Mr. Young surveyed his audience with glee, rubbing his sweaty hands onto his custom red silk shirt as he silently hoped the ancient pews, brought in by his teacher aides, would be able to bear the weight. As the last of the village, a few of the elderly, squeezed in just beyond the double doors in the back, he cleared his throat and surveyed the room. They all waited for him to begin, giving their undivided attention and awe. Since the building only had 6 windows, 3 on each side, there was already little light in the room. Faceless bodies now blocked the meager sunlight that fought to enter, and the room was soon cast in a cloak of unsettling shadow. As unidentifiable eyes blinked off rapidly in Mr. Young's direction, he closed his in satisfaction. He concentrated. And then beams of light shot through each of the windows, through the barrier of bodies, and into the room like a flood of water, filling every space in a matter of seconds. After it had maximized its presence in the room, most of it suddenly disappeared, and all that remained was a spotlight over Mr. Young, the source appearing to come from the windowless and moldy flat ceiling above. It was impossible for light to originate from that point, yet it did. The audience gasped in delight. Many had seen this presentation several times, but the moment never ceased to amaze. How Mr. Young was able to call forth the sun to magnify him, even through the solid blockades of both body and object, was a subject of much debate. It had to be magic. He cleared his throat once more, and a blanket of silence descended upon the audience. 10 years ago, he began. The Advent came. As his sentence ended, both the room and Mr. Young were suddenly cast into utter darkness. The bare wall behind the history teacher came alive, and an animated display of the universe came into view. It spread across the room like an oceanic wave, lapping against the shore, except it never retracted once it splashed against the other side. It trapped the audience in its holographic projection and held them there. Stars twinkled like diamonds, moons orbited around foreign planets, and colorful nebulas shot out at the students in 3D fashion. The audience gasped in awe at the spectacle as space danced around them gracefully, performing a waltz that even the best of them could not imitate. Mr. Young continued. We call it Advent because the definition says it all. It was the beginning of something already anticipated. It was the end of the world. We all knew the day would come. We just weren't sure how. 10 years ago, we received our answer. The audience gasped in horror. Mr. Young grinned and scanned the room once more before he proceeded, watching them all witness his power, each one falling under his spell. Well, there was one who was uninterested, but there was good reason for that, he supposed. Aiden, pay attention, Mr. Young called out to the young man in the far left corner. Only his short spiked black hair, and half of his bored eyes were visible amongst the sea of silhouetted faces and little lighting. Sure, he replied easily, refocusing his attention to the holographic stars. Satisfied, Mr. Young resumed his presentation. The animation of the universe changed in an instant, and zoomed in on a planet that was familiar to everyone. Amassed by a collection of 6 large continents and very few bodies of water, they stared at their brown, green and red planet as if it was an old acquaintance. At the other end of the universal map was a comet, half their world's size, streaking across the black expanse with a red-hot tail, its trajectory directly in line with their home world. We don't know where it came from, Mr. Young said, stooping down behind their planet. Or its exact composition. Whether it was a hunk of rock, a ship, or a massive, sentient being. All we know for sure is how it changed our way of life forever. The display flickered and suddenly the comet smashed mercilessly into the side of the planet, creating an explosion that splashed the room in a light so intense, everyone, including Mr. Young, had to avert their eyes for fear of going blind. He kept speaking as the light began to subside. The comet impacted the eastern hemisphere with a force that could be heard and felt all over the world, changing the terrain and taking half of our population with it. Millions died instantly. He paused to wipe a hand across his sweating forehead. We all thought it was the end, the apocalypse, and in a sense, one could say that it was. That era had been eradicated in an instant, but it appeared that the survivors were destined for a greater purpose. The world of Obsidian had been altered, not just physically, but also spiritually. The population that had not been annihilated were transformed. The universe display vanished and the room was cast in its natural dim light for a moment. It then dimmed into a purple hue. White-hot tattoos were revealed from underneath the villagers' long-sleeve shirts. Branded deep into their right forearms, each tattoo depicted a picture of 6 organ pipes with a long sword in the middle. Most of the village had only 1 tattoo of the image on their right arm, some had 2 of the same picture, and even fewer had 3. Aiden pushed his sleeve down further, though it made no difference. Even through the fabric, the tattoo burned bright as if it had just been seared into his flesh, as if he had been branded with the signature of the sun. Everyone was marked with these seals, Mr. Young said, one of his own shining beneath the silk of his shirt. Most were only given 1, but others were blessed with 2 or even 3. Each seal granted the bearer a wish. A wish with no strings attached whatsoever, as long as the judge approved it. It's the only reason we were able to rebuild society so quickly. No one regrets being given these gifts, but we must still never forget the lives that were lost. These wishes came at a price, and that makes each of them a beautiful, wonderful curse. He paused as the room fell in silence. The purple hue was lifted and the lighting returned to normal. The seals on their right arms no longer visible from under the fabric of their clothes. Aiden sighed wearily as Mr. Young bowed his head. I perform this presentation once a year to not only remind you of what happened, but more importantly, to stress how much we need you here in Losun. I know there's a temptation to use your wishes for your own pleasure, but we ask you to suppress those selfish inclinations. In order to continue restoring our world to its former glory, we hope that all of you will stay patient until it is your time. Most nodded at his words. A hand shot up from the left-hand corner. Mr. Young took a deep breath and pointed his young pupil. Yes, Isaac. You have a question? How long do you think it will be until the world is restored completely? It's hard to say, Mr. Young admitted. Significant damage was done to our way of life. Many wishes were used in the beginning of the Second Era to restore the atmosphere, the wildlife, and whatnot. Yet no one has wished for the half of the world that was destroyed to go back to its previous state, or to bring back the countless lives that. We've had this discussion before in class, the middle-aged teacher sighed. As I've explained, we don't know what happened on that day. So it's best to leave a hole in our planet? a contained, harmless hole. It's been handled. There's no way you could know that. That is the point of our scouting missions, or have you forgotten? Someone from Losun has been there? At the edge of the planet? That will be enough questions from you, Mr. Young snapped, his eyes darting amongst the other faces for their reactions. Though they appeared squeamish, they kept their focus on him. Isaac raised his hand again. I said no questions. I don't have one. Then what is it, Dot? He smiled through his oasis eyes, an ice-breaking smile. Aiden has one. Can't Aiden speak for himself? He said you wouldn't call on him if he raised his hand. The audience chuckled and a few of the elders in the far back began shushing. From the crippling glares they unleashed on Mr. Young afterwards, it was obvious that they were going to intervene if he didn't take control soon. Why he called on the child in the first place was beyond their comprehension. Okay, Mr. Young said with a scowl, pointing to the young man with the spiky black hair. Fire away. It was a risky move, allowing Aiden to speak, but if he was able to maintain order during their exchange, he would have gained respect in the eyes of the elders. A privilege that few possessed. Well, I was thinking, Aiden began with a sly smile. Many in the audience turned around to watch him complete his sentence. If we're supposed to hold off on our yen. Here in Losun we call them wishes, Mr. Serafino, but I don't understand why. The rest of the world calls them yen, but that's not what my question is about. What I want to know is why we don't get to use these beautiful curses the way we want, while the elders and even you gets to go wild. I don't follow. Take this schoolhouse for example. You used a yen 3 years ago to turn it into this major interactive experience, and yet you're the only one who knows how to control it. It's impressive, but isn't it a waste? All it does is help you. It enhances the learning experience and improves the quality of my lessons. Which are still boring, and why your attendance is low. The only time anyone comes to your sessions is to hear about Advent, otherwise, no one bothers. I'm sure you've noticed. I don't need to justify myself to you, Mr. Young huffed, feeling the angry, raised eyebrows of his superiors. Who are you here with anyways? Does your mentor know where you're at? Does it matter? Aiden said. What you fail to remember is that we are free to choose which courses to attend. This isn't a school. It's a simple, scared little town that keeps people in line by dangling small comforts over their head. It does little to prepare us for the outside world. A world that each of us will be forced to encounter whether we like it or not. If it wasn't for the strike system, no one would even bother getting out of bed. Once you choose a class to attend, however, you are stuck there. Mr. Young's face started to redden. If you're skipping an evening class to attend this presentation, then you know that I must hand you over for disciplinary action. Given that you already have 2 strikes against you, you know what that would mean, don't you? I don't need to think about it, Aiden said, his lips in a flat line. Especially since I'll be leaving. He began to worm his way to the door when a shout nearly stopped him cold. You stay right there. Mr. Young barked as the few elders standing in the doorway made sure to form a trembling humming barrier. They looked down at him in disgust, but Aiden challenged them silently, one at a time, with no expression on his face. Then he shifted his gaze back to the forefront and gave the science/history teacher a declaration. Let me out right now or I'll burn the entire schoolhouse to the ground. He said it with such conviction that Mr. Young nearly fell over in shock. The elders in the doorway stepped out of his path urgently as the villagers pressed up against each other, sacrificing their comfortable positions to let him step out of the room freely. They dared not even touch his hooded robe. Aiden stopped in the doorway just for a moment, to address the room one last time. Keep the disciplined squad out of my hair for this, and I'll ensure you all keep yours. He didn't wait for a reply, leaving as fast as he could, and the room burst into scared whispers and murmurs of concern. Isaac sucked his teeth and chased after him, nearly tripping 3 times before he hit the door in the dense warm air outside. He caught up to Aiden quickly and joined his stride under the canopy of low-hanging tree branches and a thick silver haze. The village of Losun was tranquil and actually pleasant now that most of its inhabitants were being held hostage at the presentation. He didn't care to see the rest, about how chaotic the world had become, how it had been relatively organized before Advent, blah, blah, blah. Geez, Aiden, what was that all about? Isaac chuckled nervously. You weren't really going to set that place ablaze if they kept you there, were you? What do you think? Yeah, okay. Stupid question. This whole place is laughable, Aiden sighed as he picked up the pace, not yet sure of his intended destination. It's a prison, not a quaint little village in the middle of the forest. It's the only explanation for why the general populace lives in cabins the size of birdhouses while the elders are in miniature mansions. It's all one big joke. There's room for improvement, but it's still our home. A place that we will be at for a very long time, I might add, if we're lucky. Might as well get used to it. Hard to when you already have 2 strikes. It's plain history. No one with a strike gets an exemption. Not a single one. Well, I don't have any, so it kinda sucks to be you, Isaac laughed, throwing his hands behind his head. Did you hear me? It kind of, oh never mind. We can leave whenever we like, Aiden said, ignoring him. With barely a thought, he stopped to pick up a stray twig from off the dirt road and threw it into the nearby brush. Isaac thought over the comment as he let out a big yawn. The annual presentation of Advent was one of the few times the village would be up well past curfew, talking excitedly about how they could each contribute to a world that still needed so much bandaging. How their involvement in Losun would eventually give them a purpose they had yet to figure out themselves. The excitement would all end tomorrow though. Aiden had already seen it happen 4 times. The inevitable news of a scouting mission gone wrong, a new threat discovered lurking at their borders, another wish rumored to be used for the further decimation of Obsidian. It was only a matter of days before their ambitions were crushed like the berries they hovered laboriously over to make their morning coffee. Yeah, we could leave this place, Isaac said finally. But if we do it now, we won't have much to look forward to. What are you going to do out there? Use a wish to secure yourself a shelter? Fight over a body of fresh water? You're better off here. No worries. All the water you can drink. The food you can eat. Shelter. Protection. Warmth. So you would rather live comfortably in a cell than see the world and be free? It feels like an easy choice to me. Let's see, stay here until my wishes are used for the greater good, in which case I'm then kicked out and I'll be seeing the world anyways, or leave now and die. I survived out there once. We can do it. Ha, Isaac retorted. From what I've heard about you, your definition of survived is very different than mine. Well, there's definitely no way we'll make it if we don't have our yen as backup. It doesn't make sense to travel once the elders have already used you and you have no way to defend yourself. From what I hear, they equip you quite well before they kick you out the door. And there's rumors of sister villages being created nearby. Why does it always have to be mud with you? Can't be rich soil sometimes, . Why do I even bother talking to you? Aiden groaned, casting his eyes up to the moon. Nothing is ever solved. I might as well be talking to myself in the mirror. Oh, no. This is much better, Isaac chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. After all, your reflection doesn't talk back. Right? I mean, it doesn't, right? Get off of me, Aiden growled, throwing his shoulder back violently. Your hands are so soft, I find them offensive. As I find your hair, Isaac muttered, throwing his hands into his pockets. But you don't hear me trying to shank your feelings. He sucked his teeth and thrust them back out into the air. The village clothes were notorious for their roomy, dark blue pants that were strangely designed with pockets barely able to contain a pebble. All were expected to wear a bright yellow, long-sleeve shirt and then the worst of all, the child-sized backpacks. Little fanny packs that you kept on your back, held together by a belt across the chest. It was hilariously cruel, but that was the local weaver for you. Until someone else decided to either learn the craft or wish to become a master textile worker, they were all at the mercy of Lucalord. Of course, Aiden never wore the standard-issued clothing, opting to don the thick, hooded robe and cloak his father had given to him on the day he graduated secondary school. It was drenched in black and littered with sharp strokes of hot red across its surface, as if they were cuts into his skin. No other symbols or patterns were emblazoned upon it otherwise, and Aiden saw no reason to decorate it further. He already had enough markings. So where are we going now? Isaac asked, rubbing his hands through his messy blonde hair. From the steadily rising tide of voices far behind them, the presentation was now over, and soon they would both be overtaken with an assortment of disgusted, shocked and respectful glares. Bed, he declared. Isaac rolled his eyes. Aiden's hibernation schedule was interwoven with the amount of people awake. The more there were, the less he tended to be around. If it hadn't been for Isaac's insistence, he wouldn't even have gone to the schoolhouse. In hindsight, Isaac thought to himself that perhaps that would have been the better move. Still, he knew where Aiden truly went in the deep of night. They continued walking casually, past the miniature cabins that were all designed exactly the same. Whomever had wished them into existence had little imagination. The vegetation surrounding the cabins made up for their lack of decor, however. Reaching across the sides and over the humble rooftops, thick white tree branches stretched over with a decadent array of flowers in full bloom. An explosion of blues and pinks and yellows pushed against the tree leaves and kissed up against the wooden posts of their homes. There were even a few yen-born arbors that produced flowers within flowers. In full bloom, their eerie luminescence even rivaled that of the moonlight in radiance. The local birds, each known by name, traversed back and forth between plants, carrying the seeds to dull brown spots behind the houses and creating new jaw-dropping scenery whenever one fell and became part of the rich soil. Though there was little sunlight that could break through the sentinel forest canopy up above, the surroundings and ambience of Losun was undeniably rich and cozy. Though he would never admit it, even Aiden was apprehensive over how easily the scenery would take his breath away and force new creations and possibilities to be born in the recesses of his imagination. An outsider looking in would think it was paradise. But it wasn't. It couldn't be. It was just a pretense. A ruse to make him comfortable. And the moment he fell into Comfort's arms, he knew he would be taken unawares, his yen stolen from him either through torture or some other unspeakable measure. It didn't matter if Losun was the most relaxing environment he had ever laid eyes upon in his whole life. It was not impenetrable. And its inhabitants were trying so hard to believe that it was. Just because it provided necessities that were no longer guaranteed in the New World, a secure shelter, an abundance of fresh water and food, community, it didn't mean it was invincible. It had survived almost a decade, but how long until its luck ran out? Losun used to be a real village with another name, but none of the original townspeople were there anymore. No one was sure why, but then again, there was a lot of madness when Advent came. Wishes being used left and right, and without restraint at the time. All the elders knew for sure was that the founder, Judge bless his soul, had used one of his wishes to restore the village to its rightful, pre-event origins, and then used his second and final wish to throw a massive, invisible barrier around it, preventing all those without permission from the chosen elders to enter its walls. Without having to worry about the danger outside Losun's walls, the village was able to truly focus on the only real task at hand, surviving. "You think the elders will ever give us a scouting mission?" Isaac asked as they reached their quarters. All single men and women bunked together in their own respective cabins as if they were boys' and girls' academies. They were each at separate ends of the village, boys to the south, girls to the north, but it wasn't necessary considering there were few midnight excursions. Everyone knew the risks. Getting caught after curfew meant banishment. Banishment meant death. "What are you talking about?" Aiden replied, half listening. "I hear they're going to announce their selections at the dance," Isaac said. "You know. The dance of yesterday?" "I have no clue what you're talking about. Don't you ever wonder how we get our away missions?" I never paid much attention. The odds of me being picked for one is astronomical. Because the elders hate you. Your birthday is probably what they call their Advent. But I might be picked for one. Would you be sad if I left? You wouldn't be gone long, so no. What if I got killed while I was away? Would you be sad then? You would have gone on the mission knowing full well the possibilities. So is that a no? That's a no. You're the only thorn in the rose garden, aren't you? What's that supposed to mean? Aiden groaned. And what's with the hypothetical situations? There's only one thing we should be worried about right now. The end of our 5th year. You mean how we're supposed to give our wishes to the elders? Exactly. I take it you have no intention of following through on that. Do you? Aiden asked, turning to face Isaac for the first time in their conversation. Isaac grinned and shook his head. "Hey, Aiden!" A student of Mr. Young shouted from behind them. They turned to see a short, stocky boy with glasses that were more like goggles. "Heard about your threat during Mr. Young's presentation. What are you doing? Trying to graduate early? You know you're not getting expelled while those are still active." He pointed directly at Aiden's right arm. "I understand that, Jared," Aiden said. "Then what's the deal?" "I have a plan." "Oh? Do tell." "I would rather not," he said, staring forward. "The walls have ears and the wind is an excellent messenger." "Isn't he hilarious when he gets all metaphorical like that?" Isaac laughed. "Don't know where he gets it from." "Fine, whatever," Jared huffed. He turned to Isaac. "You watch out for this one. He'll get you in trouble too." "Oh, I'm fully aware," Isaac chuckled. Jared waved by and ran off to the right as the two boys remained outside their home. The crowd from the presentation must have decided to mingle in the village center, located further north and in the opposite direction the boys had gone. The voices were now at a tolerable volume. "Guess I don't have to blow a hole in the shield next week," Aiden said, looking towards Isaac for a reaction. All he did was raise an eyebrow in puzzlement. "Because you have a master plan all of a sudden? Tell me more about these missions." Basically the 4th and 5th years are their strongest and most mature, so the best of them are sent on missions outside of the institute. "I already know that part. You want to learn something or not? Fine. Go on. I think the elders use the somewhat established adults because they don't want to risk their own lives to procure supplies and information. I don't even want to know what it takes to get established around here. Still, what I don't understand is why they use fifth years. They have the most to lose. They could stay out there as long as they pleased, and if anyone tried to bring them back, they could just use their yen to resist. There are chaperones, of course, Isaac replied. It doesn't matter. So your master plan is to go on one of the missions and then bail? Exactly. Like no one has thought of that one before, Isaac scoffed. And I'm sorry, but it's too late for you. You said it yourself. No one's going to send you out there without a leash, a bridle, and a muzzle. You've caused too much trouble. But you'll be selected, won't you? Aiden said, looking hard into Isaac's eyes. Doubtful. I associate with riffraff like you. When they're desperate enough, they'll take you, Aiden nodded with confidence. And when that happens, I'm coming along for the ride. While getting me killed in the process. What are friends for? Aiden chuckled. Well, this is highly suspect, a pleasant, sweet voice muttered from the shadows between the two cabins. The boys turned, half worried too much had been heard when the intruder stepped into the moonlight. Isaac smiled with glee. Morrigan! How good it is to see you! To what do we owe the pleasure of being able to bask in the glory of the marvelous, radiant, magnificent? Put a lid on it, Isaac. I'm sick of your false praise, she snapped, pushing her maroon, thick, horn-rimmed glasses further up the bridge of her nose. But I thought you liked that sort of thing. Sucking up, he grinned. Or is it only acceptable when you're the one doing it? I love people sucking up to me, she smiled through her rapidly blinking eyes and thick green lipstick, but I would hardly consider you a person. Something between a virus and a deformed toad is more precise. Yet I'm still on the evolutionary chain. There's hope for me yet. Oh, Morrigan. Isaac pretended to swoon as he pranced around her with clasped hands. Your compliments are like the kiss of snowflakes upon the cheek. That wasn't even remotely intelligent. So, what do you want? Aiden said bluntly, crossing his arms. Miss Head of the Discipline Squad. Here to follow up on some rumors? Are they rumors, Aiden? She said, leaning close to his face. Considering every single person present at that presentation is ready to testify against you? Oh, is that how many people I have to kill tonight? You're not funny. Murder never is. You have a subpoena tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., she said, handing him a folded packet of paper. Isaac whistled at the size. I assume you know where the squad's chambers are located. You assume wrong. I've never been there in my entire life. And afterwards, I can tutor you in the library on proper use of the obsidian language. It can help with whatever, backwards, wild man grunting thing that's dribbling off your lips. Whatever it is, I'm sure it's not green, he said, gagging at her lipstick. She gave a false smile, her cheekbones raised as high as they could go. Language doesn't have a color, imbecile. See what I mean about having to tutor you? That's the second time you've mentioned us getting together, Aiden raised an eyebrow. Are you asking me out on a date? I would rather choke on my own vomit, she said with an upcurled lip. And I would never do such a thing as to taint my reputation. Taint? Do you even know the meaning to dash? She turned to Isaac. Can you please enlighten your dense friend here? Enlighten? What poetic enunciation is this? Isaac batted his eyes. Perhaps the lady cares to educate this backwards gent on the particulars. You know green happens to be my favorite color. Go jump off a bridge, Morrigan said flatly. She shoved them aside and headed back towards the village center where the crowd was enjoying themselves. Both of them couldn't help staring at her strange, multi-layered clothing ensemble and bouncing pink pigtails as she walked off. You think that's her natural color? Aiden asked, but Isaac ignored him. Her speech loses some of its bite every day, Isaac sighed. Aiden unfolded his arms and glanced at him. He didn't know what to think of their strange relationship. Sometimes he was sure Isaac was in love with her, and then in the next second, it couldn't be anything but loathing. What went on in that head of his? All of Losan knows I'm not going to that hearing, Aiden declared out loud. Isaac nodded in agreement as he continued staring off where Morrigan had long disappeared to. She knows too, but it's part of the job description. Has to keep up a good standing for the higher-ups. She is the only villager our age to gain their favor. She probably has an exemption. Ugh, Aiden gagged. Then who would want to be here a moment longer? I'll never understand women like her. You don't understand women, period. Oh, and you're one to talk. What's that supposed to mean? You drive me nuts every time I see the two of you interact. Aiden shook his head. Your eyes study her like she's a new species whenever she walks by, but then your lips say otherwise. I'm maintaining my distance until I'm sure of who she is, that's all. I know what I'm doing. Unlike you. Are you talking about Leah again? You said her name. Not me. I know her well enough, Aiden said, glancing away and refolding his arms. Oh? We have a class together. Woodworking. Right. I'll make sure to check the roster and see if it exists. We were partners. The teacher put us together. She made me a practice sword. Aha. You don't believe me? I didn't say that. I just suspect there's more to the story than you're willing to admit. Don't you remember who you're talking to? Right, Aiden said, closing his eyes. The last thing I need is to be thrown on your radar. I don't know what's worst. Being a part of your conspiracies or listening about them. I would say listening, because then we can work together. We've yet to figure out the mystery of the disappearing chocolate cake. I already told you, Aiden sighed, slapping his forehead. The head of the dining commons ate it whole. But she's so nice. She's fat, Aiden stressed. And noticeably fatter after the incident. That's stress from the job. For someone who's paranoid, you sure are willing to dismiss those you like. She could be pregnant. Yeah, you go ahead and ask her. I'm a gentleman. I wouldn't think of it. Aha. Or is it because she gives you the leftover cookies after hours? You saw that? Now who's part of a conspiracy? At least you're not, he smiled. You're not on my radar, yet. Lucky me, Aiden said as he began heading inside the cabin. Lucky me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The nightmare was more vivid than usual, and what made it worse was that for the first time, Aiden couldn't wake himself up. He was back home again, falling out of bed over the piercing screams he heard coming from outside. He thought it was all a figment of his imagination, that he had just conjured it up in his sleep, but the shrieks didn't let up. Disoriented, he staggered to his tiny, clay hut window and scanned the area. His neighbors were outside his window. And they were on fire. Aiden rushed out the open door, so concerned with the plight of his neighbors that he didn't even think of whether his parents and little sister would be okay. They had been outside the safety of their home. As soon as his feet the dirt, however, he was paralyzed. The sky had turned a blood red. The clouds a lightning blue, and a sickly yellow rain drizzled from the heavens, slowly corroding the clay of their homes and withering their bountiful harvest even faster. Aiden stepped back inside as soon as he realized the yellow rain's effects, but it didn't appear to affect his skin any more than regular water did. Still, he took off his shirt and wrapped it in a turban around his head for protection, rushing back out and searching for a solution to the fires. A way to save his people. Water, sand, blankets, and nothing worked. And as he watched them all stumble and fall, with no more than a twitch once they hit the soil, he wondered why he was the only one not afflicted. He felt like throwing up, and the only thing that prevented him was the sudden boom in the distance, sounding as if the planet itself had just cracked in half. He ran to the source, past the smoldering clay huts and the recently deceased until he hit the edge of what was once his home, now just a land of fertilized soil, sitting atop the second mountain of Tilkin. A firestorm was coming towards him, rolling across the adjacent mountains and valleys with a mix of thunder, flames, sand and destruction. Aiden stayed frozen in fear as it approached with a deafening roar. Nothing he did could save him. His fate would be no different than those of his people. And he didn't mind at all. He closed his eyes as he felt his skin begin to singe and crackle, the hairs on his arms and head already gone. He winced and grit his teeth through the tears, accepting his certain fate when unexpectedly a voice asked him a question. What do you wish for right now? Without a moment's hesitation, the sole survivor of Quinn spoke. I wish I was protected from the fire. He cried aloud. Just as the firestorm descended upon him, he screamed, not over the incoming storm, but the intense ripping sensation that came from his right arm. 3 seals appeared in an instant. 2 illuminated, signifying wishes yet to be granted, and 1 dark, blackened over the words he had just uttered. He had no time to examine the symbols. The pain in his arm was too great. All he could do was roar within a cloud of mixed emotions as the firestorm engulfed him, destroying his village, his friends, and everything he had ever loved within seconds, leaving no trace behind. As if his life had never existed. He screamed and at one point, he went mad. But then it was over. The storm subsided, vanishing into thin air as if it had achieved its sole purpose, and only Aiden remained amidst the smoking ruins. 2 tornadoes of fire, as small as bracelets, circled his wrists at an increasing rate of speed, but he wasn't looking at them or the devastation at his feet. He couldn't contain his rage any longer. It erupted like a solar flare, and in an instant, everything within a 5-mile radius was reduced to flat land, mountains and all. The village of Quinn and the mountains of Tilken were wiped clean from obsidian. Aiden barely survived the fall from the mountaintop as it crumbled beneath his feet like an avalanche. Even after he awoke, all he could do was breathe in the soot, and cough, and swear. What had happened to his people, his village? It could not have been an act of nature. Nature had been a catalyst, but it was surely not the cause. Red sky? Yellow rain? No, this was a biological attack of some sort. And someone had definitely spoken to him before the firestorm had arrived. That voice would know what had happened to his people. It would know who was responsible for their deaths. It would know who had to die by his trembling, eager hands. Continued in Obsidian Sky, Book Number 1 of the Obsidian Saga. Now available. Novels by Julius St. Clair. Fantasy. The Last of the Sages. The Dark Kingdom, Book 2 of the Sage Saga. Hail to the Queen, Book 3 of the Sage Saga. Of Heroes and Villains, Book Number 4 of the Sage Saga. Obsidian Sky, Book 1 of the Obsidian Saga. End of Angels, Angel Story, Book 1. Angels of Eden, Angel Story, Book 2. Supernatural Thrillers. The Deadly Ones. Science Fiction. Upgrade, The Androids Trilogy, Book 1. Paranormal Romance. My Immortal Playlist. Short Stories. Face Punch. Shepherd of the Wolves. Sanctuary, a short love story. Reluctant Hero, a superhero story, Champion Number 1. Brothers of Fire and Rain, The Weather Brothers Number 1. The First and Last Kiss, a modern-day fairy tale. Static Rain. I Saw God in a Crazy Dead-Toothed Hispanic Kid. Girl of My Dreams. If you enjoyed this story, please leave an honest review here so that other people may experience it. Thank you so much. Check out my blog. http://juliusstclair.blogspot.com. Join the mailing list for free ebooks and future updates. juliusclair@yahoo.com. Table of Contents. Table of Contents. Chapter 1, Talented. Chapter 2, The Order of Things. Chapter 3, Say That One More Time. Chapter 4, Reenactment. Chapter 5, Intervention. Chapter 6, Search. Chapter 7, The Well. Chapter 8, Hide and Seek. Chapter 9, Letting Go. Chapter 10, Push. Chapter 11, Nightmares. Chapter 12, First Day. Chapter 13, Equals. Chapter 14, Old Weapons. Chapter 15, Just in Case. Chapter 16, Promotions. Chapter 17, Ancient. Chapter 18, Them. Chapter 19, Deliberation. Chapter 20, Our Darkest Hour. Chapter 21, Under the Moonlight, We Fight. Chapter 22, For Your Soul, I'll Die.